Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. It is Tuesday, June 7th, 2022, just past the 5 a.m. hour here on the East Coast. And we do want to get you out the door this morning with a look at your top stories like we do each and every morning here on the show. Here is a triple box view of all of the top headlines that we are monitoring, not only stateside, but worldwide today. We can confirm that gas prices have hit a new record high. The national average for a gallon of regular gas up 5 cents from yesterday's record high, now sitting at $4.92 a gallon. They have risen just 30 cents in just the last week. As at this rate, we are going to hit the $5 mark before week's end. We will continue to monitor all of the business headlines and also touch base with our reporters around the country, touching and covering this story that affects all of you tuning in. We also are keeping up to date on the very latest when it comes to the situation on the ground in Ukraine. We can confirm that bodies are being released from the Azovstal steel plant. That, of course, is the steel plant that many Ukrainian fighters were held up in for weeks. We can confirm that those bodies are beginning to be released. Russian soldiers are allowing those bodies to be recovered after taking control not only of that steel plant, but of Mariupol, that port city. So we'll continue to monitor the very latest when it comes to day 104 of the war in Ukraine. We also are taking a live look at the nation's capital. We were taking a live look at the White House, but I switched that shot because this is a stunning shot of Capitol Hill this morning. The Senate will begin a hearing on domestic terrorism this morning. All of this in the wake of mass shootings that have rocked the nation. We will be live, raw, and unfiltered inside of that Senate hearing once again later on this morning. But we do want to begin first and foremost with the latest when it comes to the mass shootings that occurred over the weekend, beginning primarily in Philadelphia. We do have more details and we are learning more not only about the victims but also about the suspects. We also have video coming into our newsroom, and I do want to bring this up for you and lower the volume here. This is video that was taken during the moments of the shooting. This shows just the utter chaos. New video of the moments that the shots were actually fired in the mass shooting on South Street in Philadelphia. There you're seeing people running, just utter chaos. 3 people were killed and more than and just under a dozen others were injured in the attack. Police say it all began as a fight between 3 men. 2 of the men pulled out a gun and opened fire, exchanging a total of 17 rounds. Well, we do know that 3 people unfortunately lost their lives and 11 others were wounded. 1 man was shot and killed at the scene. The second was left in serious condition. On Monday, police arrested and charged an 18-year-old man in connection to the shooting. Authorities also arrested a second suspect, and our Fox 29 team has been covering this story for us since the very beginning. Let's touch base with them on the latest on these suspects and the charges.
Tonight, 43-year-old Rashawn Vereen. The U.S. Marshal Service says he is facing numerous charges, including attempted murder and aggravated assault. The United States Marshals provided us with these pictures of when they took 43-year-old Rashawn Vereen into custody without any issues tonight. The second suspect arrested in connection with Saturday's mass shooting on South Street.
We observed him exit the residence. We had plenty of officers in plain clothes from both Philadelphia Homicide and ATF. Tactical decision was made to take him arrest him out in the street, and that was executed without incident.
Philadelphia police executed a search warrant on his South Philadelphia home on Hamburger Street and came out with bags of evidence. Neighbors watched in disbelief.
Yeah, I'm just glad that they caught him.
Sources say Vereen is a friend of Gregory Jackson and believed to be involved in the initial fight that sparked this mass shooting. The district attorney's office says Jackson is the man in the white shirt and Micah Towns is in the black shirt. Police sources tell us words were exchanged between the two. They do not believe they knew each other before the gunshots. The DA's office says Jackson shoots Towns first, wounding him, and Towns fires back, killing Jackson. The DA's office says both men had licenses to carry.
Micah Towns is not being charged in this case. He's not.
The DA's office says Karan Garner, believed to be Towns' friend, fired down South Street. One officer fired at Garner multiple times, hitting him in the hand.
The gun that he used was left at the scene. It is a ghost gun, and it did have an extended magazine.
He is now in custody, facing multiple charges. Sources tell me tonight they are looking for at least 2 other shooters, including the person who fired from a .40 caliber gun. They believe that person is responsible for fatally shooting 27-year-old Alexis Quinn, an innocent bystander. In South Philadelphia, I'm Kelly Rule, Fox 29 News.
And thank you to Kelly for that update. We do want to bring this video back up for you as we continue to hone in not only on the investigation, but also the victims. Our Fox 29 team was down on the ground for a vigil held in that city. Let's take a listen.
K and his friends and family tell me he was wise beyond his years. You can see how much he meant to them. They filled up this entire block to remember him.
Treated everybody fairly, no matter who he was. Confident. I never seen nobody that confident at that age. Confidence I wish I had. You know what I mean? I came to my little brother for advice way more than he came to me.
The community surrounded Chris Minner's parents and loved ones as they talked about the hope and happiness he gave to everyone he met. His brother had just talked to him about his dreams.
Saving up for his first house. He was going to renovate it and sell it.
We called him my golden child, you know what I mean?
This balloon release symbolic of how he uplifted his community. He was a resident advisor for 2nd and 6th grade boys at Girard College. On Saturday, Chris was out celebrating his 22nd birthday when gunfire erupted on South Street. He was one of the 3 people killed. The emotions still too raw for mom and dad to talk on camera, but his brother's asking for the trigger pullers to think before they take a life.
We got to tighten up with this gun violence in Philly and everywhere. It's horrible. It's too many lost souls too fast.
I've been talking to the aunt of 27-year-old Alexis Quinn. They say it's just still too raw for them to talk yet. So many families affected by this mass shooting. In North Philadelphia, Eddie Kadam, Fox 29 News.
And here are the faces of the innocent victims, the lives that were taken in Philadelphia over the weekend. We do want to play for you the latest police update from officials on the ground in Philadelphia. Now, this was probably before the second suspect was arrested, but this is the latest update that we have from officials on the ground. So let's take a listen.
Got to be able to laugh.
Hey, Alex. Is everybody ready?
Okay, thank you for being here. We are here to be available to answer questions having to do with the shooting that occurred on South Street. And we have with us ADA Joanne Pescator. She is the chief of our homicide non-fatal shooting unit. This work and work like it has been her entire career. And the only reason that she was not here this morning at the press conference is that she had to be on South Street itself, where she's working hand in hand with Philadelphia Police Department, ATF, and other law enforcement partners to make sure we gather all the evidence and that we evaluate it correctly and we move on it. There are some developments. I'm going to ask ADA Pescator to come forward, provide the information that she is able to provide, and there is some. She will be holding back the information she should not provide, and there is some, although it will become, a lot of that will be clarified within the next couple of days. And after she's concluded explaining to you some of this information, you should feel free to ask her questions about the investigation. I will obviously also be available. Joanne?
Thank you, DA Krasner. Good afternoon. The District Attorney's Office has approved warrants for 2 individuals with regard to the incident that took place on South Street this Saturday night. One of those individuals is currently in custody. The other individual is not. I will only give you the name of the individual who is currently in custody. The other I will not. The individual who is currently in custody, his name is Karan, Q-U-R-A-N, Garner, G-A-R-N-E-R. He's charged with multiple offenses, including aggravated assault, 2 counts, and aggravated assault on law enforcement officers, 2 counts as well. There is another individual who an arrest warrant has been issued for. I will not reveal his name at this particular time. I was on South Street today, and it is approximately a 2-block scene. It starts at one end of South Street and works its way down to South and American Street. I was with the homicide detectives who have worked tirelessly since Saturday night, since this job came in, along with ATF and other law enforcement agencies trying to figure out what exactly happened here. There is numerous video, as you can imagine. There are numerous cameras on that 2-block radius. Various videos have been pulled. There are no murder charges at this particular time. That investigation is still ongoing. When I tell you they are culling video and going through it as we speak, there is still video coming in. The neighborhood has been quite cooperative. When we were out there, people were coming up to give us information and to tell us whatever they knew. And I'm going to ask if anyone has any information, please call the homicide unit, 215-686-3334. The assigned detective is Matthew Farley. You can talk to him or anybody else that is working, and they will take your information.
What do you believe Garner did?
Karan Garner is on video shooting back toward the area where the initial confrontation takes place between Gregory Jackson and Micah Towns, who is a victim in this particular case. Karan Jackson, it's our belief, was a friend or was with Micah Towns when this initial altercation starts. After the initial altercation, guns are drawn by Gregory Jackson and Micah Towns. Gregory Jackson shoots at Micah Towns first. Micah Towns returns fire, shooting and killing Gregory Jackson. As a result of that, Karan Garner then begins to fire down the street toward South Street, toward where the initial confrontation took place. It is at that point that Philadelphia police begin to shoot after Karan Garner pulls a gun, has the gun out and looks in their direction. They shoot at him, shooting his hand. He's currently at Thomas Jefferson University Hospital undergoing surgery for a result of injuries sustained when the police shot back at him.
He's the dude with the hat. Garner's the one wearing the hat in that video. Has he got a hat on, smallish? And how old?
How old? I don't have his age. I don't know that he has a hat on. The video I saw, he's wearing what I would describe as a balaclava. It covers his entire head. One could possibly wear it as a COVID mask and a gray hoodie.
What are the charges in the warrant?
The gun that he used? What can you tell us about the gun he used?
The gun that he used was left at the scene. It is a ghost gun, and it did have an extended magazine.
The other charges in the other warrant, what are those charges?
The other charges are going to be attempted murder, aggravated assault, simple assault, recklessly endangering another person, conspiracy, violation of the Uniforms Firearms Act, possession of an instrument of crime, tampering with evidence, and obstruction of justice.
So may I just back up for the sake of clarity for everyone here? Now, ADA Pescator, if you're not comfortable answering this, just tell me, because you are the keeper of the investigation. But you mentioned 3 different names: Gregory Jackson, Micah Towns, and also Karan.
Yes.
Can you explain for the journalists who are gathered here what role each of these people played in the initial encounter, if any, and what is their condition now?
Okay, certainly, D.A. Krasner. So Micah Towns is walking down South Street. You can't tell if he's with Karan Garner at that time. They're in close proximity to each other. At some point, he passes by on the same side of the street, Gregory Jackson, and 2 other men, one of them being the unnamed person who the arrest warrant is for. As he's passing by, words are exchanged. As words are exchanged, then Gregory Jackson takes a swing at Micah Towns, striking him in the face. It's at that point that the other male, who we have an arrest warrant for, begins in the melee at that point. Micah Towns is then thrown against a window while they are beating on him. At some point, you see Gregory Jackson, who did have a permit to carry, pull out a gun, and he has the gun at his side. Micah Towns is in the middle of South Street. At that point, Gregory Jackson begins to fire at Micah Towns, who then, Micah Towns, who also has a permit to carry, pulls out his gun and shoots back at Gregory Jackson, ultimately killing him. It's at that
Ultimately killing whom?
Gregory Jackson. It's at that point that the unnamed person, who there's an arrest warrant for, picks up the gun that Gregory Jackson had and gives it to another male in a blue hoodie, who then leaves the scene. That unnamed male still stays at the scene, putting pressure on the wound of Gregory Jackson, and gives his name to police and where he lives and all his information. It's at that point that Karan Garner then begins firing down South Street in the location where this melee took place. And then after he stops shooting, the police, when he turns his gun toward them, fire at him. And then you see Karan Garner run down American Street saying out loud, "He shot my hand off, he shot my hand off." Karan Garner then makes his way to 4th and Bainbridge, where there are police positioned there. There had been an earlier shooting at 4th and Bainbridge approximately an hour before that. Police were at that location for that shooting. Karan Garner approaches the police and tells them, I got shot during this incident. They put him in a patrol car and take him to Thomas Jefferson University Hospital, where he is at this time. Micah Towns is in serious condition at this time. He is at Penn Presbyterian Hospital, and that's why the charges with regard to him as a victim are attempted murder.
Do you believe Mr. Garner was shooting at the direction of Mr. Jackson in order to defend Mr. Towns?
That is the belief, except that Mr. Jackson was already down, and that particular incident was clearly over probably 20 to 30 seconds when Karan Garner then begins to fire down that street.
I just want to clarify, because it was a little confusing. You're talking about Micah Towns and you're talking about the attempted murder charges, but we're not talking about Micah Towns being charged.
No, Micah Towns is not being charged in this case. He's not. He's the victim on the person that I'm not giving you the name of.
Towns wearing black. You see him in the video wearing black?
He is. He has a black T-shirt on, and you see it at some point come over his head, and he makes his way into the middle of the street. He's actually laying in the middle of the street when he's shooting back at Gregory Jackson.
So the guy who gave his name to police, who's helping Gregory Jackson, takes Jackson's gun, doesn't tell police, I have his gun, and now you want to find him your gun.
Doesn't tell police anything, just that I'm here, that's my friend, I was giving aid, gives his name, and that's it. But on video, you can clearly see him pick up Gregory Jackson's gun and hand it to another male who leaves the scene.
And earlier today, the DA said that there were 4 guns, maybe more. Yesterday, we heard that 2 guns were recovered. Do you have any other guns from this recovered?
No, we don't have any other guns recovered. I can tell you that there were 3 of the guns at least are 9mm, and there is a .40 caliber gun that was out there that was also fired.
So 4 guns is the number?
4 guns at least.
Do you know what they were beefing about? What's the original problem here?
I do not know. All I can tell you was apparently Micah Towns was a boxer, and this unnamed person with the arrest warrant was also a boxer. I don't know if they had some sort of relationship prior to that. You just see them pass each other on the sidewalk, words are exchanged, and then everything breaks out from there.
Is Jackson not a boxer? Isn't Greg Jackson a boxer?
I don't know. I don't know if he is or not.
Shortly after all of this, then there's a homicide in the 500 block of South Broad. At this point, any connection to...
No, we were talking about that, and we don't think that it's related. Of course, they will check the ballistics to see if there's anything else they can gather from that.
Understanding from police that they are trying to then the other wounded in this crowd, how those wounds did come about. Any indication at this point from your office, ballistics-wise, how...
No, it's kind of hard to tell right now. There were so many people. If you see the video, there's just so much going on, and people are trying to render aid, and victims are being moved around. So the detectives are over there now watching numerous body cam videos from the location, trying to get cell phone videos, trying to piece it all together, who was where when they actually got shot. So that's where we're at right now.
Do we have any video evidence at this time of another shooter, or do we just have at least 3 guns?
We do have evidence of another shooter. There was somebody shooting a .40 caliber gun.
Where was that shooter located?
I can't tell you that at this point. We're still getting video to try and clarify that better.
Are you able to determine which victims were injured by which gun?
No, that's what we're trying to do right now.
So we don't know if anybody was injured by the .40 caliber
Yeah, we don't. We're having the body bullets examined as we speak by ballistics to see if there's any match to tell, because we had 3 other 9mm out there. So you have to compare those to each other, and then you have to, you know, if the body bullet's a 40, then we know who our shooter of that person was.
But 2 of the people with the 9s had licenses to carry.
That's correct.
One maybe not, but we don't know. You don't know that. And the 4.
Karan Gardner did not have a license to carry. That's why he was charged with 6106 and 6108.
So basically, you have 2 guys, some sort of beef, we don't know what it is, and it results in 11 people being injured and 3 people being dead.
Yes, and you know, I don't know if other things were happening that have nothing to do with, literally the scene is 2 blocks long, and it literally is 4 different scenes. And if you walk a couple, 50 or 60 feet, there's another scene, and then there's another scene and another scene. So whether it had to do with each other or not, I can't tell you.
And everybody with the beef apparently is holding a gun.
Yes.
Have you identified from ballistics any of whose bullets shot which bystanders at this point?
No. No.
Question for DA Fred. You interviewed the mayor yesterday, and he said something to the effect of the attorney's office and the attorney general's office can do something about guys that have 3, 4, 5 different arrests. I'm quoting, for carrying an illegal firearm, and they're still on the street. That's got to get addressed. Can you respond to that?
Well, I would agree with him that the AG's office and the DA's office should prosecute people who have criminal records and are susceptible to a charge of 6105, which is felon in possession of a firearm. I think that's correct. Obviously, you've already noted that in this particular case, we don't know everybody who was involved yet. We do know that 2 of the 3 original participants had a permit to carry and 1 did not.
And Karan Gardner actually had a very troubled past of late teenage years, but was never really held accountable. Do you think instead of just withdrawing charges, there should be some diversion program that kids will be put in when they get in trouble?
I'm not familiar with the details of Karan Garner's record. Once I am familiar, I may be in a position to answer whatever that question was. Are there any other questions?
Do you know if there are any disorderly conduct arrests or code violations arrests beforehand?
I don't have that information. Do you know?
I do not know. I don't know that. I mean, that's not something that my unit would keep track of.
Is there going to be an extra police presence along that area of the city tonight, tomorrow?
I don't know. I can tell you that I'm sure that question can be answered by the commissioner. We know that there was some activity last night that was different in terms of cutting off access to certain parts of South Street. I cannot tell you, although I'm sure there is a good answer, I cannot tell you specifically. Obviously, some of the theory behind that had to do with the weekend. Some of it had to do with the Roots Picnic, which is a very popular event that draws a lot of people to enjoy something that is planned by one of Philly's great bands and a very positive influence in the city. So it may simply have been a certain amount of trying to evaluate the potential for people leaving a different event to end up on South Street and what social media may have indicated was possible. But I would refer those questions to the police commissioner and to the city.
From now on Saturday nights, I believe there should be a heavier police presence in that area.
I try as much as I can not to pretend I'm the police commissioner, and I appreciate it when they return that favor. So I would respectfully refer you to the city and also to the police commissioner.
So are there any policy prescriptions you're considering for repeat offenders with illegal firearms being released? Is there anything policy-wise that can be done in your office?
I'm happy to answer your question, although I'm a little confused because I think we just discussed 2 people who have a permit to carry, which means that
in general, the wide scope of people with illegal guns.
we have always treated 6105, which is people who have a prior felony. We have always treated those cases as very serious cases that we prosecute. They're not even eligible for diversion. When you look at 6106 and 6108, now those are charges that can apply to people who have no criminal record whatsoever, but did not get the paperwork in order to have a permit to carry. And for some of them, we have to keep a close eye on them because they are capable of doing great violence. And for others, you're dealing with people who are law-abiding people who arm themselves without getting the paperwork because they're scared and because they're fearful. We believe in individual justice. We will continue to pursue individual justice in exactly the same way. We looked at what happened to Micah and said that's self-defense. Even though he fired a gun and killed someone, we did individual justice. And we do individual justice as well when it comes to cases of gun possession.
We have 11 injuries, 3 fatalities. There is a family member who's believing that their relative is a 4th injury, a 4th fatality in this. There were 3 fatalities that you know of.
As of now, yes.
Mr. Attorney, do you have any updates on the shooting, the first shooting of the night after 11 p.m. on 4th and Baker? Do you have the suspects?
I would have to defer to 88 Pescator for that. Do you have any info?
No, there's no other information except, there's video from that scene as well, and there are police at that particular scene, which then leads to this particular scene.
And at this point, you have no suspicion that the two are related?
No.
Do you have any concern about the way the two shootings were handled side by side?
I have no reason to think that these investigations are being mishandled in any way. I can tell you that I know that police have been on the street working more or less continuously, as they often do with a homicide investigation. We have had excellent collaboration and cooperation with ATF and other law enforcement partners. ADA Pescator isn't getting as much sleep as she could use, which I appreciate. In fact, she was out there on the street herself. I was out there on the street myself the morning after it occurred. You know, this is a very high priority for a lot of people in the city. Some of them are in government, some of them are not. These business owners have stepped up remarkably to make available video and to assist in this process. Witnesses have come from everywhere. There are people in the community who stepped up to try to render aid when people who were bleeding came into their establishments or were running down their streets. We're all stepping up, those in government and those who are not in government, to deal with a situation that is deeply, truly tragic.
Do you have any more video or photos that are going to be released in terms of having the public help you identify people or anything like that? I know we've seen some of the video, but should we expect anything else to be coming out?
I think I know the answer, but I think it's better if I don't answer. So we'll have ADA Pescator answer.
Thank you. I know that the mayor is having a press conference, or was having a press conference today, and I just left homicide a short time ago, and the 2 video specialists over there were putting together compilations and still culling video for that. So I'm hopeful that we'll have another person that we can identify as another shooter.
And that'll be made available to the public or to the media?
Once we do that, yes.
You said you don't have an name on Garner or David Hart?
I don't.
I want to make sure we're looking at Garner. It looks to me like he's wearing blue top, right?
Well, it could look blue on your video.
But
And
you know what
telling
I'm
you
looking at, yeah.
it's a gray jacket with a black front to it.
And that's him next to the
I can't see that far away. No, that's not
Mr.
Karan
Cole,
Gardner.
may I assist? May I be of assistance?
Is that him?
No, that's not Karan Gardner.
Assistance, yeah, absolutely.
No, that is not Karan Gardner.
That's not him.
No.
Great. Thank you.
Of course. It's all about the truth. So may I just say this on the video issue? You know, this is always a very delicate balance. There may come a point where it makes more sense to release a video because that could become a source of additional investigation. There are also times when releasing a video invites people to become fake witnesses or invites them to change their memory, and their memory is actually valid, and what they're doing is modifying it based on something else. So it's this delicate balance between the integrity and the investigation and then being as complete as possible. But, you know, we have great faith that the PPD and that the mayor's office will be sensitive to this, that the PPD is well positioned to make good judgments about what video can be released and at what point it can be released. And of course, we're in that process, so we're happy to advise to the extent that they want.
Are the families being cooperative? I know you mentioned like one of the boxer may have known one of the possible other boxer, things like that. I know it mostly seems like it's all innocent bystanders, but are there any relationship or
Yeah, I can't tell you that. I don't even know if Micah Towns, the one victim, has been able to be interviewed yet. So once that happens, maybe we'll have more information.
Just one last clarifying question maybe on
Yeah.
the timeline. Who threw the first punch?
Gregory Jackson.
Gregory Jackson threw the first punch, not his accomplice. Who has his
No,
name?
no.
And do you know how many shots each of them fired at each other?
They fired together, altogether, they fired 17 shots between Jackson and Towns.
Jackson and Towns, do you know how many hit Jackson?
I don't know.
Are there any other questions? Thank you all very much. Appreciate your patience.
And if you are just joining us, welcome into Live Now from Fox. That was the latest update from officials on the ground in Philadelphia, providing all of the details in an investigation that is very much ongoing. I do want to bring back up for you all the faces of the victims, the 3 people who lost their lives as a result of the latest mass shooting in this country. 3 killed, 11 wounded in this mass shooting in Philadelphia. And we can confirm this morning that 2 suspects have been arrested in connection with this shooting. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on all of the other top stories we are monitoring this morning. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, and we are taking a Live Now look at the White House this morning as senators are weighing in on the ongoing discussion surrounding gun control legislation. Lawmakers from both sides of the aisle hope the Senate can reach a compromise able to pass with 60 votes, 6-0. Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera, she has been taking a closer look at this story from Washington.
Students Demand Action rallied outside the U.S. Capitol on Monday, pushing Congress to pass gun safety legislation.
We're at a put up or shut up moment. We need to act, and we need to act now, seize this moment of opportunity.
In the 2 days before the rally, 10 people were shot to death in Tennessee, Michigan, South Carolina, and Philadelphia. New York isn't waiting for Washington.
We're raising the age of semi-automatic weapons so no 18-year-old can walk in on their birthday and walk out with an AR-15. Those days are over.
A bipartisan group of senators is working on a modest legislation package that would expand background checks, encourage states to have red flag laws, and make schools more secure.
There's no panacea here. There is no one thing that will prevent mass killings. All we can hope for, in my view, is on the margins, make it more difficult for someone who's dangerously mentally ill or someone who's a violent criminal to buy a firearm.
The House is poised to pass legislation that goes much further than any Senate bill, potentially banning assault weapons and high-capacity magazines. That measure is unlikely to pass the other chamber.
When they say they're banning magazines over 10 rounds, they're actually effectively banning just about every type of handgun that's semi-automatic that takes more than a 10-round magazine.
House members will take a series of gun safety votes in the coming days. The bipartisan group in the Senate could have the framework for its own bill by the end of the week. In Washington, Caroline Shively, Fox News.
And back out to Washington we go. We will be keeping a very close eye not only on these bipartisan efforts, but also on a Senate Judiciary hearing that is scheduled for later today, discussing the latest when it comes to domestic terrorism. After mass shootings have rocked the nation, we have been covering all of the latest mass shootings, beginning, of course, with the one in Buffalo just a couple of weeks ago, then the school shooting that occurred in Uvalde, Texas, and a very active weekend with shootings in Philadelphia and Chattanooga as well over the weekend. We will be live, raw, and unfiltered inside of the state capitol later on this morning. We also are covering the latest when it comes to the war in Ukraine. We can confirm to you all that Russia has began returning the bodies of Ukrainian soldiers from that Azovstal steel plant located in Mariupol. We do want to bring up this video for you to remind you all what the situation was like on the ground in Ukraine during a time where the Azovstal steel plant in Mariupol was coming under heavy shelling. We can confirm today that dozens of Ukrainian fighters killed at that Azovstal steel plant have been returned to Ukraine by the Russian occupiers of the fortress-like plant. This is now a destroyed city of Mariupol. This is a last-ditch effort, a symbol of resistance against Russia's invasion, and the dead have officially been taken from the ruins and returned to the Ukrainian government. We do also have more imagery coming into our newsroom of the latest. Here is video of President Zelensky this week presenting awards at a ceremony to Ukrainian reporters and the family members of journalists killed during this invasion. According to the Ukrainian government, 32 Ukrainian and foreign media workers have been killed as a result of Russia's armed aggression in Ukraine, a higher figure than what some monitoring groups had previously recorded. We have had our reporters on the ground covering this story for us since the very beginning, and our very own Fox News senior correspondent Mike Tobin reports on the latest.
Renewed, fierce street-to-street fighting as Ukrainian forces, nearly driven from the last city they controlled in eastern Luhansk region, have battled their way back to controlling half of Severodonetsk. Russia has focused resources there, trying to capture the area before Ukraine receives rocket launchers with better range and accuracy than the artillery Ukraine is currently using. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky made a visit to the front lines, thanking the soldiers and encouraging civilians to hold on.
Take care of yourselves. This is very, very important, because without you, there is no Ukraine.
Both the U.S. and Great Britain have promised multiple launch rocket systems to Ukraine. With the potential of turning the tide, Vladimir Putin threatened to escalate.
If they are supplied, we will draw appropriate conclusions and use our means of destruction to strike at those objects we have not struck.
Russia said Western weapons were the target of yesterday's airstrikes in Kyiv. Cruise missiles hit warehouses where Ukrainians say train cars are repaired. As reporters were given a tour of the target, there was no visible evidence of weapons.
This facility is totally peaceful and everyone can come and see.
From strikes on civilian housing to evidence of executions and mass graves, Ukraine's prosecutor general is pursuing thousands of war crimes cases. Ukraine is using websites and apps to crowdsource evidence of war crimes, and the public is responding. Prosecutors are sorting through more than 50,000 videos alleging war crimes.
We see now unprecedented volume of crimes. That's why people want to help.
And as the U.S. government targets Putin allies, a warrant has been issued to seize the property of oligarch Roman Abramovich. Specifically, the government wants to seize his Gulfstream jet worth $60 million and a Boeing 787 worth $350 million. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
And thank you to Mike for your reporting, not only today, but every day. This is video coming into our newsroom of foreign fighters from Georgia, France, Australia, Brazil, and other countries, pictured fighting on the front lines in the eastern portion of that country. Footage released by Radio Free Europe and Radio Liberty shows Foreign Legion fighters traveling to the city as plumes of smoke are seen drifting over that portion of the country. One fighter said, quote, "I think since coming here, it's been amazing how many people from all around the world have come together to help out a country in need." Truly is remarkable. And speaking of covering this invasion since the very beginning, our very own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft has been having daily conversations with counterintelligence specialist Hal Kempfer. They break down the latest in this invasion, so I did want to bring those remarks for you in full here on Live Now from Fox.
National security expert Hal Kempfer. Hal, thanks for joining us as always. Hope you had a good weekend. But let's get into some of the developments in the East on the battlefield. We know that President Zelensky was very close. He made a visit to the front lines over the weekend. He visited a Ukrainian position, which was just a few kilometers away from Severodonetsk, which, of course, you and I have talked about. It faces constant Russian shelling. But the counteroffensive in the East seems to be paying off for the Ukrainians. They seem to have pushed some of the Russian advances back. What do we know about this?
Well, Andrew, it's kind of interesting. If you look across the entire board of what's going on east, up around northeast of Kharkiv, very effective counteroffensives up there. Of course, the main effort, if you will, is in Luhansk, Severodonetsk, and that's where the Russians have made significant advances, taking about 70-80% of the city. Over the weekend, about 50% of their gains were erased. And right now there is a pitched battle between the Ukrainians and the Russians in that city. Now the city, unfortunately, is being destroyed, which is the Russian modus operandi. They just throw in overwhelming firepower, and they've been leveling the city, destroying buildings. However, from an urban warfare standpoint, a blown out building is not an indefensible building. So for the defenders, which are primarily, which are the Ukrainians, are mostly on the defense, even though they're in the counteroffense for this weekend. Having the city hit doesn't mean they can't defend those buildings. And the thing is, the Russians are not very good and not well equipped and not well trained for urban warfare. So taking a city is tough for them. We saw that when they were trying to take Kyiv. Taking a city is really difficult. They don't have enough infantry. The infantry they have clearly are not trained, adept at urban warfare. And the Ukrainians have an extremely strong will to fight. They just keep getting better and better as time has gone on in terms of this type of warfare. Even though they're taking huge losses, their tactical acumen has improved. And so they're making it really tough. Now, one of the problems the Russians have in that eastern quadrant is as the Ukrainians are making counteroffensives in other areas, and the Russians have shifted to that main effort, they've got to make a tough choice. Do we keep reinforcing that main effort and lose other areas like northeast of Kharkiv? Do we risk possibly the Ukrainians getting to that road junction, which could potentially cut off the main line of communication with Izium? Do we take that risk, or do we shift our forces to reinforce those areas, which would again slow down the offensive in that area? They've got some tough decisions to make. On top of that, they are losing a tremendous amount of troops. They just lost another major general. I think this is the 15th general that they've lost so far. It's they're running out of generals, and the reason the general was so far forward was because they'd run out of colonels. He had to go forward because he'd run out of officers beneath him to lead the effort, and so they have huge problems in this area. So, I'm not this idea that Kyiv is going to come under attack just because they launched a few cruise missiles there. Well, yeah, the Russians would love to do that. It's one thing to say you're going to do something and then actually do something, and as we've seen, the Russians will say just about anything but when they get on the battlefield, not impressive. So the Ukrainians, it's a slugfest. Don't get me wrong, but the Ukrainians are fighting extremely well.
Yeah, that's so interesting. And like you mentioned, Kyiv, parts of it were struck over the weekend, the first time in months since Ukrainian forces fought back the Russians in the outskirts and the suburbs. So that was interesting. Maybe that was some type of a signal. But when you and I, Hal, were talking when Russia was going to be, recalibrating, repositioning to focus solely on the east, Donetsk, Luhansk, in the Donbass, we had been talking about that it was going to be more kind of conventional, open warfare, the terrain aspect, the very, very large fields, open areas, that they were kind of going to be shifting from the urban warfare that Ukrainians proved that Russians were not so good at with the Battle of Kyiv, and yet they're facing the same types of consequences and issues in Severodonetsk and some of these other mid-sized level cities. And so why do you think that they are still focusing on urban warfare at this point in time when historically in the last few months it's proven all not?
I think they're focused on not by choice,
okay.
They're by necessity. They're desperate. In terms of terrain, that city, in fact, the two cities are fighting over, or they're going to be fighting the other city. They're bombing the heck out of it now. Those two cities are not that important. But in terms of the political statement to say, the Russians have, quote, liberated Luhansk, it's very, very important that they're able to say that. So that's why they want to take it. Unfortunately for them, it leads them back into urban warfare. Now, this is not a huge city like Kyiv. It's not a huge city like Kharkiv. This is a much smaller, it's a town, all right? It's a good-sized town, but it's a town. However, it is urban terrain, and it's just not something that they're very good at doing. And, of course, they lose the advantages of, armor has limited advantages in that type of terrain. What you really need is a lot of infantry, and you need a lot of well-trained, well-disciplined, motivated infantry. And that's something the Russians simply don't have.
Hal, I just want to bring up a point diplomatically speaking. You and I on day 100 we're talking about, what off-ramps does Putin have, and some in the West seem to be talking about that much more. Many of their critics are saying they're becoming a little weak-kneed about what they want to see Putin do. Over the weekend, French President Emmanuel Macron gave an interview to a regional newspaper in which he said, "We must not humiliate Russia so that the day when the fighting stops, we can build an exit ramp through diplomatic means. I am convinced that it is France's role to be a mediating power," to which the Ukrainian Foreign Minister Dmytro Kuleba responded saying, "Calls to avoid humiliation of Russia can only humiliate France and every other country that would call for it. Because it is Russia that humiliates itself, we all better focus on how to put Russia in its place. This will bring peace and save lives." That was a tweet over the weekend. Now, U.S. officials in the wake of this have, committed to supporting Ukraine, going very, very far in the wake of some of those comments by Macron. But are you worried that there's somewhat of a lessening of resolve in countries like Germany, France, and the like?
I think everybody's worried about that. There's been a lot of articles talking about the concern that there'll be, Ukraine fatigue is a term that they're using. This is a very intense war. It's taking up a lot of resources. It's costing a lot of money. The West is pumping in tremendous resources and money in there. The U.S. has committed, $40 billion just recently, to give you an idea of just how big that is. So there is a fear that as this thing drags on, the level of Western commitment will lag. A lot of it from macroeconomic issues. The other side, too, is, France and every other country, to include the U.S., is feeling the impact of this war. Gas prices have spiked way up. Prices of everything worldwide have spiked way up. Now we're looking at the prospect of significant famines in South Asia and Africa because of the disruption of wheat and barley and other things that come from the Russia-Ukraine area. So with that, there's larger geostrategic issues at stake, which concern countries like France, which has there's a lot of Francophone countries, former French colonies throughout Africa, where France maintains extremely close ties. And some of those countries are countries at risk. And so France is looking at this, trying to see if there's some off-ramp, some diplomatic avenue. The Ukrainians are in the midst of the fight. They see it very clearly, which is they have got to get gains on the battlefield. And the reality is, if Ukraine starts to make significant gains on the battlefield, I wouldn't be surprised to see a little bit of this sort of hedging in terms of rhetoric out of Europe start to temper down. You know, nothing reinforces commitment like watching your side win, so to speak. And I think that if the Ukrainian counteroffensives continue to be successful, if they're able to employ these things like the HIMARS and the M270 longer range rocket systems to the effect which we know they're capable of doing, that could be a significant turning point in the war. And Russia's got, you know, this is the thing. Yes, on paper, they look formidable. And certainly they can put a lot of artillery and rockets, and they're using troops like cannon fodder. And by the way, the troops know they're being used by cannon fodder. That's why they keep falling back after their offensives. But the Ukrainians are fighting for their homeland, and they're fighting hard, and they're just not giving up much terrain. And frankly, this is a pitched battle, and you know, it could hit a tipping point where if the Ukrainian counteroffensives keep moving and moving, and the Russians on the field of battle sense that they're just, you know, they're done for. Yeah. I've seen this before. I saw it in Iraq when the when the Iraqis realized there was just that the U.S. had circumnavigated around them, and that we had outmaneuvered them, and there was nowhere to go. They surrendered in droves. They fled. So I could see something like that in certain areas.
Yeah. Yeah, Hal, I guess my question is, you know, why the cold feet now? Is it because we have reached kind of the stalemate status, you know, incremental moves on both sides, advance, then you kind of retreat, then advance, then retreat. And so are some of these leaders saying, you know, where does this end? When does this end? Of course, we heard from President Biden time and time again. He repeats the common refrain, nothing about Ukraine without Ukraine. And so we'll continue to follow all that. But according to Oksana Makarova, she's the Ukrainian ambassador to the United States, she says Kyiv is not pressured to make peace with Russia, but she was upset by those who want Ukraine to give up territory. She says it did not work in 2014. And she says Biden even said Friday the war needs to end with a negotiated settlement. Of course, the parameters and outlines of any negotiations are just not there yet. Final word.
Yeah. You know, it sounds like World War II, you know, Chamberlain and peace in our time, you know, give them a little bit of Czechoslovakia, give them a little bit of this, and I got to tell you, the echoes and the comparisons are rather stark. You know, the problem is they're in a slugfest. Nobody's moving dramatically one way or the other. Everybody was very motivated to see the Russians pull out of the, you know, basically for the Battle of Kyiv to end and the Russians to pull back. Everyone was very excited, saying, okay, this war is going the direction everybody wanted it to go, except of course Russia. But in the east and in the, you know, it's a slugfest. And in the south, even though the Ukrainians have made some dramatic moves, and they appear to be moving very quickly to the east in certain areas, it's just not changing the map fast enough for a lot in the west, and there's fatigue setting in. And I can tell you one thing I think it really is, it's the price shocks, it's the inflation of everything, and I think that's a political anchor for all Western leaders, and they really want to see that anchor get lifted, and they want to see prices drop. Yeah. You know, at the end of the day, all politics is local, and right. I think that's what everybody's feeling.
All right, Hal Kempfer, as always, we appreciate your insight into these events there in Russia and Ukraine and so many other places. And we'll talk to you tomorrow, Hal. Thanks so much.
Okay.
Great insight, as always, from our very own Andrew Kraft and Hal Kempfer. The very latest out of Ukraine on day 104 of this war is that Russia has began to officially return dozens of Ukrainian fighters killed in that Azovstal steel plant being returned to Ukrainian officials, being returned to their family members for proper burial. This all happening once again as we have surpassed the 100 mark of this war. President Volodymyr Zelensky said Ukrainian forces were holding their positions in the eastern portion of the country, but unfortunately that port city of Mariupol, where that steel plant that you are seeing there in the larger box on your screens, that has fallen to Russian opposition. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll be just shy of the 6 o'clock mark here on the East Coast, and we'll get you up to speed on all of the top stories that we are monitoring on this Tuesday, June 7th, 2022. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. Today is Tuesday, June 7th, 2022. We are just shy of the 6 o'clock mark here on the East Coast, and we do want to take you out to our triple box view of all of the top stories that we are monitoring on this Tuesday morning, not only stateside, but worldwide as well. And unfortunately, we have bad news for your wallets this morning. A new national average for a gallon of regular gas has officially been hit, a record high of $4.92 a gallon. That is the average in the United States for a gallon of gas. Of course, many of you are probably tuning in from areas around the country where you are seeing even higher numbers at your local pumps. This is a story that we are going to continue to monitor very closely as gas prices have risen 30 cents over the past week. This is a 5-cent jump in just 24 hours, a 15-cent jump in just 3 days. At this rate, we will hit the $5 a gallon mark by the end of the week. We have been keeping a very close eye on this story along with our Fox Business team, and will continue to do that throughout the morning. This, of course, is a big topic of discussion as the economy is going to be a major concern for voters heading to the polls today in 7 states across the country. We will continue to monitor the midterm primary elections in 7 states: California, Iowa, Mississippi, Montana, New Jersey, New Mexico, and South Dakota. Those are the 7 states that will hold their midterm primary elections today. And of course, this is going to set the stage for the U.S. House and the Senate races that are to come later on this year. Many contests shaped by political divisions, both major parties obviously wanting to gain control of these respective houses. And so we are going to continue to provide you 360 coverage of these primaries and all the primaries as we inch closer to those midterm elections later on this year. We are, of course, keeping a very close eye also on the nation's capital, as later on this morning we are expecting a Senate judiciary hearing on domestic terrorism. All of this will touch on the mass shootings that we have seen across the nation over the past couple of weeks. We will, of course, bring you live coverage of that hearing as soon as it does begin. That is set to begin at 10 a.m. Eastern time. So we'll be live inside of the Senate for that. Today is officially day 104 of the war in Ukraine, and we can report this morning that Russia is beginning to return the bodies of the Ukrainian soldiers that lost their lives inside of the Azovstal steel plant. That is the latest news coming into our newsroom. But we, of course, will begin with the latest business headlines, as the economy is one of the primary concerns for voters heading to the polls, not only today in those 7 states, but also for many of you tuning in. This is an issue that affects each and every one of us. It affects everything that we do, and comes at a time where not only are gas prices at a record high, but inflation is also hovering very close to a 40-year high. So we do want to begin. Our Fox's Madeline Rivera has the latest details from Washington on the national average for a gallon of gas and how American consumers are beginning and continuing to feel the squeeze. Let's take a listen to this latest report.
In a new clean energy push, President Biden is pausing tariffs on solar panel imports from 4 Southeast Asian countries after a Commerce Department investigation over whether companies there circumvented tariffs on Chinese-made goods stalled projects in the U.S.
How is this not a gift to Chinese solar manufacturers, who many of whom operate with forced labor and are subsidized by the Chinese Communist Party?
Today's announcement is about one country and one country alone, and it's about the United States.
The White House says the tariff exemptions don't apply to any materials imported from China, but critics are sounding off. A spokesperson for the pro-tariff group Coalition for a Prosperous America tweeted in part, "It's time to call this for what it is, build back Beijing." And First Solar, an American manufacturer of solar panels, said it was deeply disappointed with the announcement and, quote, directly undermines American solar manufacturing by giving unfettered access to China's state-subsidized solar companies for the next 2 years. Today, the White House couldn't say which emergency the president's using to invoke the wartime law.
This is a very important part of the president's agenda in getting to that clean energy. This is a way that we felt that we can act to get moving in that way.
The push for sustainable energy comes as gas prices continue to break records. Today, 25 cents higher than just a week ago, averaging $4.86 for a gallon of regular. According to a new ABC News poll, 8 in 10 voters say inflation is their top concern, and only 28% approve of how the president is handling it. Biden taking fire from both sides of the aisle.
I support everything the president is doing, but I don't think it's enough. My constituents don't think it's enough.
He takes no responsibility for his economic malpractice, because that's what this is. He's missed the diagnosis for over a year.
The White House says President Biden's doing everything he can to bring gas prices down, but he won't be lobbying Saudi Arabia to boost oil production if he meets with the Crown Prince next month. That meeting's under consideration despite the country's record on human rights abuses, a bar that Biden upheld when it comes to a summit he's hosting this week, denying entry to 3 Latin American countries and thereby causing Mexico's president to back out. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
And thank you to Jackie for that report as we continue to not only cover the latest when it comes to gas prices, inflation, and the economy. We're also tying this directly with those primaries that are taking place today that will continue to take place in the coming weeks, ultimately leading up to the midterm elections. Our very own Doug Lazader takes a look at how these two are directly correlated and what impact the economy could have on our elections. Let's take a listen.
We hit yet another record for gas prices overnight, with the national average now just below $5 a gallon.
I, Jimmy Carter, do solemnly swear.
What is this, the 1970s? Gas prices are up, way up. so is inflation, and there is widespread economic uncertainty.
Reportedly, you have administration staffers sort of joking, what's next? A horde of locusts?
The national average for a gallon of gas just hit $4.91 this morning. And if you live in one of these states or the District of Columbia, you're already at $5 a gallon or higher. California hit $6.37, and that's just one of the states holding primaries today. Democrats are increasingly worried about their prospects in the midterms.
We need to every day be saying, here are the 2-3 things we're doing to lower price.
I think the president could release more product from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve.
In a tweet, President Biden touted economic growth, writing, "America has achieved the most robust recovery in modern history." And on the energy front, he just invoked the Defense Production Act to help boost the production of solar panels.
What's the emergency in the solar industry?
Well, this is just a step to get to a place where we do have a clean energy arsenal.
Republicans accuse the White House of ignoring the oil industry here at home.
So for Democrats who have these Green New Deal fantasies, $5 gallon gas is not an accident. It's not an unintended consequence. It's very much the intended consequence.
And Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is testifying on Capitol Hill this morning. She will get an earful after recently acknowledging that her inflation predictions were wrong. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
And back out to Washington we go. Thank you to Doug for that report. $4.91, the new national average across this country. We will work to get you the latest update from our Fox Business team and keep a very close eye on the 7 primaries happening across the country this morning. We are going to shift gears. And speaking of across the country, over the weekend, we were monitoring the very latest when it came to multiple mass shootings happening across the nation over the weekend, beginning first and foremost with the latest out of Philadelphia, where 3 people were killed, 11 wounded after a mass shooting broke out on South Street. We are getting in new video into our newsroom that I do want to bring up for you and lower the volume here because it does get a bit loud. A new video of the moment shows where actually the shots were fired in this mass shooting on South Street in Philadelphia. The shooting sent dozens of people running to safety, and there you see that on your screens. Once again, 3 people were killed, 11 were wounded, but we can report to you all this morning that 2 suspects have been arrested in connection with this shooting. Our Fox 29 Philadelphia team have been covering this story since the very beginning. Let's touch base for the latest from them.
Is in custody tonight. 43-year-old Rashawn Vereen. The U.S. Marshal Service says he is facing numerous charges, including attempted murder and aggravated assault. The United States Marshals provided us with these pictures of when they took 43-year-old Rashawn Vereen into custody without any issues tonight. The second suspect arrested in connection with Saturday's mass shooting on South Street.
We observed him exit the residence. We had plenty of officers in plain clothes from both Philadelphia Homicide and ATF. Tactical decision was made to take him, arrest him out in the street, and that was executed without incident.
Philadelphia police executed a search warrant on his South Philadelphia home on Hamburger Street and came out with bags of evidence. Neighbors watched in disbelief.
Yeah, I'm just glad that they caught him.
Sources say Vereen is a friend of Gregory Jackson and believed to be involved in the initial fight that sparked this mass shooting. The district attorney's office says Jackson is the man in the white shirt and Micah Towns is in the black shirt. Police sources tell us words were exchanged between the two. They do not believe they knew each other before the gunshots. The DA's office says Jackson shoots Towns first, wounding him, and Towns fires back, killing Jackson. The DA's office says both men had licenses to carry.
Micah Towns is not being charged in this case. He's not.
The DA's office says Karan Garner, believed to be Towns' friend, fired down South Street. One officer fired at Garner multiple times, hitting him in the hand.
The gun that he used was left at the scene. It is a ghost gun, and it did have an extended magazine.
He is now in custody, facing multiple charges. Sources tell me tonight they are looking for at least 2 other shooters, including the person who fired from a .40 caliber gun. They believe that person is responsible for fatally shooting 27-year-old Alexis Quinn, an innocent bystander. In South Philadelphia, I'm Kelly Rule, Fox 29 News.
And here are the faces of those innocent victims. Our Fox 29 team is also taking a deeper dive into who these individuals are and some of the people who witnessed this shooting that occurred on Saturday. Let's take a listen.
Yes, 3 dead and nearly a dozen injured. So many left to deal with the memory of this violence. They try to move forward, but yes, it is incredibly difficult.
The girl came across the street, and unfortunately, she died right there, right in front of me.
As they got in front of Dobbs, I heard bang, 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 but it's a celebration. Why wouldn't that be dynamite? You know, we're close to the 4th.
Hardly a celebration or the fun and revelry that is typical South Street on a busy Saturday night.
Obviously, the gunman was motivated to go find that other person, motivated to the point where indiscriminate people were less of a priority than getting that guy.
69-year-old retired nurse and now a part-time musician, Rusty Crowell, was among those grazed in the leg by a bullet during the wild weekend shooting. It wasn't his time, and he feels lucky to see another day.
Vendettas, drugs.
As police sort out the mess of this mass shooting, people who work in the neighborhood are pretty freaked out.
I don't understand it anymore. Like, I really don't understand what am I supposed to do. I mean, at this point, I can get a gun just as easy as everybody else, so maybe I should, right?
Thomas Boswell says he won't, but is tired and scared of the continued violence. So is Eric Walsh, who dealt with bloodied and injured victims after the shooting.
It was absolutely hard. People were terrorized. It was horrible.
I had a chance to view some graphic surveillance video from a nearby store, but of course, being here, witnessing it, and living through it during the shooting and the aftermath is certainly unimaginable. On South Street in Philadelphia, I'm Joanne Pileggi, Fox 29 News.
And thank you to Joanne for that report. Here are the faces once again of the victims. And our Fox 29 team actually caught up with some of the family members who are grieving in the days after this mass shooting. Let's take a listen.
His nickname was 1K, and his friends and family tell me he was wise beyond his years. You can see how much he meant to them. They filled up this entire block to remember him.
Treated everybody fairly, no matter who you was. Confident. I never seen nobody that confident at that age. Confidence I wish I had. You know what I mean? I came to my little brother for advice way more than he came to me.
The community surrounded Chris Minner's parents and loved ones as they talked about the hope and happiness he gave to everyone he met. His brother had just talked to him about his dreams.
Saving up for his first house, he was going to renovate it and sell it.
We called him my golden child, you know what I mean? This balloon release, symbolic of how he uplifted his community. He was a resident advisor for 2nd and 6th grade boys at Girard College. On Saturday, Chris was out celebrating his 22nd birthday when gunfire erupted on South Street. He was one of the 3 people killed. The emotions still too raw for mom and dad to talk on camera, but his brother's asking for the trigger pullers to think before they take a life.
We got to tighten up with this gun violence in Philly and everywhere. It's horrible. It's too many lost souls too fast.
I've been talking to the aunt of 27-year-old Alexis Quinn. They say it's just still too raw for them to talk yet. So many families affected by this mass shooting. In North Philadelphia, Eddie Kadam, Fox 29 News.
And from Philadelphia to the nation's capital we go, where lawmakers are reacting to these mass shootings. As we have been reporting all morning long, the Senate will hold a judiciary hearing later on today on the threat of domestic terrorism. We will hear from people from the Buffalo mass shooting. We will also hear from individuals affected by the Uvalde mass shooting. All of that is set to begin at 10 a.m. Eastern time, and we will bring you their live, raw, and unfiltered here on LiveNOW from Fox. All of this comes as senators are weighing in on the ongoing discussions surrounding gun control legislation. Lawmakers from both sides of the aisle hope the Senate can reach a compromise able to pass with 60 votes. Our Fox News correspondent Madeline Rivera has a closer look from Washington.
The country reeling from a violent weekend. At least 17 people are dead after more than a dozen mass shootings from Friday to Sunday in several states, including Pennsylvania, Arizona, South Carolina, and Tennessee.
Help us, Lord, help us. Please, God, help us.
The shootings are fueling more calls for Congress to enact gun safety legislation. The group Students Demand Action rallied outside of the Capitol Monday.
Don't look away. Don't look away. Don't look away.
As the president makes a similar appeal.
He can't do it all alone, right? He has taken some action, some executive actions that we've talked about here, and he believes that Congress should continue to act.
All eyes are on the Senate to see if they can reach an agreement on a narrow bill that includes potentially closing some background check loopholes, securing schools, and addressing mental health.
We are not talking about restricting the rights of current law-abiding gun owners or citizens. This is a constitutional right.
Democrats admit the legislation might not go as far as they'd like, but indicate they're willing to compromise to get something done.
We're going to keep working and trying as long and hard as possible, but we need something real and meaningful.
The House is getting ready to vote in the coming days on more expansive gun safety legislation, but the measures are unlikely to pass in the Senate, which is hoping to reach its own agreement by the end of the week. In Washington, Mather Rivera, Fox News.
And as promised, we will be there live, raw, and unfiltered later on this morning inside of that Senate Judiciary hearing where we are set to hear from victims directly affected by the mass shootings that have occurred across the nation. When we come back from a quick 2-minute commercial break, we are going to head overseas as we cover the very latest when it comes to the war in Ukraine. Russia has and is officially beginning to return the bodies of Ukrainian soldiers from the Azovstal steel plant. Here are images that came into our newsroom over the course of the last month of that Azovstal steel plant in Mariupol, an area that now is under Russian control. We'll bring you up to speed on the latest right after this break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. We are getting in this live feed into our newsroom because this is what we do here on Live Now from Fox. We take you live, raw, and unfiltered to any events happening not only stateside but worldwide. And we are getting in this live picture from Philadelphia as crime survivors officially board buses outside of a Walmart in the Port Richmond section of Philadelphia. They are headed to Harrisburg to confront lawmakers in the capital of Pennsylvania to demand reform and demand change. We'll continue to monitor this situation live out of Philadelphia later on this morning. We do want to take you back out live to a look at the nation's capital as we continue to monitor not only the latest stateside, but the latest worldwide as well. As promised, we are heading out to Ukraine to bring you up to speed to the very latest when it comes to the war in Ukraine. And as we did allude to before we headed into that break, we can report that Russia has started to return the bodies of the Ukrainian soldiers that lost their lives inside of the Azovstal steel plant that you see on your screens. We can confirm to you that dozens of Ukrainian fighters killed at this steel works have been returned to Ukraine by the Russian occupiers of the fortress-like plant. This, of course, all occurring in the destroyed city of Mariupol, a port city. This Azovstal steel plant was a symbol of resistance for quite some time, but unfortunately, it did ultimately fall to Russian opposition. We are monitoring the very latest when it comes to the war in Ukraine, as the United States has sent over more military equipment, and Vladimir Putin issuing a warning just 24 hours ago that Western military shipments will be targeted if long-range missiles are sent to help Ukraine fight this war. We've had reporters on the ground covering this story for us since the very beginning. Our Fox News senior foreign affairs correspondent Mike Tobin reports from the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv. Let's take a listen.
Renewed, fierce street-to-street fighting as Ukrainian forces, nearly driven from the last city they controlled in eastern Luhansk region, have battled their way back to controlling half of Severodonetsk. Russia has focused resources there, trying to capture the area before Ukraine receives rocket launchers with better range and accuracy than the artillery Ukraine is currently using. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky made a visit to the front lines, thanking the soldiers and encouraging civilians to hold on.
Take care of yourselves. This is very, very important, because without you, there is no Ukraine.
Both the U.S. and Great Britain have promised multiple launch rocket systems to Ukraine. With the potential of turning the tide, Vladimir Putin threatened to escalate.
If they are supplied, we will draw appropriate conclusions and use our means of destruction to strike at those objects we have not struck.
Russia said Western weapons were the target of yesterday's airstrikes in Kyiv. Cruise missiles hit warehouses where Ukrainians say train cars are repaired. As reporters were given a tour of the target, there was no visible evidence of weapons.
This facility is totally peaceful and everyone can come and see.
From strikes on civilian housing to evidence of executions in mass graves, Ukraine's prosecutor general is pursuing thousands of war crimes cases. Ukraine is using websites and apps to crowdsource evidence of war crimes, and the public is responding. Prosecutors are sorting through more than 50,000 videos alleging war crimes.
We see now unprecedented volume of crimes. That's why people want to help.
And as the U.S. government targets Putin allies, a warrant has been issued to seize the property of oligarch Roman Abramovich. Specifically, the government wants to seize his Gulfstream jet worth $60 million and a Boeing 787 worth $350 million. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
And thank you to Mike for that update. We will continue to monitor the latest out of Ukraine. And we did want to bring you this latest video coming into our newsroom showing foreign fighters from Georgia, France, Australia, Brazil, and other countries pictured fighting on the front lines in the eastern portion of Ukraine. This footage was released by Radio Free Europe, and it shows Foreign Legion fighters traveling to the city as smoke pours over the city. One fighter said, quote, "I think since coming here, it's been amazing how many people from all over the world have come together to help out a country in need. I'm from Australia. It's quite far away. Quite hard to get here, and even I've stepped up. So hopefully I inspire more people to come and do the same thing. All of this comes as we're also getting video into our newsroom of President Zelensky presenting awards at a ceremony to Ukrainian reporters and the family members of journalists killed in the country. According to the Ukrainian government, 32 Ukrainian and foreign media workers have been killed as a result of Russia's armed aggression in Ukraine, a higher figure than what some monitoring groups have recorded. This footage shows President Zelensky presenting the awards on Monday, and we also want to bring to you the latest update from President Zelensky himself. We have been bringing you these updates as soon as we get them, really, and when there are big news to report. President Zelensky offers these updates via his social media sites. This one is subtitled in English, so we do want to play that out for you. It's about 6 minutes long and is, once again, the update from the man himself, the president of Ukraine. So let's take a listen.
Українці, українки, бажаю здоров'я. Сьогодні був насичений день, день важливого спілкування, важливих зустрічей. Привітав журналістів з їх професійним святом. У час війни слово «свято» звучить дуже неприродно, але саме в цей день, щороку, 6 червня, звучать вітання для людей, від яких, безперечно, залежимо ми всі. Від інформації, яку вони поширюють, від швидкості, з якою вони працюють. Звичайно, цьогоріч не святкуємо, але все одно вітаємо, все одно відзначаємо внесок журналістів і журналісток України та усіх, від кого залежить робота засобів масової інформації, операторів, інженерів, редакторів, фотокорів, продюсерів та усіх, ще раз повторюю, без кого неможливий ефір та не працюватимуть сайти. Це люди, які тримають інформаційний фронт, і яким я вдячний за це від імені всіх нас, всіх українців. Нагородив сьогодні кореспондентів і медійників, які працюють на війні зараз. Вручив нагороди також і рідним тих, чиє життя забрала війна. 32 працівника ЗМІ загинули за час від 24 лютого. В цьому переліку різні біографії, різні персональні історії, і не тільки громадяни України. Сьогодні під час спеціальної церемонії в Офісі Президента згадали кожну з них. Вшанували їхню пам'ять хвилиною мовчання. Говорив сьогодні з прем'єр-міністром Великої Британії Борисом Джонсоном. Поінформував його про ситуацію на полі бою, про наші можливості і ключові поточні небезпеки, перш за все на Донбасі і у південних районах України. Вдячний прем'єр-міністру Борису Джонсону за повне розуміння наших потреб і за готовність надати Україні саме ту зброю, яка нам так необхідна, щоб захищати життя наших людей. Також говорив з президентом Польщі Анджеєм Дудою. Звичайно, про оборонну підтримку України. Це обов'язкова тема для кожних моїх переговорів. І я вдячний тим нашим партнерам, які діють швидко і не відкладають свої рішення. Я вдячний Польщі. Обговорили також з Анджеєм питання про статус кандидата для України. Це ключове політичне питання саме зараз. Очікуємо вже найближчими тижнями рішення Європейського Союзу щодо нашої заявки на кандидатство. Я вважаю, що це буде рішення не тільки про Україну, але і про весь європейський проєкт. Про те, чи є у нього майбутнє, як дійсно сильного об'єднання. Готуюсь до нової хвилі звернень та спілкування з політичними та експертними спільнотами світу саме для того, щоб гарантувати нашій державі ту підтримку, якої ми так потребуємо. Це постійний процес збереження уваги, і його не можна зупиняти ні на мить. І це стосується усіх. Насправді, кожна сучасна людина добре знає, як працюють засоби масової інформації. Тримати увагу на одній темі протягом довгого часу дуже складно. Щоб не зменшилась увага до України, до нашої боротьби за свободу. Кожен і кожна мають продовжувати говорити про те, що відбувається. Поширюйте, будь ласка, інформацію. Підтримуйте наші потреби. Звичайно, в першу чергу це стосується журналістів. І сьогодні, до речі, я хочу побажати їм не замикатися тільки на внутрішньому українському контексті. Чим більше ви будете говорити про Україну у світі, тим швидше ми зможемо закінчити війну і звільнити нашу землю. Звичайно, це стосується і усіх представників держави та української політики. Працюйте заради нашої оборони у єдності і на повну силу. Але не забувайте, що бізнес, сфера культури і просто звичайні люди також можуть зробити немало для того, щоб Україна залишалась в топі глобальної уваги. Простий приклад. Сьогодні мені подарували поштові марки, які випустили в Іспанії на підтримку України. Здавалося б, що може змінити поштова марка, але це символ уваги до нашої боротьби, який побачать мільйони людей. Створювати такі символи, спонукати до створення таких символів, говорити про Україну і спонукати до розмов про Україну – це те, що допомагатиме нам у переговорах з представниками держав про конкретну важливу допомогу, яка так необхідна сьогодні Україні. Наші герої не здають позиції в Сєвєродонецьку. У місті продовжуються запеклі вуличні бої. Лисичанськ, Слов'янськ, Бахмут, Святогір'я, Авдіївка, Курахове та інші напрямки російських ударів – це сьогодні найгарячіші точки протистояння. Російська армія намагається задіяти на Донбаському напрямку ще додаткові сили, але 103-й день і український Донбас стоїть міцно. Робимо все для оборони і на Запорізькому напрямку, на Миколаївському також. Я вдячний кожному і кожній, хто витримує тиск, потужний тиск окупантів і захищає нашу державу. 17 тисяч 864 учасника бойових дій відзначені державними нагородами України за час з 24 лютого. Це число на 100% демонструє, який масштаб героїзму нашого народу став відповіддю на повномасштабне вторгнення Росії. Підписав сьогодні новий указ про нагородження наших військових. 121 воїн відзначені нагородами, 32 із них посмертно. Вічна пам'ять усім, хто віддав своє життя за Україну. Вічна слава усім нашим героям. Слава Україні!
And that was the latest update from President Zelensky of Ukraine. We'll continue to monitor the very latest as the war in Ukraine has hit its 104th day. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on the latest when it comes to the vote of no confidence that Boris Johnson, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, survived just 24 hours ago. What does this all mean? Our very own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft breaks that down. And we'll also get you up to speed on the latest business headlines a little bit later on this morning, including an update from Apple that will allow you to edit your iMessages. I know you guys tuning in will be thrilled to hear about that one. And also the latest when it comes to the Elon Musk and Twitter deal, why that may now be off the table once again. All of those details coming up right after this break. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. If you are just joining us, welcome into the show and good morning on this Tuesday, June 7th, 2022. It is just past the 6:30 mark here on the East Coast, and we do want to make sure you are up to speed on all of the top stories we are monitoring. Beginning with the big one, a new record high has been set. The national average for a gallon of regular gas in this country is $4.91. This is going to be a big topic of discussion, not only today as 7 states head to the polls in their respective midterm primaries, but also looking ahead to the other primaries that are going to unfold in the coming weeks, and then ultimately that midterm election in November of this year. We're going to get you up to speed on all of the results as those voters do head to the polls, and also the very latest when it comes to these business headlines from our Fox Business team on the ground. We also are going to keep you up to speed and keep you updated on a Senate Judiciary hearing that is expected to happen later on this morning. And this is going to focus on the threat of domestic terrorism. Of course, all of this after mass shootings have rocked the nation over the past couple of weeks. We will hear from survivors and people directly affected by mass shootings in Buffalo that happened 3 weeks ago at a grocery store. We're also going to hear from individuals affected by the Uvalde school shooting that happened just 2 weeks ago. And of course, all of this comes after a deadly weekend across the nation as over 12 shootings occurred. We did keep our eyes locked in on 2 of them, of course, Philadelphia and Chattanooga. We brought you both of those stories over the weekend. We do want to provide you a bit of an update on that Philadelphia investigation. 2 suspects have been arrested in connection with that case. Those details to come a little bit later on this morning. And Russia is officially returning Ukrainian soldiers, the bodies of Ukrainian soldiers that were killed inside of the Azovstal steel plant in Mariupol. We will work to bring you the very latest details when it comes to the latest on the ground in Ukraine as that invasion has hit day 104. But as promised, we are going to continue with our coverage of international news. And before we took you to that break, we did promise to bring you up to speed on the very latest when it came to Boris Johnson's survival of a vote of no confidence. Here is a live look at London, England, outside of Downing Street. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson avoided being ousted yesterday after narrowly winning a confidence vote just 24 hours ago among his own lawmakers. Our Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan, she has all of the details on this story from London for us. Let's take a listen.
UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson facing a watershed moment in his political career. The British leader, who won a landslide victory in 2019 on Monday, surviving a no-confidence vote from members of his own party. Calls for the Prime Minister's removal centered on parties held by Johnson and his staff when the UK was under lockdown during the pandemic. One such gathering taking place on the eve of Prince Philip's funeral. One of Johnson's biggest supporters said the Prime Minister had, quote, presided over a culture of casual lawbreaking.
I just think it's lie after lie, after lie, after lie, after cover up, after cover up, after change the rules.
Prime Minister has apologised, he's overhauled number 10. And I think what people and our constituents most expect is us to be focusing on them.
Johnson was in attendance at events over the weekend for Queen Elizabeth II's Platinum Jubilee, where he was met with a mix of cheers and boos.
I thought that was so telling, actually, that he got booed. I think that was almost like, that felt like a turning point to me.
The boos, I think, reflected a mood across the country. And that's why, amongst other things, I think that's why many Tory MPs feel that that basic trust has gone.
The last time a UK Prime Minister was removed because of a vote of no confidence was in 1979. Johnson's predecessor, Theresa May, survived a vote of no confidence in 2019, but she resigned just a few months later. In London, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
Thank you to Alex for that update. We will continue to keep a live look here outside of Downing Street as we continue to bring you all of the details as Prime Minister Boris Johnson now tries to patch up his authority after this survival of a vote of no confidence and a really deeply divided nation there. You did just hear many constituents disappointed in Boris Johnson's behavior, especially over the last year or so. And so we'll continue to bring you all of the details as they unfold overseas. We also are bringing you the very latest when it comes to the COVID-19 pandemic and also the mask mandate. Monday marked, and the Northeast is coming out of another wave of COVID-19 cases. Infections are now rising throughout the West as parents wait to get their youngest children vaccinated. Our Fox News correspondent Jonathan Seary, he has more on this.
Just weeks before the official start of summer, the latest COVID-19 surge is shifting to the western U.S. The region now has the highest rate of cases per 100,000 people. According to the CDC, more than a dozen California counties are seeing high transmission. Nationwide, we're averaging around 100,000 cases per day, 4 times the average from 2 months ago. Health experts say contagious Omicron subvariants are fueling the latest surge.
What people should know is that there are really high levels of virus circulating right now because the official numbers are only a fraction of the actual number of cases because of home testing.
As cases climb, some parents are anxiously waiting to get their youngest children vaccinated. FDA vaccine advisors will meet next Wednesday to review vaccines from Pfizer and Moderna for children as young as 6 months old. The White House says kids could begin rolling up their sleeves as early as June 21st.
Within weeks, every parent who wants their child to get vaccinated will be able to get an appointment.
But not everyone will rush to get their kids the shots. According to a Kaiser Family Foundation poll released last month, just 18% of parents say they would immediately get their youngest kids vaccinated.
For the vast majority of kids, for healthy kids, the case may be there, but it's certainly not compelling.
FDA advisors will also meet tomorrow to evaluate a COVID vaccine from Novavax in Atlanta. Jonathan Seary, Fox News.
And thank you to Jonathan for those details. Before we get to our next story, I did want to take you out to a live look at White Bear Lake in Minnesota on this Tuesday morning. An absolutely gorgeous sunrise there. And this is a beautiful image. While the next story that I'm going to share won't leave you feeling nearly as warm and fuzzy as the sunset will, I did want to start off this next segment on a high note before we do shift into the latest news when it comes to our economy and unfortunately those rising gas prices. So let's just take in a moment, take in this gorgeous sunrise as we do all begin our Tuesday mornings, and we want to thank you for choosing to begin your mornings with us here on Live Now from Fox. Out from Minnesota, regardless of where you are tuning in from, you are going to feel the pain at the pump this morning as we can confirm that gas prices have hit a new record high. The national average for a gallon of regular gas is $4.91 this morning. This is the latest number coming into our newsroom as many of you tuning in are not only dealing with obviously record high gas prices, but all of the effects of near record high inflation as well. Our very own Doug Lazader takes a look at how all of these economic woes that we are feeling are going to directly impact voters who are heading to the polls today in 7 states across the country. Let's take a listen.
We hit yet another record for gas prices overnight, with the national average now just below $5 a gallon.
I, Jimmy Carter, do solemnly swear.
What is this, the 1970s? Gas prices are up, way up. So is inflation, and there is widespread economic uncertainty.
Reportedly, you have administration staffers sort of joking, what's next, a horde of locusts?
The national average for a gallon of gas just hit $4.91 this morning. And if you live in one of these states or the District of Columbia, you're already at $5 a gallon or higher. California hit $6.37, and that's just one of the states holding primaries today. Democrats are increasingly worried about their prospects in the midterms.
We need to every day be saying, here are the 2-3 things we're doing to lower price.
I think the president could release more product from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve.
In a tweet, President Biden touted economic growth, writing, "America has achieved the most robust recovery in modern history." And on the energy front, he just invoked the Defense Production Act to help boost the production of solar panels.
What's the emergency in the solar industry?
Well, this is just a step to get to a place where we do have a clean energy arsenal.
Republicans accuse the White House of ignoring the oil industry here at home.
So for Democrats who have these Green New Deal fantasies, $5 gallon gas is not an accident. It's not an unintended consequence. It's very much the intended consequence.
And Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is testifying on Capitol Hill this morning. She will get an earful after recently acknowledging that her inflation predictions were wrong. In Washington, Doug Luzader, Fox News.
And thank you to Doug for that report. The trucking industry officials say American consumers can continue bearing most of the brunt of surging fuel costs as the price of diesel keeps going up and up. Our Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork has more on why it's causing more drivers to slam on the brakes, plus a look at possible economic impacts. It is worth noting that diesel is used by truckers, which is why many of the goods that we are going to be buying in grocery stores, at your local Target or Walmart perhaps, are also going to increase. All of this alongside near record high inflation. Kevin Cork takes a look at all of this.
Sticker shock at the pumps continues. It's a lot. But it's not just gasoline gouging wallets. Data collected by the Associated Press finds the cost of diesel is roughly 70% higher than this time last year, with AAA reporting the national average price is now $5.65 per gallon.
If it keeps going the way it's going, I'm going to find myself in an early grave.
Just like with rising gas prices, market research analysts attribute most of the skyrocketing diesel costs to the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Before the Russian invasion, the oil market was tight. Inventories were low, demand was rising, there's a little spare capacity. And then the Russian invasion has removed some supply from the U.S. and Europe.
But many trucking companies say they just can't keep absorbing the costs.
That will ultimately be reflected in the prices that the consumer pays. And that's part of the increase in the cost of food.
And the situation may only get worse, with many drivers reporting their job wages simply aren't rising at the same rate as diesel prices.
Going from Clackamas, Oregon to Fort Lauderdale, Florida, it was only paying $2,500 to the driver.
Trucks deliver about 70% of all goods transported across the country. Supply chain issues could result if more drivers refuse jobs because of surging diesel prices. Getting tough out there indeed. I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
It certainly is getting tough out here, Kevin. Thank you for that report. We're going to shift gears, continue with the latest business and consumer headlines, but give you some good news. Apple has released its latest iOS update, and those edit options on your messages and perhaps even deleting a message you sent by accident, well, that is all going to be possible with this latest update. Let's take a listen and break it all down from our Fox's Anna Eliopoulos.
Apple on Monday showcasing some big changes on the horizon for its newest operating system, iOS 16. New customization options are coming to the iPhone's lock screen. Users can now add more widgets that provide information at a glance, like weather forecasts and upcoming calendar events.
So I'll add the temperature, my activity rings, and let's drag in the calendar widget.
One feature that will likely be a highly anticipated change for nearly all iPhone users, the ability to edit or unsend a text after it's already been sent.
Have you ever wished you'd never sent that message at all? Well, good news. Now you have undo send, so you can immediately recall a recent misfire.
This is something that especially is widely used by this new Gen Z audience. And now that they're building in more capabilities into iMessage to keep you in there, and keep you glued, I think that's great for the whole ecosystem.
A buy now, pay later feature is also coming to Apple Pay. Now people who pay with the app will have the option to split purchases into 4 equal payments.
Spread over 6 weeks with 0 interest and no fees of any kind.
Outside of the iPhone, Apple also showing off its next generation of MacBooks, powered by the company's latest chip, the M2, which Apple says will provide faster processing while using less power. Something that was absent from Monday's announcement, any mention of Apple's work on a VR headset. Gamers had hoped for news on that gadget, which is rumored to have been in the works for years. Anna Eliopoulos, Fox News.
Not only do we get an edit button, but we also get the delete option. What a way to start your Tuesday. Really is good news for many of you tuning in. They talk about Gen Z wanting that, but I think all generations can agree. We've accidentally sent a message or made a mistake in a message that we maybe want to rethink and take back. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on the latest when it comes to the Elon Musk and Twitter deal and why that could potentially be off the table now yet again. Those details after this break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. We do want to bring you up to speed on the latest when it comes to Tesla CEO Elon Musk and that mega money Twitter deal that could potentially be off the table after Elon Musk has accused Twitter of, quote, actively resisting and thwarting his information rights by failing to provide calculations supporting the social media platform's internal estimate on spam and fake accounts. Quote, this is a clear material breach of Twitter's obligations under the merger agreement. Those were the words from attorneys for Musk that they wrote directly in a letter to Twitter saying that Elon Musk has the right to terminate the merger agreement if these numbers are not handed over to Elon Musk. All of this comes as back in April, Twitter accepted Elon Musk's $44 billion, yes, billion with a B, dollar offer to acquire and take the company private. Our very own Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft breaks down the in and outs of this very complicated deal in this latest chapter in the saga. Let's take a listen.
You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Some big news coming in again with Elon Musk. He's warning he could walk away from his $44 billion takeover deal of Twitter. That's if Twitter doesn't provide data on fake and spam accounts. This is the first time Musk has formally put this warning in writing, as opposed to tweeting, of course. Lawyers for the Tesla and SpaceX CEO made the threat in a letter to Twitter. Twitter had previously downplayed Musk's threats here. So what is the legality of all of this? I want to bring in David DiPietro. David, you've worked on contracts like this in the past. What are your initial thoughts? I mean, what is Musk trying to do with this?
It could be a number of things. I think the most important thing is what did Twitter represent to Musk about the size of their customer base? If their subscribers were much less and that was represented to him, a much higher number, he may have be able to get out of the contract. He may be able to sue for the misrepresentation, or he might be able to bring them back to the table and renegotiate Twitter to be purchased for a lower price because the company actually has less subscribers. So there could be a lot of moving parts here, a lot of negotiations going on back and forth, but this is not uncommon in the purchase of a company. It's really what happens in the due diligence period and whether people can really got the benefit of the bargain they were looking for.
So this is all about these bots, according to Musk, and he's concerned about that before he makes the full commitment into going ahead with this deal for Twitter. In response, the Twitter CEO said that an external review to determine the percentage would be difficult, he said, given the, quote, critical need to use both public and private information. He's talking about this information that they have access to at Twitter that Musk doesn't have access to right now. What is the give and take on this? When does all of that information typically transfer over to the new owner?
Exactly. That's the fight about what we call the due diligence period. Is he wants the finances, he wants how many employees, what the employees are paid. He's basically trying to figure out the value of the company that he purchased was represented appropriately. And if he finds out it wasn't, again, it forces the deal either to fall apart or be go into litigation or just both parties walk away. So this isn't uncommon. Twitter has the information. Musk wants it. They don't want to turn it over because they want to turn over as least amount of information they can to get the deal closed. And Elon Musk wants to get as much information as he can because once he takes over, he's in the driver's seat. If he finds out these problems after the fact, he's in a much different position. He's in a worse position versus not closing on the deal and trying to make sure he's getting the benefit of what he negotiated for.
Well, Musk is saying that he's been asking for this information for a while and still hasn't gotten it. How do you see this all playing out? Do you see him fully pulling out?
That's really what it's in his mind and what's in their mind. I think he's the driver and this is the purchaser. So he's got the equitable title of the company right now. He just needs to close it and have the legal title, so to speak. So it's really up to him on the three things that I mentioned earlier that he could do is either close the deal, litigate on the deal, sue for the deal, sue based upon the representations, or renegotiate the deal. Well, the renegotiating part will require Twitter to come back and renegotiate, which means everybody's going to take less money. So it's a day by day. We'll see what Musk how about he really wants Twitter, because if he really wants it, he'll close the deal. If he's not sure anymore, he won't close the deal. So it really goes to his intent and what he wants to get done.
So say he does walk away from the deal, does he have any financial obligation to Twitter in this? Because we're talking about a $44 billion deal. Is there money left on the table?
It depends. It depends on what the contract says. I'm sure that this contract was very tightly put together. And another thing could be is even though things are in the contract, if things are represented and they're false, you can sue for events outside of the contract. If I represent something like I have 100 million subscribers and come to find out there's only 80 million, then Musk can go outside the contract and sue for false and fraudulent or negligently misrepresented claims. So it's really, this thing can play out in many different ways. The worst place to go is litigation because nobody wins. Twitter loses, Musk loses. It becomes a fight in the courthouse, and I don't see that really going anywhere positive for anybody. So it really is, if Elon Musk wants this deal to close, he will make sure it closes under the terms he can live with.
Well, taking kind of a bird's eye view look at this agreement between Twitter, between Elon Musk, a lot of it has been playing out in public view on Twitter itself. I'm curious what your views are on that.
I guess it's the SEC version of the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. I guess it's a little bit of dramatic news storying that's happening, which is fine because I think this was become such a political, news-oriented event. It's going to be fought out and dragged out into the media. It's very common, I think, and it's just interesting because everybody's got their own perspective on it. What's really going on is really there's probably a handful of people really know what is being negotiated and what's not happening.
Yeah. What do you foresee the timetable of this being with this official letter being written and sent over? Do you think that we could get an indication within the week or the next couple of weeks on whether this deal is a bust?
I think we'll know by June. I don't see a due diligence fight lasting in perpetuity. And I think after 30 days, with the number of lawyers probably working on this case and financial analysts, I think you'll know pretty soon this month what's going to happen.
Yeah, especially with stocks varying, of course, a lot of things depending on this decision, on this procurement from Elon Musk. Any last thoughts on this, David, moving forward?
You know, I know the public finds it very interesting, but for us lawyers, this is somewhat common. You get into big fights over this, fighting over information and what was represented. So to me, it's not a shocking event. I guess it's just because it's played out in public and everybody thought Elon Musk had a deal. It was done. It was over. But you don't have a deal until you take title, until you take possession. So he's got a contract, but he doesn't have possession, and they're fighting over the terms of that final transaction.
All right. We'll be watching it. David DiPietro, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it.
And thank you for that breakdown. We'll continue to monitor the latest when it comes to the Elon Musk and Twitter deal, as we have done since the very beginning. But we here on Live Now from Fox, we prioritize the live, raw, and unfiltered. We are getting in this live feed into our newsroom out of Strasbourg, France. The European Union institutions, which means the European Union Council, the European Union Parliament, and the European Union Commission, are holding a news conference after reaching an agreement on a common and single charging solution for certain electronic devices like mobile phones, tablets, digital cameras. This is a live press conference that is currently happening. So let's listen in live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
We extend a bit the deadline for laptops so that we have the standard, which would be clear, covering until 240 watts. So all laptops will come into effect under the scope immediately when the 16 months extra time that we are giving for the standard to develop, for manufacturers to be able to cater for this standard, so that basically we don't differentiate between different kind of laptops. So it was not a result of lobbying, it was a result of the digital technological realities that we have today, where we have this difference between laptops which have power characteristics under 100 watts and those laptops which are between 100 and 240 watts, which is also a very good chunk. This is not only the exception, but we have a good number of laptops within our market which have power characteristics over 100 watts. Therefore, a bit of a difference from the characteristics, charging characteristics of smartphones and the equipment falling under the scope in 2 years' time. That was the only difference.
C'est vraiment un exemple du fait que notre législation, elle est vraiment évolutive et elle prend en compte uniquement les évolutions technologiques. Voilà, c'est tout. C'est pas les positions établies de monsieur un tel ou de monsieur un tel. C'est, encore une fois, les évolutions technologiques. C'est exactement ce que vient de dire Alex. Donc moi, j'ai rien à rajouter. Donc voilà, on a pris en compte les évolutions technologiques. Et on a estimé effectivement que c'était un délai nécessaire pour faire en sorte que le standard USB-C, il n'était pas encore mis à jour. Ben voilà, on donne le temps de le faire. Voilà, c'est tout.
Please, thank you, and we have a question. Bonjour, Rafida Benekou pour Edaco News. Alors, justement, pour l'évolution technologique, je rebondis par rapport à ça. Les matériaux utilisés, justement, est-ce qu'ils pourront être recyclés? Puisque vous parliez de booster le recyclage. Est-ce que ça a été pensé? Et si ça l'est, comment que ça va se dérouler?
Non, mais c'est une question fondamentale que vous posez et qui dépasse évidemment le
And it does appear that this press conference is both in English and also in French. It is occurring in Strasbourg, France. There are a series of questions and answers. So some are in English. This one obviously is in French. And so we do not have an English translation. We're going to step away for a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we come back, we'll get you up to speed on all of the top stories here on Live Now from Fox. Good morning and welcome into Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Gabrielle Amato, live now from our Orlando studios. It is Tuesday, June 7th, 2022, and we are just past the 7 o'clock hour here on the East Coast. We do want to thank you for choosing to begin your morning with us here on Live Now from Fox. And as a little gift, we do want to begin this morning with a live look at a gorgeous shot of the sunrise out in Minnesota, White Bear Lake. Look at that sunrise and the water just really glistening. Unfortunately, the sights won't be as pretty when you head to the pumps this morning. We do want to bring you up to speed on all of the latest news that we are monitoring, not only stateside, but worldwide this morning. And we do want to begin with the big news. Unfortunately, gas prices have risen yet again. A new national average for a gallon of regular gas in this country is $4.91 a gallon. We are going to be touching base with our Fox Business team later on this morning to get you all of the details. At this rate, we are expected to hit the $5 mark within the week. This number has risen 4 cents since just yesterday. It's risen nearly 15 cents over the last 3 days. It's risen 30 cents over the last week. And so we'll continue to bring you the very latest when it comes to the gas prices in this country. All of this happening at a time where we're also monitoring near record high inflation. And on that note, we do want to bring you out to the White House because this is going to be a big topic of discussion as we head into the midterm elections. We do want to remind you all that voters are headed to the polls this morning in 7 states across the country. We will continue to bring you the latest out of those primaries currently occurring today in California, Iowa, Mississippi, Mississippi, Montana, New Jersey, New Mexico, and also in South Dakota. The economy is a top issue for many voters heading to the polls. And so those details will be coming into our newsroom as the day progresses. Speaking of today, we are going to bring you live, raw, and unfiltered inside of a Senate Judiciary hearing that is expected at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, where families impacted by the Buffalo and Uvalde mass shootings are going to testify at a domestic terrorism hearing. Once again, that is slated for 10 a.m. Eastern. As we always do on Live Now from Fox, we'll take you inside of the Senate for that hearing. And speaking of also the latest when it comes to not only our national news, but international news, the war in Ukraine has entered its 104th day. We can report to you all that Russia is starting to return the bodies of Ukrainian soldiers from that steel plant in Mariupol. To bring us up to speed on not only the latest on the ground in Ukraine, but also the latest response from the United States, a $700 million aid package was sent over to Ukraine. Medium-range missiles were also sent. All of this as Russia has warned the United States not to send long-range missiles, and that Western military shipments will become new targets. We do want to bring you the latest update from our State Department and our spokesman, Ned Price. Let's take a listen.
States. As noted in the statement from the Secretary last month, the Treasury Department designated Russia 1, Channel 1, and NTV, all of which are directly or indirectly state-owned and state-controlled media within Russia, and the revenues from which support President Putin's war. Many other, both independent and state-linked entities remained unsanctioned. The U.S. government continues to engage with Russian media outlets because we believe it is vital for the people of Russia to have access to information. For example, our ambassador to the Russian Federation, John Sullivan, his interview with the TASS state news agency was just published this morning. We also support access to the internet and media by all people, including people in Russia, even as we stand in solidarity with the people of Ukraine. Moscow's efforts to mislead the people of Russia and the world and to suppress the truth about what they are doing in Ukraine continues, including by making it illegal to use the word war in connection with President Putin's full-scale invasion or war on Ukraine. There is no other word except for censorship. Next, I'd like to briefly preview the upcoming 9th Summit of the Americas, which the United States is excited to host this week in Los Angeles, California. From June 6th through 10th, under the theme Building a Sustainable, Resilient, and Equitable Future, heads of state and government officials from throughout the Western Hemisphere will come together to discuss and advance solutions to our most pressing challenges, spanning areas such as health and resilience, climate change, democracy, digital transformation, and equitable economic recovery. Hosting this event again 28 years after we hosted the inaugural summit in Miami in 1994 makes clear our deep and historic commitment to the people of the Western Hemisphere and the commitment of the United States government to implement President Biden's values-driven global infrastructure initiative announced at the Carbis Bay G7 summit in 2021. In addition to the summit's formal leader-level proceedings, the United States is striving to make this 9th Summit of the Americas the most inclusive and accessible to date. 3 stakeholder forums for civil society, youth, and CEOs will foster dialogue between national leaders and people, non-governmental organizations, and businesses of the Americas. We will also engage in direct dialogues with these stakeholders on the margins of the summit, including with citizens from Venezuela, Cuba, and Nicaragua, as we work to realize a more equitable, democratic, and prosperous hemisphere. The United States is excited to invite and amplify diverse voices into the hemispheric dialogue, including the voices of the Los Angeles diasporic communities during our time in a city with some of the deepest cultural, economic, and historic ties to the region. And finally, before I turn to your questions, I just want to note the personnel transition in our office, in my office. On Friday, we had the task of saying goodbye to Principal Deputy Spokesperson Jelena Porter, a longtime colleague of mine, someone whose contributions across the department I greatly value and appreciate. And today, we have the happy task of welcoming Vedant Patel. Many of you will know Vedant, or at least know him by reputation. Vedant comes to us having been an assistant press secretary at the White House. We served together on the transition prior to that. Previously, Vedant has also worked on the Hill as well. I'm confident all of you will enjoy working with Vedant, and we'll be sure to arrange introductions as appropriate in the coming dates. So with that, happy to turn to your questions.
Thanks, Ned, and welcome. Really briefly on some of the Americas in terms of the Secretary's schedule.
Yes.
There. Is he going to be meeting some of these civil society members from Cuba, Nicaragua, and Venezuela?
He has a full schedule. We released a statement this morning indicating some of the elements that he will take part in addition to the fact that he will be accompanying President Biden to many of his bilateral engagements and engagements with government leaders. The Secretary will indeed be taking part in engagements with civil society. Tomorrow evening, for example, he'll be taking part in an event predicated on media freedom. This falls within the bucket of democratic governance and civil society with the region. There will be other opportunities for him to meet not only with civil society stakeholders, but stakeholders from the private sector, in addition to his engagement with government counterparts.
And then related to this, how disappointing is it, or how much of a blow is it to the summit itself, to the administration's hemispheric diplomatic efforts, that the Mexican president is not going to be there? I mean, Mexico is arguably, well, not arguably, it is the only country that borders the U.S. directly, other than Canada. So, how disappointed are you that he won't be there, and what does that mean for the chances of success or failure of any kind of initiative coming out of the hemispheric initiative coming out of it?
Well, as we said, this is a summit that will bring together thousands of individuals, both government officials and private citizens, as well as representatives of the private sector from across the hemisphere. Of course, Mexico is an important hemispheric player. We are very gratified that the Secretary's counterpart, Foreign Secretary Ebrard, will be in attendance. We will have a number of opportunities to engage with our Mexican counterparts in the context of the summit this week, and we look forward to those engagements.
Right, but it's a summit, and Ebrard, as wonderful as he is as Foreign Secretary, I'm sure, at least I guess he is not the head of state. So isn't it a disappointment that you're not having that the leader of Mexico is not going to be there?
We have certainly heard from President Lopez Obrador today. We understand his position on this. As I said before, we look forward to engaging with Foreign Secretary Ebrard. The fact is that Mexico is an important partner across a range of issues. You mentioned one of them, migration. There are a number of other issues, from COVID to a sustainable, equitable, inclusive economic recovery, to the climate crisis we're confronting, in addition to the issue of regional and hemispheric migration. We will have an opportunity to meet with Foreign Secretary Ebrard and to speak with him in the context of the summit. But Mexico, we are gratified to have a relationship with Mexico that is broad and deep, meaning that we have had and we will continue to have a number of occasions to engage with our Mexican neighbors, not only at this summit, but in future engagements in the days and weeks ahead. Humara.
And just not to beat a dead horse on that, but AMLO basically said, quote, "There can't be a summit of Americas if not all countries of the American continent are taking part." So what is your response to that?
Well, as the host of the summit, we do have wide discretion in terms of invitations. We greatly value the diversity of opinions that we've heard from our neighbors in the hemisphere about participation in the summit, what that should look like, what that should not look like. In recent weeks, senior officials, including Secretary Blinken, have been in constant contact, or near constant contact, I should say, with our counterparts throughout the hemisphere. Secretary Blinken has spoken on a number of occasions to Foreign Secretary Ebrard to hear Mexico's perspective on this question. We've also heard the perspectives of other neighbors in the hemisphere. we, again, recognize and respect the position of our allies in supporting and support of inclusive dialogue. We also note, as I have, that non-governmental representatives will be in attendance from Cuba, from Venezuela, and from Nicaragua. Participants from those three countries have registered to take part in stakeholder events.
Just, I mean, where do you think this incident leaves U.S.-Mexico bilateral relations? Can you say that it's completely unscathed?
We have a broad and deep relationship with Mexico. We will be able to explore and to delve into elements of that relationship with our Mexican neighbors. This week in Los Angeles, we will have engagements with our Mexican neighbors in the coming days and weeks beyond that. So certainly there are a diversity of opinions when it comes to who should be invited to the Summit of the Americas. The United States, as I mentioned before, as the convener of this particular summit, has broad discretion. We have done our best to incorporate the viewpoints of the hemisphere. When it comes to our Mexican partners, we look forward to engaging with the Foreign Secretary. Francesco.
Yeah, the White House just confirmed today that those three countries weren't invited. Does that mean that until the end, possible potential invitation of one of them or three of them was on the table, and what made the balance go on the side of not inviting them?
Well, I can tell you that we were in discussions with our hemispheric neighbors until very recent hours. And in fact, Secretary Blinken had an opportunity to speak most recently with Foreign Secretary Ebrard last night. We have been in regular contact with other neighbors throughout the hemisphere. We've been in contact with civil society stakeholders. We've been in regular contact with Congress as well. When it comes to the participation and the issues that have been at the fore, I think it is unfortunately notable that one of the key elements of this summit is democratic governance. And these three countries are not exemplars, to put it mildly, of democratic governance. In recent days alone, the Cuban regime has tried two artists on charges that actually criminalize the freedom of speech and artistic expression in Cuba. Diplomats and the press were barred entry to their trials. We're anxiously awaiting the verdicts. But again, this most recent suppression of freedom of expression is a hallmark of what we have seen from this Cuban regime over the course of years, but especially since the protest of July 11th last year. Since those protests, this is a regime that has not countenanced peaceful opposition. Of course, we've seen these two ongoing trials. We're awaiting the verdict in these cases, but these are not isolated incidents. We have seen this regime arrest, detain, hold without charge, hold incommunicado, individuals who are doing nothing but expressing the universal right that they have to assemble peacefully, to express their views, and views that did not happen to correspond with the views of the Cuban regime. For that supposed offense, they have been detained, they've been deprived of their liberty, they have been deprived of rights that should be universal. The same, of course, could be said of what has happened in Nicaragua, where we've seen an increasingly constricted space for civil society, and of course Venezuela under the Maduro regime, a regime that we don't recognize, and we continue, of course, to recognize the leadership of interim President Juan Guaido.
Do you mean that absent these most recent steps by Cuba, an invitation at some level could have been possible, or were you sharing some more precise demands on something to do on democracy, etc.?
I'm not saying that. I am saying that the challenges that these three regimes pose to some of the central tenets of the Summit of the Americas that is to be held this week, those challenges were just insurmountable when you talk about bringing together a summit where democratic governance, democratic values is on the agenda. Now, of course, we have worked closely, we have listened carefully to other countries, to important stakeholders in the region. Many of our neighbors have voiced their opinions, their good faith opinions about what a Summit of the Americas should look like in terms of representation. We will continue to have an opportunity to discuss the issues that are at the heart of this summit with those partners, and we'll have an opportunity to discuss the issues that are at the heart of the summit with civil society representatives, including the civil society representatives that will be in attendance, or at least that have registered from these three countries, Cuba, Venezuela, and Nicaragua. Said.
Thank you. Very quick question. Will Guaido be represented? Will he attend? Will he be represented in this summit?
We expect that representatives of the interim government of Juan Guaido will participate in the summit. Yes.
Just one final thing. I mean, you certainly cannot wish these countries away. I mean, you know, you've had some sort of animosity with Cuba for 60 years and so on. You cannot just wish them away. Why not include them in these discussions? I mean, I asked you this on Bagman the other day. I mean, you don't want just the countries that you agree with. You want countries that you disagree with in this summit.
Well, Saeed, our policy towards each of these countries, Nicaragua, Venezuela, and Cuba, is predicated on one thing, and that is furthering or advancing the democratic aspirations of the Cuban people, the Venezuelan people, and the Nicaraguan people. Of course, we can't just wish the challenges, the profound challenges to democratic governance away in any of these three countries. That is not what we have done. But as I said before, in recent weeks, in at least one of these cases, and in all three in one way or another, the challenge to democratic governance has only been underlined by the actions of these regimes. When it comes to our approach to all three countries, we have taken steps, including steps in recent weeks with at least a couple of these countries that, at least in our estimation, seek to advance the democratic aspirations, the aspirations of these three people to live in a more freer, more open society. We have taken concrete steps. We will continue to do what we can to advance the cause of liberty, to advance the cause of democracy that these three peoples so desire. Kylie.
Can we go to Russia unless...
Anything else on the summit? Sure. I'll take two quick summit questions. Sure.
My question is foreign policy advisor to the president of Azerbaijan, Hikmet Aliyev.
We'll come to other regions in a moment. Anything else on the Summit of the Americas? All right, let's go. Sorry, Kylie. We'll come back.
Just back to your opener then. I'm just wondering if you can explain to us if there will be any cost for Russia if they do, in fact, kick out these Western journalists that they are now threatening, and if you guys at the State Department found out about these retaliatory steps that they are considering directly, or if you found out about them in the same way that the journalists did from the Kremlin.
My understanding is that we found out the same way all of you did when your colleagues were summoned to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and essentially read a riot act that was a litany of false equivalents. Look, Russia has already suffered devastating reputational costs. And of course, any effort to further suppress or constrict the ability of independent journalists to operate freely inside Russia will incur further reputational costs for Moscow, as if those costs needed to be underlined any further. But I think what we've seen is that regardless of the steps that Russia attempts to take, their efforts to fully suppress, to fully clamp down on truthful information those efforts are going to be futile. And we have already seen that. We have seen even senior Russian government officials express and air their grievances, their profound disagreements with the policy choices of the Kremlin, most notably the choice that the Kremlin has taken to wage a brutal war against Ukraine, to air those disagreements publicly. In the earliest days of this war of choice, this unjustified war, we saw thousands, tens of thousands of individuals across dozens of Russian cities peacefully take to the streets. Many of them were detained, many of them were arrested for doing nothing more than, again, exercising what should be the universal right to freedom of assembly. And so the point is that even as Russia tries to put forward these false arguments, these lies, to justify what is a clear and apparent effort to intimidate independent journalists, Russia will not be able to fully suppress the dissent, even within their own system, to this brutal war against Ukraine. There could be no means of doing that because we know that opposition.
All right, everybody, you are streaming live now from Fox. Happy Tuesday. It is June 7th. We are currently taking a look back to the latest press briefing from the State Department spokesperson Ned Price, giving us an update not only on the latest information from overseas as the Russian invasion of Ukraine officially enters day 104, but you also have him speaking on the Summit of the Americas, which is happening in Los Angeles throughout the week, hosted by President Biden and his administration. We've got Vice President Kamala Harris already in California, and people from all over the world making their way to this summit, but actually a lot of no-shows as well. So we'll get into some more information for you with that when it comes to the Summit of the Americas here in just a little bit. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. As you can see, we've got some of the major top stories that we are following for you here this morning to the left-hand side of your screen. And when you come back, we are going to bring you the very latest on all of the developments we have on these top stories, not just here in the United States, but overseas as well. Stay with us. Good morning, everybody. You are streaming live now from Fox. It is Tuesday, June 7th. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you from our Orlando, Florida studios. I'll be with you for the next several hours, bringing you the latest developments on all of the top stories that we're not only following here in the United States, but overseas as well. We've officially entered day 104 of the war in Ukraine. We're also following some news out of England when it comes to the status of Prime Minister Boris Johnson out there in the United Kingdom. So we'll get to all that here in just a bit. Before I run through the top stories as well, I'd also like to invite you to follow me on social media. All of our Live Now from Fox hosts not only bring you all of our top stories and information here on the show, but we're constantly posting to social media with more information and any new developments as we get them. So be sure to follow us all here on Live Now from Fox on Twitter, Instagram, whatever you prefer. Meanwhile, when it comes to top stories that we're following, you can see we've got the big ones there to the left-hand side of your screen. So I'm going to walk you through some of what we've got going on here. Obviously, we've been tracking those very, very high gas prices that don't seem to be getting any lower. We've got the new national average confirmed by AAA as $4.91 a gallon. We're going to be touching base with our Fox Business reporters live a little bit later in our show, but obviously this is continuing to impact American Americans. And this is just a national average, I need to mention. I mean, we've been out in states like California, where some gas stations are charging up to $8 to $10 a gallon. And then you've got sort of a ripple domino effect on how this is affecting certain industries. In a little bit, we'll also have a report for you on how the price of diesel is impacting the trucking industry, getting all of our goods to stores across America, and then continuing to hike up the price of really all the basic needs that we use daily as Americans. So we'll be touching more on that in just a little bit. I also want to take you out live right now to Uvalde, Texas, and that is because we can tell you that at 10 a.m. Eastern time, we can take you from Uvalde out to Capitol Hill right now. It's going to be a very somber, emotional day out there in Washington, D.C., and that is because members of the Buffalo, New York community will also be on Capitol Hill alongside people impacted by the Uvalde mass shooting inside of Robb Elementary School a couple of weeks ago. They are going to be testifying before a Senate Judiciary Committee panel regarding domestic terrorism. So during the hearing, we do know that retired Buffalo Fire Commissioner Garnell Whitfield will testify. His mother, 86-year-old Ruth Whitfield, was one of the 10 victims that was killed by an 18-year-old gunman. It was 10 total people inside of that Tops grocery store back on May 14th. So we're going to hear from those families, those impacted community members as well. Other witnesses scheduled to testify are a former special agent for the FBI, a former U.S. attorney from Cleveland, Ohio, and a professor of public interest law at the George Washington University Law School. We also do know that Zenaida Everhart, the mother of one of the victims who was injured in the Buffalo mass shooting, she's going to testify. And then her panel also includes parents of a child who was killed in the mass shooting at Uvalde, Texas, a fourth grade student at Robb Elementary School. And actually, one of the people testifying on behalf of that mass shooting is going to be Uvalde's only pediatrician. So again, we've gotten this feed to our desk nearly every day since that mass shooting unfolded weeks ago. This is a growing memorial in downtown Uvalde, a very tight-knit community, about 16,000 people. And unfortunately, it's just been something that we've been continuing to cover, major shootings across the United States, and really how lawmakers in these states, as well as lawmakers nationwide, are reacting. And we'll get to that here in just a moment. We've also got midterm primaries happening in 7 states across the countries today. And when it comes to gas prices and the state of our economy, that is a huge concern on the ballot. So that's really what I want to start off our coverage with this morning. We've got Fox's Doug Lazater speaking on this, plus what else is a major concern for people heading to the voting polls today.
We hit yet another record for gas prices overnight, with the national average now just below $5 a gallon.
I, Jimmy Carter, do solemnly swear.
What is this, the 1970s? Gas prices are up, way up. So is inflation, and there is widespread economic uncertainty.
Reportedly, you have administration staffers sort of joking, what's next, a horde of locusts?
The national average for a gallon of gas just hit $4.91 this morning. And if you live in one of these states or the District of Columbia, you're already at $5 a gallon or higher. California hit $6.37, and that's just one of the states holding primaries today. Democrats are increasingly worried about their prospects in the midterms.
We need to every day be saying, here are the 2-3 things we're doing to lower price. I think the president could release more product from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve.
In a tweet, President Biden touted economic growth, writing, "America has achieved the most robust recovery in modern history." And on the energy front, he just invoked the Defense Production Act to help boost the production of solar panels.
What's the emergency in the solar industry?
Well, this is just a step to get to a place where we do have a clean energy arsenal.
Republicans accuse the White House of ignoring the oil industry here at home.
So for Democrats who have these Green New Deal fantasies, $5 gallon gas is not an accident. It's not an unintended consequence. It's very much the intended consequence.
And Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is testifying on Capitol Hill this morning. She will get an earful after recently acknowledging that her inflation predictions were wrong. In Washington, Doug Lazater, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Doug Lazater for that report. Again, be sure to stick with us. Not only will we be joined by Fox Business Network's reporters throughout our show, but we'll also be joined a little bit later as those numbers come in by political experts. Our very own Andrew Kraft definitely taking that political beat and speaking with Washington Post reporters as well as state representatives on the top concern for voters. And obviously, as Doug Lazater reported, the economy, gas prices, inflation, definitely at the top of the list. But also at the top of the list comes gun legislation and gun laws. So I do want to get into some coverage right now of that mass shooting in Philadelphia. I'm going to lower the volume for just a moment for you. As you could see, a lot of commotion. New video coming into our desk this morning of the moments that shots were fired in the mass shooting on South Street in Philadelphia. So this is a really popular area to go out. Now, the shooting sent dozens of people running to safety Saturday night. As you could see right here, 3 people were killed and 11 people were injured in the attack. Police say it all began as a fight between 3 men broke out. 2 of the men pulled out a gun and opened fire, exchanging a total of 17 rounds. 1 man was shot and killed at the scene. The second was left in serious condition. And yesterday, authorities confirmed that 2 people are in custody in connection to this shooting. We actually are on standby for a live report from South Street this morning with Fox 29 Philadelphia's Steve Keeley. But right now, we had Fox 29's Kelly Rule on the scene last night as the U.S. Marshal Service made the arrest of one of these suspects. She's got the latest on their identities and the charges that they are facing. Let's take a listen.
A second suspect is in custody tonight, 43-year-old Rashawn Vereen. The U.S. Marshal Service says he is facing numerous charges, including attempted murder and aggravated assault. The United States Marshals provided us with these pictures of when they took 43-year-old Rashawn Vereen into custody without any issues tonight. The second suspect arrested in connection with Saturday's mass shooting on South Street.
We observed him exit the residence. We had plenty of officers in plain clothes from both Philadelphia Homicide and ATF. Tactical decision was made to take him, arrest him out in the street, and that was executed without incident.
Philadelphia police executed a search warrant on his South Philadelphia home on Hamburger Street and came out with bags of evidence. Neighbors watched in disbelief.
Yeah, I'm just glad that they caught him.
Sources say Vereen is a friend of Gregory Jackson and believed to be involved in the initial fight that sparked this mass shooting. The district attorney's office says Jackson is the man in the white shirt and Micah Towns is in the black shirt. Police sources tell us words were exchanged between the two. They do not believe they knew each other before the gunshots. The DA's office says Jackson shoots Towns first, wounding him, and Towns fires back, killing Jackson. The DA's office says both men had licenses to carry.
Micah Towns is not being charged in this case. He's not.
The DA's office says Karan Garner, believed to be Towns' friend, fired down South Street. One officer fired at Garner multiple times, hitting him in the hand.
The gun that he used was left at the scene. It is a ghost gun, and it did have an extended magazine.
He is now in custody, facing multiple charges. Sources tell me tonight they are looking for at least 2 other shooters, including the person who fired from a .40 caliber gun. They believe that person is responsible for fatally shooting 27-year-old Alexis Quinn, an innocent bystander. In South Philadelphia, I'm Kelly Rule, Fox 29 News.
All right, thank you to Kelly Rule for that report. Meanwhile, here is a live now look over the city of Philadelphia this Tuesday morning. Only 7:42 a.m. here on the East Coast. And as we continue some coverage of that mass shooting from over the weekend, we're also learning more about the 3 innocent victims that lost their lives. Today, we've got pictures of them right here for you in front of your eyes. 22-year-old Christopher Minners to the upper left-hand side of your screen. We are learning that he was a second grade teacher resident advisor at Girard College in Philadelphia who was actually out celebrating his birthday that night. And then to the right, you've got 27-year-old Alexis Quinn. To the bottom, 34-year-old Gregory Jackson. He was a member of the city's skating and boxing communities. 11 others who were also shot are also recovering from their injuries. So first, I want to head out to a vigil that was held for these victims since this shooting unfolded on Saturday. And then we're also hearing from some of the victims that were grazed by bullets but are expected to make a full recovery. Let's listen in.
His nickname was 1K, and his friends and family tell me he was wise beyond his years. You can see how much he meant to them. They filled up this entire block to remember him.
Treated everybody fairly, no matter who you was. Confident. I never seen nobody that confident at that age. Confidence I wish I had. You know what I mean? I came to my little brother for advice way more than he came to me.
The community surrounded Chris Minner's parents and loved ones as they talked about the hope and happiness he gave to everyone he met. His brother had just talked to him about his dreams.
Saving up for his first house, he was going to renovate it and sell it. We called him my golden child, you know what I mean?
This balloon release symbolic of how he uplifted his community. He was a resident advisor for 2nd and 6th grade boys at Girard College. On Saturday, Chris was out celebrating his 22nd birthday when gunfire erupted on South Street. He was one of the 3 people killed. The emotions still too raw for mom and dad to talk on camera, but his brother's asking for the trigger pullers to think before they take a life.
We got to tighten up with this gun violence in Philly and everywhere. It's horrible. It's too many lost souls too fast.
I've been talking to the aunt of 27-year-old Alexis Quinn. They say it's just still too raw for them to talk yet. So many families affected by this mass shooting. In North Philadelphia, Eddie Kadam, Fox 29 News.
Yes, 3 dead and nearly a dozen injured. So many left to deal with the memory of this violence. They try to move forward, but yes, it is incredibly difficult.
The girl came across the street, and unfortunately, she died right there, right in front of me.
As they got in front of Dobbs, I heard bang, 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 but it's a celebration. Why wouldn't that be dynamite? You know, we're close to the 4th.
Hardly a celebration or the fun and revelry that is typical South Street on a busy Saturday night.
Obviously, the gunman was motivated to go find that other person, motivated to the point where indiscriminate people were less of a priority than getting that guy.
69-year-old retired nurse and now a part-time musician, Rusty Crowell, was among those grazed in the leg by a bullet during the wild weekend shooting. It wasn't his time, and he feels lucky to see another day.
Vendettas, drugs.
As police sort out the mess of this mass shooting, people who work in the neighborhood are pretty freaked out.
I don't understand it anymore. Like, I really don't understand what am I supposed to do. I mean, at this point, I can get a gun just as easy as everybody else, so maybe I should, right?
Thomas Boswell says he won't, but is tired and scared of the continued violence. So is Eric Walsh, who dealt with bloodied and injured victims after the shooting.
It was absolutely hard. People were terrorized. It was horrible.
I had a chance to view some graphic surveillance video from a nearby store, but of course, being here, witnessing it, and living through it during the shooting and the aftermath is certainly unimaginable. On South Street in Philadelphia, I'm Joanne Pileggi, Fox 29.
All right, a big thanks to our Fox 29 Philadelphia team. Again, here's another live vantage point we have coming from Philadelphia on this Tuesday morning. And like I mentioned, South Street is a really popular area in Philadelphia to go out. There's a lot of businesses, and now those business owners on South Street are demanding heightened security measures from the Philadelphia Police Department in the wake of this deadly mass shooting that erupted along one of the city's most popular areas to have a good time. One of the 22-year-old victims celebrating his birthday that evening. So our Fox 29 Philadelphia team continuing this coverage for us, speaking with business owners on what they would like to see and really their reaction to everything that unfolded over the weekend. Let's take a listen.
Business owners have a lot of concerns about safety. We talked to one of them who actually jumped into action on Saturday night.
I just flipped a switch and I just went right into like my military training.
Ron Dangler, 23 years in the military, now the owner of Dobbs on South, says he was tending bar Saturday night. When the shooting happened outside his window, he sprung into action.
There was a guy on the ground out front and was hurt. So I went out front and I started rendering aid to him. And then there was 2 other injured people to our left.
Now, 2 days later, he's processing the night.
They had their hands full, the police.
Fox 29 News obtained several videos of people packing the street, chaos and fights before the shots were fired. Philly police say they were operating with increased patrols in the area Saturday night, but they had a large area to cover.
We're going to look at it and reevaluate it and determine changes.
Mike Harris, the executive director of South Street Hen House Business District, says he talks with police constantly. Right now, his association is determining immediate safety needs.
What can be done in terms of sidewalk security, in terms of ATVs and dirt bikes, in terms of crowd control.
South Street business owner Sam Shaw says she was born and raised in this neighborhood and is not going anywhere. While she's frustrated and angry about the safety concerns, she's hopeful that the shooting will lead to change.
Yesterday, most importantly, the street was busy. My shop was busy. The neighborhood was out. People came down here, and that's the best thing.
The Philly Police Department says it is reevaluating its South Street safety plan. Meanwhile, we reached out to Mayor Kenny both yesterday and today to do an interview with him. We were told that he didn't have any availability. Reporting from Old City, I'm Jennifer Joyce, Fox 29 News.
All right, thank you to Jennifer Joyce for that report. Continuing this coverage with a live update for you out of the city of Philadelphia. Again, this is some of the new video that we are getting into our desk this morning from the moments that shots were fired, people running for safety, not knowing what was going on. Well, again, we do have new details to bring you this morning. 2 suspects officially arrested. That announcement was made yesterday, but there's a little bit of nitty-gritty when it comes to their charges and really what's next in this investigation. So I do want to head out to South Street Live. That is where Fox's Steve Keeley is following this story for us this morning. Steve, a very fluid investigation still, to say the least. What can you tell us?
Yeah, the DA said it was changing by the hour, and it really did yesterday. It developed soon in the morning with the first what they expect to be many arrests. An 18-year-old. He was the man who a police officer saw shooting with an extended magazine, and we learned that was a ghost gun, one of those homemade guns with parts you buy from the internet. But the extended magazine, maybe he could have had 50 bullets in there. We don't know how many shots he got off yet, but if that officer didn't see him, didn't shoot at him after telling him to drop the gun 3 times, didn't hit him in the hand but forced him to drop the gun, we could have a whole lot more people dead and wounded, because he was still firing when the officer, with sharpshooter precision, hit him in the hand, forces the guy to drop the gun, and that guy was arrested at the hospital yesterday. So it could have been way worse. So that officer of the year here in a lot of people's minds. The second arrest, a 34-year-old man, and he was picked up by marshals last night. No problem finding him in South Philadelphia, not too far from South Street, but he was the guy that everybody around the world saw in the video that came out that started this whole thing. He's the guy in the denim jacket whose hat falls off when he throws the first punch at one of the many wounded people. And we learned his friend, also 34-year-old, who died, Greg Jackson, he and the man that he attacked both had legal guns. They were carrying permits to have a concealed weapon on them, but both were boxers. And you're thinking, why do people who learn and train to fight with their hands feel the need to shoot at each other on the streets of Philadelphia? And then the most disturbing thing we heard was from one of the people in those businesses on South Street, a guy named Eric Walsh. He is working in this bar right at the corner, watches everything happen, sees one of the 3 victims shot and killed, the woman, Alexis Quinn. And what he sees after that, when police try to save her life and get her to the hospital, was extremely disturbing to everybody who's heard this from him now.
I heard pop, 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 and I went, those aren't firecrackers, as everybody started to run every which way. And then the girl came across the street, and unfortunately, she died right there, right in front of me. They picked her up right there.
Right there.
And they put her in the RMP.
Yeah.
And they surrounded the car, and they wouldn't let them get through. And all they kept saying was, "F the police." Are you kidding me, dude? They picked her up, they wrapped her in a blanket, and they picked her up, and they wouldn't let her go. They wouldn't let them go through. Even though the sergeant told me she was DOA. Are you kidding me right now? F Everybody hates the police until they need the police. Makes me sick to my stomach.
Steve, that was very emotional sound from that witness, to say the least. So really, when it comes to this investigation, I mean, what is next? Because like you mentioned, these two men were not charged with murder. So what can we expect moving forward?
Yeah, it's so awful to hear when cops are trying to save that woman's life, to hear people blocking their car. Here in Philadelphia, they call it a scoop and run, where they put victims of shootings in the back of cars. If not for doing that and waiting for an ambulance, so many more hundreds of people every year would have bled to death and added to the record homicide total here. So what's going to happen is, they've said on Sunday that 5 guns, based on all the shells they found on the street, were used in that mass shooting. They only had 2 of them. They've only made 2 arrests, and then we learned that a .40 caliber gun, different than the 2 guns they found, one that the guy was shooting the ghost gun, and the other gun they got was a .40 caliber gun that killed Alexis Quinn, the woman shot and killed there that man was talking about in front of him. So that gun, that shooter, that killer is still out there. So no one charged with these homicides yet. By the way, the man you saw in that video that was getting attacked, who also had a legal right to fire a gun and got into the gunfight with that man Greg Jackson in the white shirt, who was one of the 3 dead, will not be charged because it was an obvious case of self-defense and he had a legal right to carry that gun. So this investigation advancing by the hour. We're expecting maybe the next arrest today, and maybe somebody will be identified for killing that person with that .40 caliber gun eventually.
Yeah, and you know, Steve, in the meantime, as this investigation develops, what has the reaction been from the community? I mean, I've been following your posts on social media, and I've been seeing that at this point, people are saying that they're scared to walk outside in Philadelphia. What has the reaction been like?
Yeah, they were saying that sadly all springtime, because there's been so much crime here, so many mass shootings, not as many as this time, but they're afraid to go outside their front porch, for instance. They're afraid even to be in their house because their shooting so often is coming into the people's homes. A lot of people wish they could move, but they can't afford to move. So what happens next? Well, Philly police have had trouble on that South Street before. They have a substation on there already, so they have around-the-clock presence there. They had added police there because they expected a big crowd Saturday night, and still you're going to have people that are not deterred by the cops, people that are jumping on police cars, yelling at the police. And we're hoping in this city that somebody will start respecting the law and realizing the cops are there to help you have a safe night out, not to ruin your night. And police know they have a balancing act. They can't tell people, get out of the street. They want people to enjoy themselves, but they also want people to get home to their moms, dads, brothers and sisters, sons and daughters safely after they enjoy themselves out for a night out on town.
Absolutely. And, you know, it's like really hard to hear that one of those victims celebrating their 22nd birthday. So, again, as this investigation continues, those 3 lives being honored at Vigils. Steve, we really thank you for joining us, keeping our viewers all up to speed on this lengthy investigation. We'll be in touch with your team throughout the day. Thanks so much.
Okay.
All right, everybody, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. Like Steve said, an investigation that is changing by the minute, by the hour. So if we do get any more updates out of Philadelphia from authorities, we will be certain to bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. In the wake of yet another mass shooting, we can let you know that there is going to be a hearing, a Senate Judiciary Committee hearing at 10 a.m. Eastern Time. So in just a little more than 2 hours, where community members not only impacted by the Buffalo mass shooting, where 10 people were killed in a predominantly black neighborhood inside of a grocery store, but also a family of a 4th grader that was shot and killed in the Uvalde mass shooting inside of Robb Elementary School, all testifying on how they were impacted, talking about what they want to see change, not only in their states, in their communities, but also as a nation. This is actually a live look we have of the growing memorial in Uvalde, Texas. 19 children and their 2 teachers killed inside of one 4th grade classroom. When we come back from this 2-minute commercial break, it'll be the top of the hour, and we'll get you all up to speed on this hearing, on other top stories that we're following, and then into how lawmakers and the Biden administration are continuing to move forward, have discussions, and try to act on gun legislation in America. Stay with us. Good morning, everybody. You're watching Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday, June 7th. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from our Orlando, Florida studios, continuing to bring you all the latest information on top stories, not only that we are following here in the United States, but we'll get into some news happening overseas as well in the next couple of minutes. You can see to the left-hand side of your screen some of the major top stories that we are following here this morning. So I'm going to run you through those really quickly now that we have reached the top of the 8 o'clock Eastern time hour, only 5 a.m. out there on the West Coast, but regardless of where you're watching us from, thanks so much for starting off your morning with us. I do want to head out live right now to a shot that we've gotten quite a few times in a row each and every day at this point from Uvalde, Texas, where the 19 children and 2 teachers that were killed in a mass shooting at Robb Elementary School at this point 2 weeks ago is continuing to grow. You can see balloons, teddy bears, pictures of these victims, funerals for the victims continuing through the middle of this month since there were just so many. We do know that today there will be one for a 4th grade student. Well, they were all in the same 4th grade class, but Xavier Lopez will be laid to rest. A lot of the community members stepping up for these families during these really, really hard times. Actually, an artist out there designing personalized caskets for each one of the victims. He met individually with each family to learn about their interests, learn about what they love to do, and put the art and really those tributes on the casket. So really such an emotional time for this tight-knit community and so many other communities that have dealt with mass shootings over the last several weeks. We were just out live in Philadelphia before the top of the hour with the very latest on 2 suspects that were arrested in connection to a mass shooting in Philadelphia that claimed the lives of 3 people, 11 others also injured. And in the wake of all of these mass shootings, we can actually take you live right now to Capitol Hill. Be sure to stick with us because at 10 a.m. Eastern time, community members from Buffalo, New York, as well as Uvalde, Texas, are going to testify before a Senate Judiciary Committee. They're holding a hearing today to examine the domestic terrorism threat after the mass shooting on May 14th inside of the Tops grocery store. That claimed the lives of 10 people in a predominantly black neighborhood. During that hearing, we do know we're expected to hear from retired Buffalo Fire Commissioner Garnell Whitfield. His mother, who was 86-year-old Ruth Whitfield, was one of those 10 victims. Other witnesses scheduled to testify are a former special agent for the FBI, a former U.S. attorney from Cleveland, Ohio, and a professor of public interest law at the George Washington University Law School. Then we are expected to hear from the mother of one of the victims injured in Buffalo, and on her panel will include parents of a child who was killed in the mass shooting in Uvalde. One of those parents, also Uvalde's only pediatrician, so was helping treat some of the victims that were not killed but were seriously injured at local hospitals. So be sure again to stick with us. 10 a.m. Eastern time will likely be a very emotional day out there on Capitol Hill as community members recount these terrifying moments that so many innocent lives were lost in all of these communities across the nation. And when it comes to what lawmakers, not only stateside but across the nation, are doing to address gun legislation, I do want to bring you the latest report from our Fox News team examining just that. Let's listen in.
The country reeling from a violent weekend. At least 17 people are dead after more than a dozen mass shootings from Friday to Sunday in several states, including Pennsylvania, Arizona, South Carolina, and Tennessee.
Help us, Lord, help us. Please, God, help us.
The shootings are fueling more calls for Congress to enact gun safety legislation. The group Students Demand Action rallied outside of the Capitol Monday.
Don't look away. Don't look away. Don't look away.
As the president makes a similar appeal.
He can't do it all alone, right? He has taken some action, some executive actions as we've talked about here, and he believes that Congress should continue to act.
All eyes are on the Senate to see if they can reach an agreement on a narrow bill that includes potentially closing some background check loopholes, securing schools, and addressing mental health.
We are not talking about restricting the rights of current law-abiding gun owners or citizens. This is a constitutional right.
Democrats admit the legislation might not go as far as they'd like, but indicate they're willing to compromise to get something done.
We're going to keep working and trying as long and hard as possible, but we need something real and meaningful.
The House is getting ready to vote in the coming days on more expansive gun safety legislation. But the measures are unlikely to pass in the Senate, which is hoping to reach its own agreement by the end of the week. In Washington, Mather Rivera, Fox News. All right, thank you to Madeline Rivera for that report. We're going from Washington, D.C. out to a shot we have of Buffalo, New York this Tuesday morning. And we're actually going to stay in New York because New York Governor Kathy Hochul actually signed 10 bills into law just yesterday intended to strengthen the state's gun laws after recent mass shootings in Buffalo, New York, Uvalde, Philadelphia. That list, unfortunately, just keeps growing and growing. Also in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Among the new laws is the prohibition of the sale of body armor to civilians, the requirement to have a license to purchase semi-automatic rifles, the making of a threat of mass harm as a crime, and the strengthening of the state's red flag laws, which make it easier to take guns away from dangerous people before they commit a crime. So to break it all down for us a little further is Fox 5 New York's Robert Moses with more on this story.
This keeps me up at night.
Mayor Eric Adams shudders to think about what could happen if the Supreme Court overturns a law in New York State restricting the carrying of handguns. The High Court, with a conservative majority, could rule any day now. Many predict the justices will make it much easier to legally carry guns in the state.
This is going to be a real mess to police.
John Miller, the NYPD's Deputy Commissioner of Intelligence and Counterterrorism, told The Times that a ruling that eases restrictions could lead to more people buying guns, which could then lead to more thefts of guns from vehicles and homes. Those weapons could then be used to commit crimes. The mayor envisions a whole new world, and he doesn't like what he sees at all.
Can you imagine being on a 4 train with someone having a 9mm exposed? Everyone on the train is carrying. This is not the Wild Wild West.
The mayor touted progress in fighting crime. He says this year police have taken 3,000 guns off the streets. And new statistics show shooting incidents are down nearly 10% this year compared to last. The mayor attributed much of the success to new neighborhood safety teams, hundreds of plainclothes officers deployed in high-crime precincts, a reboot of the much-maligned anti-crime units.
I'm focused. I knew we were doing the right thing.
Governor Kathy Hochul signed a package of 10 bills strengthening New York's gun laws. One measure outlaws the purchase of semi-automatic rifles by anyone under age 21. Another restricts the buying of body armor to those in certain professions. The new laws follow a spate of mass shootings, including one last month at a supermarket in Hochul's hometown of Buffalo.
It just keeps happening. Shots ring out, flags come down, and nothing ever changes, except here in New York.
This keeps me up at night.
Mayor Eric Adams shudders to...
All right, thank you to Robert Moses with Fox 5 New York. Again, be sure to stick with us because at 10 a.m. Eastern time, we will be hearing from community members, not only from Buffalo, but also Uvalde, as well as other experts testify before that Senate Judiciary Committee at 10 a.m. Eastern time. Will likely be very emotional conversations and recounts of those horrific moments that these mass shootings unfolded. Meanwhile, staying out in Washington, D.C., this is that live look we have of the Capitol building this morning, and that is because we have new information for you regarding the January 6th Capitol riot. We can tell you this morning that the former top leader of the far-right Proud Boys extremist group and other members were charged with seditious conspiracy for what federal prosecutors say was a coordinated attack on the U.S. Capitol to stop Congress from certifying President Joe Biden's 2020 electoral victory. County. The latest indictment against the former Proud Boys chairman and 4 others linked to the group comes as the U.S. House Committee investigating the January 6 riot prepares to begin public hearings this week to lay out its findings. Those are going to begin on Thursday. The indictment yesterday officially alleges that the Proud Boys conspired to forcibly oppose the lawful transition of presidential power. One of the leaders and others were previously charged with different conspiracy counts. They are scheduled to stand trial in August in Washington, D.C.'s federal court. Meanwhile, I also do want to have this story take us out to Tampa, Florida. That is where 2 Tampa Bay area men were also arrested for their role in the January 6 Capitol riot attacks. Let's listen in.
Brian Bowl of Lakeland and James Brett IV from Clearwater are the latest to be arrested for their involvement in the January 6 Capitol riot. They say Brett and Bowl illegally forced their way into the Capitol grounds and made their way to the lower terrace where they confronted Capitol Police. Federal prosecutors say both men faced a federal judge in Tampa on Friday. Brett and Bowl are the latest in the Tampa Bay area to face federal rioting charges. Recently, Joshua Doolin from Polk County cut ties with his co-conspirators. They include Michael Perkins, Joseph Hutchinson, Olivia Pollock, and Jonathan Pollock, who remains a fugitive. In court documents filed in February, Dolan believed his case must be severed from the group. If not, he feared the jury would convict him on evidence linked to the others.
He's charged with 2 misdemeanors, basically trespassing and maybe being disorderly on the Capitol grounds. The others are charged with assaulting law enforcement, and so the concern is that if there's testimony about the others assaulting law enforcement, that will spill over on his case and that therefore he won't get a fair trial.
The judge agreed. Now Doolin will have his trial this fall. Prosecutors say these latest arrests now bring the total to over 800 individuals facing federal charges for breaching the Capitol. Gloria Gomez, Fox 13 News.
All right, thank you to Gloria Gomez for that report. Meanwhile, I do want to bring you some more updates on other stories that we are following here in the U.S. We're actually going to head out live right now to Van Horn, Texas. It's one of the vantage points we have from the U.S.-Mexico border. Nearly 10,000 migrants are making their way towards the southern border, and more are joining them along the way. This is happening as border agents work to control the already massive numbers they're dealing with on a daily basis. We've got Fox News correspondent Griff Jenkins at the border reporting on the very latest information from the Rio Grande Valley. Let's listen in.
Chanting liberty in Spanish, a large migrant caravan stretching some 3 miles long departs southern Mexico, undeterred by bad weather.
This for us is nothing. It can rain, it can thunder, nobody will stop us.
Mexican National Guard line the road, not stopping their march. Organizers say it's nearly 10,000 strong, with 80% of the migrants from Venezuela.
You can't live in that country anymore.
Caravan leader Luis Villagran tells Fox News they have a message for President Biden.
We also want to tell President Joe Biden to sit down with the Latin America countries to see what is happening.
It's been 3 years since a caravan made it to the U.S.-Mexico border, but the prospect has officials concerned.
When we see these large caravans, these kids and unaccompanied children that are coming across, the cartels are using that to divert those resources.
Texas DPS Lieutenant Chris Olivares already has his hands full pursuing migrants who seek to evade apprehension. It's a cat and mouse game. Authorities able to see images from trap cameras like this one, hoping then to follow it up with a capture. Otherwise, they become a known gotaway, as the numbers here are surging. In the last 7 days in the Rio Grande Valley sector, 10,278 encounters, 722 gotaways. And despite the rising temperatures, there's little sign it's slowing down.
It's constant every single morning, every single day, and it's been increasing every single day.
As for the caravan's progress, they only made it about 10 miles north of where they began in Tapachula, and it's made more difficult because they have more than 2,000 children in it. But the organizer says they'll be back at it again tomorrow, starting at dawn. In Hidalgo, Texas, Griff Jenkins, Fox News.
All right, thank you, Griff Jenkins, for that report. Meanwhile, we do want to bring you the latest when it comes to the status of our nation during the COVID-19 pandemic. The Northeast coming out of a wave of a surge in COVID-19 cases, I should say. This all happening while parents are waiting to get their younger children vaccinated. Fox News correspondent Jonathan Seri has the very latest for us this morning.
Just weeks before the official start of summer, the latest COVID-19 surge is shifting to the western U.S. The region now has the highest rate of cases per 100,000 people. According to the CDC, more than a dozen California counties are seeing high transmission. Nationwide, we're averaging around 100,000 cases per day, 4 times the average from 2 months ago. Health experts say contagious Omicron subvariants are fueling the latest surge.
What people should know is that there are really high levels of virus circulating right now because the official numbers are only a fraction of the actual number of cases because of home testing.
As cases climb, some parents are anxiously waiting to get their youngest children vaccinated. FDA vaccine advisors will meet next Wednesday to review vaccines from Pfizer and Moderna for children as young as 6 months old. The White House says kids could begin rolling up their sleeves as early as June 21st.
Within weeks, every parent who wants their child to get vaccinated will be able to get an appointment.
But not everyone will rush to get their kids the shots. According to a Kaiser Family Foundation poll released last month, just 18% of parents say they would immediately get their youngest kids vaccinated.
For the vast majority of kids, for healthy kids, the case may be there, but it's certainly not compelling.
FDA advisors will also meet tomorrow to evaluate a COVID vaccine from Novavax in Atlanta. Jonathan Seri, Fox News.
All right, thank you, Jonathan Seri, for that report. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When you return, we are going to head overseas to bring you the very latest on day 104 of the war in Ukraine. Dozens of Ukrainian fighters killed at this Azovstal steelworks plant that you can see in front of your face have been returned to Ukraine by the Russian military. And then we're also going to bring you the very latest on Boris Johnson. He survived a no confidence vote that the world was watching just yesterday. What does that even mean? We are going to get an explanation from not only our Fox News correspondents out there in London, but as well as some legal experts that our LiveNOW team spoke with ourselves. So stay with us. More news coming from overseas after this quick break. Good morning, everybody. You're streaming live now from Fox. It is 8:20 a.m. here on the East Coast. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from Orlando, Florida. But as promised, we are going to head overseas for the latest information on the Russian invasion of Ukraine, officially entering day 104. I do want to bring you this video from a couple of weeks ago. This is the Azovstal Steelworks plant in Mariupol, attacked entirely by Russian forces, and really the battle between Russian forces and Ukrainian forces was a last-ditch stand and really a symbol of resistance against Russia and Vladimir Putin's invasion. Well, dozens of Ukrainian fighters killed during this battle have been returned to Ukraine by Russian occupiers. The dead taken from the ruins of the bombed-out mill were transferred to the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv, where DNA testing is underway to identify the remains. This is according to both a military leader and a spokeswoman for the Azov regiment. Meanwhile, while this is all happening, Russian forces are advancing on key cities in the Donbas region. One includes a city of 700,000 people that is getting renewed attention and that Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky calls the most threatening situation. He fears Russia could overtake that area and advance towards central Ukraine. And meanwhile, Russia is issuing new threats to the West if they continue providing Ukraine with long-range rockets and weapons. Now, this all comes as Russian forces also struck Kyiv for the first time in more than a month, and Ukrainian forces are making successful counterattacks in the east. So clearly, as always, a lot happening on the ground there in Ukraine as 104 days have gone by since February 24th, the first day of this invasion. Fox News senior correspondent Mike Tobin reports from the Ukrainian capital with all of the information you need to know about to start your day.
Renewed, fierce street-to-street fighting as Ukrainian forces, nearly driven from the last city they controlled in eastern Luhansk region, have battled their way back to controlling half of Severodonetsk. Russia has focused resources there, trying to capture the area before Ukraine receives rocket launchers with better range and accuracy than the artillery Ukraine is currently using. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky made a visit to the front lines, thanking the soldiers and encouraging civilians to hold on.
Take care of yourselves. This is very, very important, because without you, there is no Ukraine.
Both the U.S. and Great Britain have promised multiple launch rocket systems to Ukraine. With the potential of turning the tide, Vladimir Putin threatened to escalate.
If they are supplied, we will draw appropriate conclusions and use our means of destruction to strike at those objects we have not struck.
Russia said Western weapons were the target of yesterday's airstrikes in Kyiv. Cruise missiles hit warehouses where Ukrainians say train cars are repaired. As reporters were given a tour of the target, there was no visible evidence of weapons.
This facility is totally peaceful and everyone can come and see.
From strikes on civilian housing to evidence of executions and mass graves, Ukraine's prosecutor general is pursuing thousands of war crimes cases. Ukraine is using websites and apps to crowdsource evidence of war crimes, and the public is responding. Prosecutors are sorting through more than 50,000 videos alleging war crimes.
We see now unprecedented volume of crimes. That's why people want to help.
And as the U.S. government targets Putin allies, a warrant has been issued to seize the property of oligarch Roman Abramovich. Specifically, the government wants to seize his Gulfstream jet worth $60 million and a Boeing 787 worth $350 million. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Mike Tobin, Fox News.
All right, everybody, and we are going from Ukraine out to a live look we have of Tampa, Florida. And I'm taking you to Tampa because the war in Ukraine is something that our Fox 13 Tampa team has followed very closely. We're going to touch base with them right now as they bring us this segment talking about Russian and Ukrainian forces engaging in fierce back and forth battles, kind of an extensive report on what Mike Tobin was just talking about. So let's listen in, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Well, to the war in Ukraine now, Russia is expanding its war, just as U.S. intelligence predicted it would. And the U.S. is warning nations around the world that Russia is now exporting millions of tons of grain that it stole from Ukraine. Fox 13's political editor, Craig Patrick, joining us now to explain the fallout of this. Craig?
Well, let's start with the strategy. We can see Russia for the past several weeks bearing down on the southern half of Ukraine, particularly southeastern Ukraine, and that's where the agricultural heartland of Ukraine happens to be. That's no coincidence. That's why Russia, in large part, is bearing down on that part of the country. Keep in mind that right now, Russia and Ukraine combined control around 10% of the world supply of wheat. In Africa, it's around 40% of its supply of wheat. You add in corn, the numbers go much higher than that. So what's happening is that Russia is using other nations and other continents' reliance on food from both Russia and Ukraine to its advantage in such a way that it can threaten the lives of millions of people. This is video of Russian trucks hauling Ukrainian grain into occupied Crimea. This video was recorded in April. Since then, U.S. intelligence says it has documented Russia plundering and stealing much more. Ukraine says Russia's stolen $15 to $20 million worth of farm machinery and stolen at least 500,000 tons of wheat valued at $100 million. And U.S. intelligence says Russia has loaded much of that stolen wheat onto 10 cargo ships from Crimea onto at least 14 nations around the world. Several of those nations are in parts of Africa that are gripped in drought, and parts are on the brink of famine. The United States is urging those nations to not buy the stolen wheat, but for nations facing a hunger crisis and grain offered at discount, that may be a tough sell. And this all appears to be part of Putin's war strategy. Russia isn't just stealing and trying to sell Ukraine's grain to fund its invasion. In addition to what it has stolen, Russia has also blocked and trapped another 7 million tons of Ukraine's wheat, plus 14 million tons of corn and 3 million tons of sunflower seeds. And at the same time, Russia's blowing up Ukrainian farm buildings and lacing the fields with mines. It appears to be stealing Ukraine's harvest and destroying Ukraine's ability to make new harvests. And with that, Putin appears to be using the same strategy Stalin did in taking Ukraine's food supply. When Stalin did this in the 1930s, he killed millions of Ukrainians through starvation in what's called the Holodomor. Now, Putin's theft and destruction of Ukraine's food supply threatens millions more in Ukraine and around the world. And Russia and Vladimir Putin have shown there is no regard from that nation toward the civilian population and the lives of the people in the cities they strike. And with this, we're seeing once again a goal appears to be the starvation of the Ukrainian people, just as we saw on a smaller scale in Mariupol, and also possibly and likely trading food, not just for money, but also perhaps for political support too. In other words, making the trade of stolen grain or grain from Russia proper a condition of receiving it being support for its aims on Ukraine, and also to perhaps ignite instability in other nations so that responding nations, the Western world, would have to be pulled, serving and catering to other crises, not just the situation in Ukraine.
Yeah, let's talk about this aspect of it, Craig. Yesterday we saw, for 2 weeks now or so, Russia has been focusing its war, its assault on the eastern part of Ukraine, that Donbas region. But yesterday we saw something we haven't seen in a while. They hit Kyiv, the capital, with airstrikes. What was behind that, and what impact could that have? Does it mean another potential assault on Kyiv?
Yes, possibly and likely it does, according to U.S. intelligence. First, U.S. intelligence has said all along and renewed its projection just a couple of weeks ago that once Russia feels that it is closed in on or is at the cusp of winning the Battle of Donbass, it will redirect its forces back to Kyiv and other parts of the country. That appears to be coming to pass. Russia thinks, although it hasn't completed that battle, it may be on the cusp of doing so. Also, Russia has expressed anger that the Western world, the U.S. in particular, is sending more advanced artillery to Ukraine. This could be retaliation for that as well. Those are two key possibilities in terms of the fallout of this. Well, keep in mind that Russia has exhausted most of its supply of precision-guided missiles, so it's sending unguided rockets instead, which can just blow holes in the ground in some places, but also hit any number of civilians because they don't have the same level of precision.
Yeah, and a lot of people have returned to Kyiv in the last month or so.
Yeah.
Okay, all right, Craig, bringing us up to speed on the war in Ukraine. Thank you, Craig. Well,
All right, thank you to Craig Patrick and our Fox 13 Tampa team for that very in-depth report of the war in Ukraine. Each and every day we have spoken with experts ourselves, as well as touch base with our owned and operated stations as they do their own segments. So we will continue bringing you those pre-produced segments from their newscasts. That's the really cool thing about our show. We are able to bring you either live to our owned and operated station broadcasts, or we can bring you segments just like we showed you on major topics that we're following. But I do want to stay overseas and go from Ukraine out to the United Kingdom. That is because British Prime Minister Boris Johnson avoids being ousted after narrowly winning a confidence vote yesterday among his own lawmakers. So basically, the no confidence vote comes after growing anger among lawmakers in Johnson's own Conservative Party after the so-called Partygate scandal. A report published last month detailed parties and socializing among Prime Minister Johnson's staff during COVID-19 lockdowns while millions of Britons were under pandemic restrictions. So Fox News correspondent Alex Hogan first has this story for you here on Live Now from Fox.
UK Prime Minister Boris Johnson facing a watershed moment in his political career. The British leader, who won a landslide victory in 2019 on Monday, surviving a no-confidence vote from members of his own party. Calls for the Prime Minister's removal centered on parties held by Johnson and his staff when the UK was under lockdown during the pandemic. One such gathering taking place on the eve of Prince Philip's funeral. One of Johnson's biggest supporters said the Prime Minister had, quote, presided over a culture of casual lawbreaking.
I just think it's lie after lie, after lie, after lie, after cover up, after cover up, after change the rules.
Prime Minister has apologised, he's overhauled number 10. And I think what people and our constituents most expect is us to be focusing on them.
Johnson was in attendance at events over the weekend for Queen Elizabeth II's Platinum Jubilee, where he was met with a mix of cheers and boos.
I thought that was so telling, actually, that he got booed. I think that was almost like, that felt like a turning point to me.
The boos, I think, reflected a mood across the country. And that's why, amongst other things, I think that's why many Tory MPs feel that that basic trust has gone.
The last time a UK Prime Minister was removed because of a vote of no confidence was in 1979. Johnson's predecessor, Theresa May, survived a vote of no confidence in 2019, but she resigned just a few months later. In London, Alex Hogan, Fox News.
All right, thank you, Alex Hogan, for that report. As promised, I'm going to send some of you on a 2-minute commercial break first. When we come back, our very own Andrew Kraft spoke with a former diplomat, not only on this Boris Johnson news, but also touching base on the war in Ukraine, also the Summit of Americas that President Biden is hosting in Los Angeles. So really all global political topics that we are following this week. Andrew Kraft will have for us with that former diplomat, Brett Bruin, here when you come back.
Okay, so Prime Minister Boris Johnson there taking some questions from reporters after he survived that no confidence vote. Joining me now to discuss that and so many of these international headlines is former diplomat Brett Bruen. Brett, good to see you. Thanks for being with us here. My first question, though, about this whole dust-up in Parliament, this vote today, do you think it's all about Partygate? Of course, that is the scandal he's been embroiled in since the early days of the pandemic, when it came out that he had attended some of these parties, even though the COVID restrictions and rules forbade Britons not to. Or is this about something deeper, something else?
Well, look, ever since I was a graduate student in London, Boris Johnson has been quite the character in British politics, and there certainly are any number of Tories as well as members of the Labour Party and just obviously the public and press in general who would like to see the backside of him as he exits 10 Downing Street. Nonetheless, I think the fact that he has overcome this, just as here in the United States, Presidents Clinton, Trump, have overcome impeachment hearings, allow them to refocus. It'll be interesting to see what he ends up refocusing on. Nonetheless, obviously, that so many members of his own party were willing to part ways with him certainly undermines, as you heard the reporter press him on, his ability to get things done.
Also, Brett, I thought it was interesting. He cited Ukraine and the war there as one of his kind of motivating purposes for staying in power, saying that Ukraine needs a Boris Johnson as the leader there to ensure support. What did you make of that? It was a little heavy-handed, I thought.
It's interesting because I was having a conversation this morning with a British journalist in London who was saying, I don't know if Ukraine would have gotten such robust support from the United Kingdom if Prime Minister Johnson was not under so much public scrutiny. And so in some ways, Ukraine has found itself the beneficiary of his political troubles. That being said, and let's not forget, Boris Johnson was the first Western leader to show up on the streets of Kiev with President Zelensky just in literally the hours after Russia's initial bombardment and attempt to seize the capital had given way to this new strategy that they're pursuing in the east. So Ukrainians have a lot of admiration for Prime Minister Johnson, and obviously it's a bright spot at a bleak moment for him.
Brett, let's stay on Ukraine just briefly, because are you concerned, especially with Macron's comments over the weekend, that some of our European allies are getting cold feet, that they want to see a quick resolution now that some would say the East has entered into a stalemate position?
Well, I'll take issue with the characterization. It's a stalemate, and we've just seen in the last 24 hours some strong counterattacks by Ukrainian forces. And this is the key problem that Russia faces. They actually have to hold territory, and they've not proven adept at doing that. They have, however, proven adept at just absolutely obliterating cities and bombarding Ukrainian lines. But when it gets to close combat, that's not been a real strong suit for the Russian forces. To your question, though, Andrew, I would say that President Macron really misspoke in suggesting that somehow we have to avoid humiliating Vladimir Putin. Vladimir Putin's done a pretty good job of humiliating himself, as well as obviously the Russian military in these last few months. And the idea, and I've said this, going back to 2014, that we have to provide Putin some sort of logical off-ramp to his adventurism and to his attacks on international institutions and international norms, I think is, again, a faulty logic. It is certainly proven problematic over the last several years because Putin doesn't want that off-ramp, and the only way, and I think we're increasingly coming to this realization, President Zelensky certainly has, is dealing Putin a devastating loss on the battlefield. And I think there was a really important piece just in the last day from Max Boot in the Washington Post saying we've got to stop just supplying enough weapons for the Ukrainians to keep the Russians at bay. How are we going to win this thing?
Why is there such concern? And I hear it all the time because there is that concern. We don't know what Putin will do going forward. That's why so many are talking about a diplomatic off-ramp. I guess, in my estimation, from someone who's not in these foreign policy circles, who cares?
Yeah, well, here's the other thing. Despite all of the worrying, despite all of the what-ifs or what-abouts, in actual fact, Putin has not done very much to escalate things beyond Ukraine. And this is really important because while we worry here in Washington and in the West about the potential for a nuclear conflict, the potential for this to spill over, there's actually even more potential if we allow Putin to drag out this conflict. He does not have a vested interest in fighting with NATO. He will lose, and he will lose power. And I think that is a reason why, unlike what we're hearing from President Biden in the White House, we need to look at how do we increase our support? How do we ensure that Ukraine has the tools to win this thing and not just simply to continue trying to hold territory? Because if they are in that position, Putin is just going to drag this thing out further. The costs are going to be even higher.
Last point on Ukraine, though, Brett, do you foresee in the near term any negotiations, any coming to the table? Because there has not been since early March.
And it is always a possibility. Look, I was a diplomat for a dozen years, and we should always pursue negotiations. That being said, Putin has not been a reliable negotiator, and we've seen this in efforts to resolve, for instance, with the Minsk Accords after he invaded Ukraine in 2014, and he just completely ignores what he's agreed to. And we've seen this countless times with Putin, and that's the skepticism, the cynicism of the Ukrainian officials and many in Europe saying, what is it worth that we negotiate with him if he's just going to ignore it, and quite frankly, a way for him to try to buy time and to resupply his lines and reinforce his positions. So I think we should negotiate, but we should do so from a position of strength. And ultimately, I think it is going to come down to Putin being forced in a position that he has no other choice but to concede on the battlefield.
All right, well, we shall see. We just reached day 100, and the war continues apace. Brett, let's talk.
All right, everybody, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. A very informative segment from our very own Andrew Kraft, speaking with former diplomat Brett Bruen on last night's broadcast, really talking about all global political stories that we're following here. First touching on Boris Johnson surviving that no confidence vote, now moving into some coverage of the Russian invasion of Ukraine. There's still about 6 minutes left on this segment. They get into other topics as well, including Summit of the Americas that President Biden is hosting in Los Angeles, as well as a potential visit to Saudi Arabia for our president as well. So we're going to revisit this segment in just a little bit, but I do want to send some of you on a quick 2-minute commercial break, and I'm actually going to take you to Dallas, Texas before I do that. That is because when we come back, we are going to be live in Texas as we continue to follow this continued hike in gas prices, but we'll also seeing natural gas prices on the rise ahead of peak air conditioning season. We do know that Texas is already seeing some pretty hot temperatures. So when we come back, we're going to speak with Fox 4 Dallas's Hannah Battah about this very subject. Don't go anywhere. You are streaming live now from Fox, everybody. A little after 8:45 a.m. here on the East Coast, a little only after 7:45 a.m. out there Central Time. And we are taking a live now look right now over Dallas, Texas. And that is because, as promised, we are talking energy prices and gasoline with our Fox 4 Dallas team. The price of gas in the Dallas area is now $2 a gallon higher than it was this time a year ago. People are also finding that other energy prices are rising as well. So we're going to head to a gas station right outside of the city of Dallas. That is where Fox 4's Hannah Battah is joining us with this very latest information. Hannah, good morning to you. I know pain at the pump is a term that we have just heard every day at this point. So talk about that it's not just gas prices, but it's other energy prices as well.
Right, it really is a double whammy for consumers who are experiencing inflation in relatively every aspect of life. We're just outside the outskirts of downtown Dallas here at a gas station where, as you mentioned, about $2 more for a regular unleaded gallon of gas at the pump, even 41 cents up from this time last week. So it really is going up quickly, and with the summer travel season picking up demand, it's really not expected to go down anytime soon. Now, take a look at this video. As you mentioned, drivers are really feeling the pain. They're saying really there's not much they can do to change their habits, their driving habits. They need to get to work. They still need to take that trip they planned on doing, but they may be making adjustments in some areas. Natural gas prices are also heating up ahead of peak air conditioning season, hitting the highest level in about 14 years. Electric rates are up some 70% from this time last year. Analysts say gas inventories have been whittled down by strong demand for liquefied natural gas among European buyers, replacing Russian gas in response to the war in Ukraine. Domestic drillers have been slow to increase production despite those highest prices in years. So pain at the pump, pain at home. Experts that we spoke to say really all you can do is just adjust your thermostat, bring it up a couple of degrees at home, and that may give you a little bit of help in that area. Reporting live in Dallas, I'm Hannah Battah. Back to you.
Yeah, Hannah, and you know, when it comes to more organizations really stepping up to help people that are already feeling this pain, what do you recommend for people, I mean, joining us from not just Dallas, but really the entire Texas area?
Right, so it really depends on the area you're in. For here in Texas, AARP of Texas recommends any consumers that may find a struggle to pay their bills to call 211. That can help connect them with local organizations or some assistance relief that may be able to step in and help you. Those types of programs are available in relatively every state and every area. It's just a matter of checking with that to make sure. Another advice that we've been told is to check with your electric provider and see if they're able to either level or smooth out your bills throughout the year. That way you don't feel such a harsh payment during 1 month or the peak summer months that we're heading into right now.
I know, and I know you guys are already feeling the heat out there in Texas. We saw the temperatures get pretty high over the last couple of days. So, Hannah, we really thank you for joining us, getting our viewers all up to speed on something that's really affecting us as a country. So we'll be touching base with your team again soon. You stay cool and have a good day.
Thank you. You too.
All right, everybody, Regina Gonzalez with you here on Live Now from Fox. This is a part of who we are and what we do. Obviously, a major story impacting us nationwide, but then we can head out to our owned and operated stations to really hone in on how it's impacting certain areas. So specifically out there in the state of Texas, we've got 3 teams, so we are going to continue to touch base with them throughout this entire summer as organizations like Hannah just mentioned are continuing to step up as people are already feeling this pain when they go to pay their bills, when they want to turn their AC on for the summer. So again, stay with us for any latest developments out of there. Some of you are going to see a quick 2-minute commercial break. When we return, we are going to talk about the fact that gas prices, inflation is a major issue at stake on the ballots as 7 states are holding primary elections today. Don't go anywhere. You're streaming live now from Fox. Everybody, good morning. Happy Tuesday. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from our Orlando, Florida studios. I do want to get into a little bit of a business consumer block of news as we continue to follow not only gas prices that are just on the rise entirely, AAA confirming that $4.91 is now the national average, but we're also following inflation as a whole. Also today, 7 states holding primary elections, and gas prices, inflation, the economy, a huge issue at stake on the ballot. This is something that our very own Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater is weighing in on with the help of state lawmakers across the country.
Yet another record for gas prices overnight, with the national average now just below $5 a gallon.
I, Jimmy Carter, do solemnly swear.
What is this, the 1970s? Gas prices are up, way up. So is inflation, and there is widespread economic uncertainty.
Reportedly, you have administration staffers sort of joking, what's next, a horde of locusts?
The national average for a gallon of gas just hit $4.91 this morning. And if you live in one of these states or the District of Columbia, you're already at $5 a gallon or higher. California hit $6.37, and that's just one of the states holding primaries today. Democrats are increasingly worried about their prospects in the midterms.
We need to every day be saying, here are the 2-3 things we're doing to lower price.
I think the president could release more product from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve.
In a tweet, President Biden touted economic growth, writing, "America has achieved the most robust recovery in modern history." And on the energy front, he just invoked the Defense Production Act to help boost the production of solar panels.
What's the emergency in the solar industry?
Well, this is just a step to get to a place where we do have a clean energy arsenal.
Republicans accuse the White House of ignoring the oil industry here at home.
So for Democrats who have these Green New Deal fantasies, $5 gallon gas is not an accident. It's not an unintended consequence. It's very much the intended consequence.
And Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is testifying on Capitol Hill this morning. She will get an earful after recently acknowledging that her inflation predictions were wrong. In Washington, Doug Lazater, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Doug Lazater for that report. Meanwhile, as these gas prices continue to rise, a lot of people are considering what they would do going about their daily lives in the event of a hurricane. High gas prices in hurricane danger areas actually may keep many from evacuating. That's according to a new report from AAA. Their travel experts say people living in hurricane-stricken zones may not follow evacuation orders and leave because of the expensive gas and may just ride out storms. Obviously, if you're from a hurricane zoned area, Florida, Louisiana, any of the Gulf Coast, you know that in the event of evacuations, you've seen lines at the gas station go down for miles, people trying to fill up their tanks. Well, that may not necessarily be the case. A lot of people saying, or about 25% of Floridians actually saying that they'd stay in their homes even if ordered to evacuate, and just less than half say price and availability of gas could affect their decision. Other top reasons for staying are people unsure of where to go for safety, no safe options for pets, and people wanting to be around in case their homes get damaged. But obviously, the price of fuel, filling up their cars, trying to get out of these hurricane areas, and then a lot of times when you've got people evacuating in mass amounts, people are sitting in hours and hours of traffic, so you're really just watching that gas meter go down after you've paid all this money. So definitely an interesting take on how people feel in the event of natural disasters and how they probably wouldn't leave because it's kind of expensive to leave. And when it comes to our Fox Business correspondents, they're basically saying that if you're looking for gas prices to go down anytime soon, that's really not going to happen. Let's listen into what they have to say.
The cost of filling up keeps going up. The national average for regular unleaded gas surging 25 cents in just the past week, rising 27 out of the past 28 days. A gallon now at $4.86 as that $5 mark gets closer, so we'll be watching. Meantime, point, click, split. Shares of Amazon trading higher on Monday after its 20-for-1 stock split. The move was made to try and bring in new investors with a lower share price. The stock closing at just under $125, up 2%. To Wall Street, and a nice start to the week for your money. The Dow, Nasdaq, and S&P 500 all higher on Monday. Meantime, apparently COVID didn't make better tippers out of all diners. According to a new survey from creditcards.com, 73% of respondents say they always tip servers at a restaurant. But get this, that's actually down from before the pandemic. That's business. I'm Ashley Webster.
All right, thank you, Ashley, for that report. And that right there is even an inkling as to how quickly these gas prices are rising. Fox Business files those morning reports the night before. Right there, he said $4.86. Well, right now, it's $4.91. AAA confirming that is today's national average, hiking up 5 cents in just 24 hours. So be sure to stick with us in just a little bit. Our very own Mackenzie Stasko will be touching base with a Fox Business correspondent to talk about these continued rising gas prices. And when we talk about how they're impacting businesses, obviously diesel, the most expensive form of gasoline you can get, we have the cost of diesel really hiking up there, and now it's impacting the trucking industry. So let's get the latest from Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork.
Sticker shock at the pumps continues. It's a lot. But it's not just gasoline gouging wallets. Data collected by the Associated Press finds the cost of diesel is roughly 70% higher than this time last year, with AAA reporting the national average price is now $5.65 per gallon.
If it keeps going the way it's going, I'm going to find myself in an early grave.
Just like with rising gas prices, market research analysts attribute most of the skyrocketing diesel costs to the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Before the Russian invasion, the oil market was tight. Inventories were low, demand was rising, there was a little spare capacity. And then the Russian invasion has removed some supply from the U.S. and Europe.
But many trucking companies say they just can't keep absorbing the costs.
That will ultimately be reflected in the prices that the consumer pays. And that's part of the increase in the cost of food.
And the situation may only get worse, with many drivers reporting their job wages simply aren't rising at the same rate as diesel prices.
Going from Clackamas, Oregon to Fort Lauderdale, Florida, it was only paying $2,500 to the driver.
Trucks deliver about 70% of all goods transported across the country. Supply chain issues could result if more drivers refuse jobs because of surging diesel prices. Getting tough out there indeed. I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
All right, thank you to Kevin Cork for that report. Good morning, everybody. We are officially a little past the top of the 9 o'clock Eastern Time hour. My name is Regina Gonzalez with you live from Orlando, Florida. We were just bringing you the latest business and consumer news, continuing to get all of that information when it comes to rising gas prices, inflation, and how all of this is impacting our economy as a whole. We do know that at 10 a.m. Eastern Time, we are going to have Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen speaking on the fact that she admitted that her inflation thoughts and really predictions were basically wrong and not on schedule. You even had the CEO of America's biggest bank a couple of weeks ago really saying that we should brace ourselves for an economic hurricane. So obviously the economy, a major top priority on the ballot when it comes to the fact that 7 states are hosting primary elections today. We'll bring you this side panel for you right here. You can see it's one of the top stories that we are following for you on Live Now from Fox on this Tuesday, June 7th. So continue to keep up with us. We'll have the latest numbers as they pour in this evening, as well as Fox Business contributors and political experts weighing in on what voters are thinking about when they head to those polls today. Also on Capitol Hill and right here looking at the Capitol building, this is where where in just a little less than an hour at this point, people and community members impacted by two major mass shootings that we have seen over the last several weeks are expected to testify before a Senate Judiciary Committee panel. They are holding a hearing today at 10 a.m. Eastern Time to examine the domestic terrorism threat after the mass shooting on May 14th inside of Tops grocery store in Buffalo, New York, claiming the lives of 10 people in a predominantly black neighborhood. During that hearing, we do know that retired Buffalo Fire Commissioner Garnell Whitfield, he's going to testify. His mother was one of the victims, the 10 victims, 86-year-old Ruth Whitfield. So we are going to play for you what is likely to be a very emotional testimony. Other witnesses scheduled to testify: former special agent for the FBI, a former U.S. attorney from Cleveland, Ohio, and a professor of public interest law at the George Washington University Law School. Then you've actually got one of the mothers from a victim who was injured in the Buffalo mass shooting. She's going to testify, and her panel also includes parents of a child who was killed in the mass shooting at Uvalde Elementary School. And actually, we can take you live right now to Uvalde, Texas, this growing memorial in downtown for those 19 children and 2 teachers that were killed inside of one 4th grade classroom. Those funerals for the victims continuing today. We do know that one of the students will be remembered in a service held later this afternoon. These funerals, because there is so many victims, 21 total, these funeral services are expected to be held until about the middle of this month. Meanwhile, we are also heading out to Philadelphia, unfortunately, as we continue to follow a string of mass shootings over the weekend. I do want to head out to some new video we have. I'm going to lower the volume for you right here because in just a moment you're going to see how chaotic this scene gets when these people started to hear gunfire. This is actually new video of the moment shots were fired on South Street in Philadelphia, a very popular area for people to go out. 3 people killed and 11 people injured in the attack. Police saying it all began as a fight between 3 men. 2 of the men pulled out a gun and opened fire, exchanging a total of 17 rounds. 1 man was shot and killed at the scene. The second was left in serious condition. Now, yesterday, authorities confirmed 2 people are in custody in connection to the shooting. I'm first going to bring you the latest report from our Fox 29 Philadelphia team on their identities and their charges, and then we'll get into a full, little more than 20-minute update from Philadelphia police that we got just about 12 hours ago. So let's get into some coverage here on Live Now from Fox.
A second suspect is in custody tonight, 43-year-old Rashawn Vereen. The U.S. Marshal Service says he is facing numerous charges, including attempted murder and aggravated assault. The United States Marshals provided us with these pictures of when they took 43-year-old Rashawn Vereen into custody without any issues tonight. The second suspect arrested in connection with Saturday's mass shooting on South Street.
We observed him exit the residence. We had plenty of officers in plain clothes from both Philadelphia Homicide and ATF. Tactical decision was made to take him, arrest him out in the street, and that was executed without incident.
Philadelphia police executed a search warrant on his South Philadelphia home on Hamburger Street and came out with bags of evidence. Neighbors watched in disbelief.
Yeah, I'm just glad that they caught him.
Sources say Vereen is a friend of Gregory Jackson and believed to be involved in the initial fight that sparked this mass shooting. The district attorney's office says Jackson is the man in the white shirt and Micah Towns is in the black shirt. Police sources tell us words were exchanged between the two. They do not believe they knew each other before the gunshots. The DA's office says Jackson shoots Towns first, wounding him, and Towns fires back, killing Jackson. The DA's office says both men had licenses to carry.
Micah Towns is not being charged in this case. He's not.
The DA's office says Karan Garner, believed to be Towns' friend, fired down South Street. One officer fired at Garner multiple times, hitting him in the hand.
The gun that he used was left at the scene. It is a ghost gun, and it did have an extended magazine.
He is now in custody, facing multiple charges. Sources tell me tonight they are looking for at least 2 other shooters, including the person who fired from a .40 caliber gun. They believe that person is responsible for fatally shooting 27-year-old Alexis Quinn, an innocent bystander. In South Philadelphia, I'm Kelly Rule, Fox 29 News.
All right, thank you, Kelly Rule, for that report, and to our entire Fox 29 Philadelphia team. If you were tuning into our stream a little bit earlier, we did touch base live on South Street this morning with Fox 29 Steve Keeley, who said that this investigation is really, really fluid, that information is either coming or changing by the minute. So if we do get any more updates from officials or any new developments or news of arrests, we will certainly bring it to you here on Live Now from Fox. As this investigation is ongoing, 3 victims have been identified, and we're learning more about their lives. To the left-hand side of your screen up at the top, 22-year-old Christopher Minners, who was a second-grade resident advisor at Girard College in Philadelphia. He was actually out celebrating his 22nd birthday the night of this shooting. Then to the right, you've got 27-year-old Alexis Quinn. To the bottom, 34-year-old Gregory Jackson. He was a member of the city's skating and boxing communities. 11 others who were also shot are recovering from their injuries. Vigils have been held as we remember the victims. People who were grazed by bullets and were expected to survive are also speaking out. So we're going to have some more news and more stories out of Philadelphia on this mass shooting throughout our day, throughout the morning. But in the meantime, to give you the full nuts and bolts of what we got yesterday from authorities, I do want to play for you the most recent update from Philadelphia police and the district attorney.
Got to be able to laugh.
Hey, Alex. Is everybody ready? Okay, thank you for being here. We are here to be available to answer questions having to do with the shooting that occurred on South Street. And we have with us ADA Joanne Pescator. She is the chief of our homicide non-fatal shooting unit. This work and work like it has been her entire career. And the only reason that she was not here this morning at the press conference is that she had to be on South Street itself, where she's working hand in hand with Philadelphia Police Department, ATF, and other law enforcement partners to make sure we gather all the evidence and that we evaluate it correctly and we move on it. There are some developments. I'm going to ask ADA Pescator to come forward, provide the information that she is able to provide, and there is some. She will be holding back the information she should not provide, and there is some, although it will become, a lot of that will be clarified within the next couple of days. And after she's concluded explaining to you some of this information, you should feel free to ask her questions about the investigation. I will obviously also be available. Joanne?
Thank you, DA Krasner. Good afternoon. The District Attorney's Office has approved warrants for 2 individuals with regard to the incident that took place on South Street this Saturday night. One of those individuals is currently in custody. The other individual is not. I will only give you the name of the individual who is currently in custody. The other I will not. The individual who is currently in custody, his name is Quran, Q-U-R-A-N, Garner, G-A-R-N-E-R. He's charged with multiple offenses, including aggravated assault, 2 counts, and aggravated assault on law enforcement officers, 2 counts as well. There is another individual who an arrest warrant has been issued for. I will not reveal his name at this particular time. I was on South Street today, and it is approximately a 2-block scene. It starts at one end of South Street and works its way down to South and American Street. I was with the homicide detectives who have worked tirelessly since Saturday night, since this job came in, along with ATF and other law enforcement agencies trying to figure out what exactly happened here. There is numerous video, as you can imagine. There are numerous cameras on that 2-block radius. Various videos have been pulled. There are no murder charges at this particular time. That investigation is still ongoing. When I tell you they are culling video and going through it as we speak, there is still video coming in. The neighborhood has been quite cooperative. When we were out there, people were coming up to give us information and to tell us whatever they knew. And I'm going to ask if anyone has any information, please call the homicide unit, 215-686-3334. The assigned detective is Matthew Farley. You can talk to him or anybody else that is working, and they will take your information.
What do you believe Garner did?
Karan Garner is on video shooting back toward the area where the initial confrontation takes place between Gregory Jackson and Micah Towns, who is a victim in this particular case. Karan Jackson, it's our belief, was a friend or was with Micah Towns when this initial altercation starts. After the initial altercation, guns are drawn by Gregory Jackson and Micah Towns. Gregory Jackson shoots at Micah Towns first. Micah Towns returns fire, shooting and killing Gregory Jackson. As a result of that, Karan Garner then begins to fire down the street toward South Street, toward where the initial confrontation took place. It is at that point that Philadelphia police begin to shoot after Karan Garner pulls a gun, has the gun out and looks in their direction. They shoot at him, shooting his hand. He's currently at Thomas Jefferson University Hospital undergoing surgery for a result of injuries sustained when the police shot back at him.
He's the dude with a hat. Garner's the one wearing the hat in that video. Has he got a hat on, smallish? And how old?
How old? I don't have his age. I don't know that he has a hat on. The video I saw, he's wearing what I would describe as a balaclava. It covers his entire head. One could possibly wear it as a COVID mask and a gray hoodie.
What are the charges in the other one?
The gun that he used? What can you tell us about the gun he used?
The gun that he used was left at the scene. It is a ghost gun, and it did have an extended magazine.
The other charges in the other warrant, what are those charges?
The other charges are going to be attempted murder, aggravated assault, simple assault, recklessly endangering another person, conspiracy, violation of the Uniforms Firearms Act, possession of an instrument of crime, tampering with evidence, and obstruction of justice.
So may I just back up for sake of clarity for everyone here? Now, ADA Pescator, if you're not comfortable answering this, just tell me, because you are the keeper of the investigation. But you mentioned 3 different names: Gregory Jackson, Micah Towns, and also Karan.
Yes.
Can you explain for the journalists who are gathered here what role each of these people played in the initial encounter, if any, and what is their condition now?
Okay, certainly, D.A. Krasner. So Micah Towns is walking down South Street. You can't tell if he's with Karan Garner at that time. They're in close proximity to each other. At some point, he passes by on the same side of the street, Gregory Jackson, and 2 other men, one of them being the unnamed person who the arrest warrant is for. As he's passing by, words are exchanged. As words are exchanged, then Gregory Jackson takes a swing at Micah Towns, striking him in the face. It's at that point that the other male, who we have an arrest warrant for, begins in the melee at that point. Micah Towns is then thrown against a window while they are beating on him. At some point, you see Gregory Jackson, who did have a permit to carry, pull out a gun, and he has the gun at his side. Micah Towns is in the middle of South Street. At that point, Gregory Jackson begins to fire at Micah Towns, Micah Towns, who also has a permit to carry, pulls out his gun and shoots back at Gregory Jackson, ultimately killing him. It's at that
Ultimately killing whom?
Gregory Jackson. It's at that point that the unnamed person, who there's an arrest warrant for, picks up the gun that Gregory Jackson had and gives it to another male in a blue hoodie, who then leaves the scene. That unnamed male still stays at the scene, putting pressure on the wound of Gregory Jackson, and gives his name to police and where he lives and all his information. It's at that point that Karan Garner then begins firing down South Street in the location where this melee took place. And then after he stops shooting, the police, when he turns his gun toward them, fire at him. And then you see Karan Garner run down American Street saying out loud, "He shot my hand off, he shot my hand off." Karan Garner then makes his way to 4th and Bainbridge, where there are police positioned there. There had been an earlier shooting at 4th and Bainbridge approximately an hour before that. Police were at that location for that shooting. Karan Garner approaches the police and tells them, I got shot during this incident. They put him in a patrol car and take him to Thomas Jefferson University Hospital, where he is at this time. Micah Towns is in serious condition at this time. He is at Penn Presbyterian Hospital, and that's why the charges with regard to him as a victim are attempted murder.
Do you believe Mr. Garner was shooting at the direction of Mr. Jackson in order to defend Mr. Towns?
That is the belief, except that Mr. Jackson was already down, and that particular incident was clearly over probably 20 to 30 seconds when Karan Garner then begins to fire down that street.
I just want to clarify, because it was a little confusing. You talked about Micah Towns and you talked about the attempted murder charges, but we're not talking about Micah Towns being charged.
No, Micah Towns is not being charged in this case. He's not. He's the victim on the person that I'm not giving you the name of.
Towns wearing black. You see him in the video
He
wearing
is.
black?
He is. He has a black T-shirt on, and you see it at some point come over his head, and he makes his way into the middle of the street. He's actually laying in the middle of the street when he's shooting back at Gregory Jackson.
So the guy who gave his name to police, who's helping Gregory Jackson, takes Jackson's gun, doesn't tell police I have his gun, and now you want to find him your gun.
Doesn't tell police anything, just that I'm here, that's my friend, I was giving aid, gives his name, and that's it. But on video, you can clearly see him pick up Gregory Jackson's gun and hand it to another male who leaves the scene.
And earlier today, the DA said that there were 4 guns, maybe more. Yesterday, we heard that 2 guns were recovered. Do you have any other guns from this recovered?
No, we don't have any other guns recovered. I can tell you that there were 3 of the guns at least are 9mm, and there is a .40 caliber gun that was out there that was also fired.
So 4 guns is the number?
4 guns at least.
Do you know what they were beefing about? What's the original problem here?
I do not know. All I can tell you was apparently Micah Towns was a boxer, and this unnamed person with the arrest warrant was also a boxer. I don't know if they had some sort of relationship prior to that. You just see them pass each other on the sidewalk, words are exchanged, and then everything breaks out from there.
Is Jackson not a boxer? Isn't Greg Jackson a boxer?
I don't know. I don't know if he is or not.
Shortly after all of this, then there's a homicide in the 500 block of South Broad. At this point, any connection to...
No, we were talking about that, and we don't think that it's related. Of course, they will check the ballistics to see if there's anything else they can gather from that.
Understanding from police that they are trying to then the other wounded in this crowd, how those wounds did come about. Any indication at this point from your office, ballistics-wise, how...
No, it's kind of hard to tell right now. There were so many people. If you see the video, there's just so much going on, and people are trying to render aid, and victims are being moved around. So it's the detectives are over there now watching numerous body cam videos from the location, trying to get cell phone videos, trying to piece it all together. Who was where when they actually got shot? So that's where we're at right now.
Do we have any video evidence at this time of another shooter, or do we just have at least 3 guns?
We do have evidence of another shooter. There was somebody shooting a .40 caliber gun.
Where was that shooter located?
I can't tell you that at this point. We're still getting video to try and clarify that better.
Are you able to determine which victims were injured by which gun?
No, that's what we're trying to do right now.
So you don't know if anybody was injured by the .40 caliber?
Yeah, we don't. We're having the body bullets examined as we speak by ballistics to see if there's any match to tell, because we had 3 other 9mm out there. So you have to compare those to each other, and then you have to, if the body bullet's a .40, then we know who our shooter of that person was.
But 2 of the people with the 9s had licenses to carry.
That's correct.
One maybe not, but we don't know. You don't know that. And the 4.
Karan Garner did not have a license to carry. That's why he was charged with 6106 and 6108.
So basically, you have 2 guys, some sort of beef, we don't know what it is, and it results in 11 people being injured and 3 people being dead.
Yes, and I don't know if other things were happening that have nothing to do with, literally the scene is 2 blocks long, and it literally is 4 different scenes. And if you walk a couple, 50 or 60 feet, there's another scene, and then there's another scene and another scene. So whether it had to do with each other or not, I can't tell you.
And everybody with the beef apparently is holding a gun.
Yes.
Have you identified from ballistics any of whose bullets shot which bystanders at this point?
No. No.
Question for the You interviewed the mayor yesterday, and he said something to the effect of the attorney's office and the attorney general's office can do something about guys that have 3, 4, 5 different arrests, I'm quoting, for carrying an illegal firearm, and they're still on the street. That's got to get addressed. Can you respond to that?
Well, I would agree with him that the AG's office and the DA's office should prosecute people who have criminal records and are susceptible to a charge of 6105, which is felon in possession of a firearm. I think that's correct. Obviously, you've already noted that in this particular case, we don't know everybody who was involved yet. We do know that 2 of the 3 original participants had a permit to carry and 1 did not.
And Karan Garner actually had a very troubled past to late teenage years, but was never really held accountable. I think instead of just withdrawing charges, there should be some like diversion program that kids can be put in when they get in trouble.
I'm not familiar with the details of Karan Garner's record. Once I am familiar, I may be in a position to answer whatever that question was. Are there any other questions?
Do you know if there are any disorderly conduct arrests or code violations arrests beforehand?
I don't have that information. Do you know?
I do not know. I don't know that. I mean, that's not something that my unit would keep track of.
Is there going to be an extra police presence along that area in the city tonight, tomorrow?
You know, I don't know. I can tell you that I'm sure that that question can be answered by the commissioner. We know that there was some activity last night that was different in terms of cutting off access to certain parts of South Street. I cannot tell you, although I'm sure there is a good answer, I cannot tell you specifically. Obviously, some of the theory behind that had to do with the weekend. Some of it had to do with the Roots Picnic, you know, which is a very popular event that draws a lot of people to enjoy something that is planned by one of Philly's great bands and a very positive influence in the city. So it may simply have been a certain amount of trying to evaluate the potential for people leaving a different event to end up on South Street and what social media may have indicated was possible. But I would refer those questions to the police commissioner and to the city.
From now on Saturday nights, I believe there should be a heavier police presence in that area.
I try as much as I can not to pretend I'm the police commissioner, and I appreciate it when they return that favor. So I would respectfully refer you to the city and also to the police commissioner.
So are there any policy prescriptions you're considering for repeat offenders with illegal firearms being released? Is there anything policy-wise that can be done in your office?
I'm happy to answer your question, although I'm a little confused because I think we just discussed 2 people who have a permit to carry, which means
I mean, in general, the wide scope of people with illegal guns.
We have always treated 6105, which is people who have a prior felony. We have always treated those cases as very serious cases that we prosecute. They're not even eligible for diversion. When you look at 6106 and 6108, now those are charges that can apply to people who have no criminal record whatsoever, but did not get the paperwork in order to have a permit to carry. And for some of them, we have to keep a close eye on them because they are capable of doing great violence. And for others, you're dealing with people who are law-abiding people who arm themselves without getting the paperwork because they're scared and because they're fearful. We believe in individual justice. We will continue to pursue individual justice in exactly the same way. We looked at what happened to Micah and said that's self-defense. Even though he fired a gun and killed someone, we did individual justice, and we do individual justice as well when it comes to cases of gun possession.
I want to be clear, we have 11 injuries, 3 fatalities. There's a family member who's believing that their relative is a 4th injury or 4th fatality in this. We're at 3 fatalities that you know of.
As of now, yes.
Mr. Attorney, do you have any updates on the shooting, the first shooting of the night after 11 p.m. on 4th and Baker? Do the suspects?
I would have to defer to 88 Pescator for that. Do you have any info?
No, there's no other information except, there's video from that scene as well, and there are police at that particular scene, which then leads to this particular scene.
And at this point, you have no suspicion that the two are related?
No.
Okay. Do you have any concern about the way the two shootings are handled side by side?
I have no reason to think that these investigations are being mishandled in any way. I can tell you that I know that police have been on the street working more or less continuously, as they often do with a homicide investigation. We have had excellent collaboration and cooperation with ATF and other law enforcement partners. ADA Pescator isn't getting as much sleep as she could use, which I appreciate. In fact, she was out there on the street herself. I was out there on the street myself the morning after it occurred. You know, this is a very high priority for a lot of people in the city. Some of them are in government, some of them are not. These business owners have stepped up remarkably to make available video and to assist in this process. Witnesses have come from everywhere. There are people in the community who stepped up to try to render aid when people who were bleeding came into their establishments or were running down their streets. We are all stepping up, those in government and those who are not in government, to deal with a situation that is deeply, truly tragic.
Do you have any more video or photos that are going to be released in terms of having the public help you identify people or anything like that? I know we've seen some of the video, but should we expect anything else to be coming out?
I think I know the answer, but I think it's better if I don't answer. So we'll have ADA Pescator answer.
Thank you. I know that the mayor is having a press conference, or was having a press conference today, and I just left homicide a short time ago, and the two video specialists over there were putting together compilations and still culling video for that. So I'm hopeful that we'll have another person that we can identify as another shooter.
And that'll be made available to the public or to the media?
Once we do that, yes.
You said you don't have a name on Garner or David Hart?
I don't.
I want to make sure we're looking at Garner. It looks to me like he's wearing blue top, right?
Well, it could look blue on your video,
Yeah.
and
You know
telling
what
you
I'm looking at, yeah.
it's a gray jacket with a black front to it.
And that's him next to the
I can't see that far away. No, that's not
Mr.
Karan
Cole,
Gardner.
may I assist? May I be of assistance?
Is that him?
No, that's not Karan Gardner.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, that is not Karan Gardner.
That's not him.
No.
Great. Thank you.
Of course. It's all about the truth. So may I just say this on the video issue? You know, this is always a very delicate balance. There may come a point where it makes more sense to release a video because that could become a source of additional investigation. There are also times when releasing a video invites people to become fake witnesses or invites them to change their memory, and their memory is actually valid, and what they're doing is modifying it based on something else. So it's this delicate balance between the integrity and the investigation and then being as complete as possible. But, you know, we have great faith that the PPD and that the mayor's office will be sensitive to this, that the PPD is well positioned to make good judgments about what video can be released and at what point it can be released. And of course, we're in that process, so we're happy to advise to the extent that they want.
Are the families being cooperative? I know you mentioned like one of the boxer may have known the one of the possible other boxer, things like that. I know it mostly seems like it's all innocent bystanders, but are there any relationship or
Yeah, I can't tell you that. I don't even know if Micah Towns, the one victim, has been able to be interviewed yet. So once that happens, maybe we'll have more information.
Just one last clarifying question. On
Yeah.
the timeline, you said who threw the first punch?
Gregory Jackson.
Gregory Jackson threw the first punch, not his accomplice. Who has his
No,
name?
no.
And do you know how many shots each of them fired at each other?
They fired together, altogether, they fired 17 shots between Jackson and Towns.
Jackson and Towns, do you know how many hit Jackson?
I don't know.
Are there any other questions? Thank you all very much. Appreciate your patience this morning. I realize we couldn't answer it all this morning, but we have more. We will probably have more yet tomorrow.
All right, everybody, if you were just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, that is the latest update coming in from Philadelphia police on that mass shooting that happened over the weekend. Authorities say 2 people are now in custody in connection to Saturday's mass shooting that left 3 people dead and injured at least 11 other people. We do know coming up in about 30 minutes, there will be a Senate committee hearing on domestic terrorism following a series of mass shootings that we have experienced here in the United States, specifically following that mass shooting that happened in Buffalo, New York, inside of a grocery store where an 18-year-old gunman walked in and shot and killed 10 people. So again, we are awaiting that Senate committee hearing coming up at 10 o'clock this morning. It is 9:32 here on the East Coast. We're going to step away for a quick break. We'll be right back. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox, everybody. Thank you so much for joining us here on the show. My name is Mackenzie Stasko, and I'll be with you for the next few hours, bringing you up to speed on all of the top stories we are following today. We do know coming up in less than about a half hour, lawmakers, specifically the Senate Judiciary Committee, will be holding a hearing on domestic terrorism. It's called Examining Domestic Terrorism Threats After the Buffalo Attack. And this, of course, does come following that shooting in Buffalo, New York, where 10 Black Americans died in a racist act of violence. Members of the Buffalo community are expected to testify at today's hearing. As soon as we get a live feed of that, we, of course, will bring that to you here on Live Now from Fox. Also, midterm primaries are today. We know voters will be headed to the polls today in 7 states across the country. So definitely laying the groundwork for what we can expect to see in November. Also, economy-related news, gas prices have hit another new record high today as the national average for a gallon of regular gasoline is now $4.92 a gallon. So again, gas prices just continue to keep rising. We are expected to get a live shot and speak with one of our Fox Business Network correspondents about that coming up in just a little bit. But again, we do know voters will be heading to the polls today for the midterm primaries. That will again be laying the groundwork for the midterm elections. And as Fox News correspondent Doug Lazater reports from Washington this morning, it's impossible to ignore the role that gas prices and inflation may play in their minds.
We hit yet another record for gas prices overnight, with the national average now just below $5 a gallon.
I, Jimmy Carter, do solemnly swear.
What is this, the 1970s? Gas prices are up, way up. So is inflation, and there is widespread economic uncertainty.
Reportedly, you have administration staffers sort of joking, what's next, a horde of locusts?
The national average for a gallon of gas just hit $4.91 this morning. And if you live in one of these states or the District of Columbia, you're already at $5 a gallon or higher. California hit $6.37, and that's just one of the states holding primaries today. Democrats are increasingly worried about their prospects in the midterms.
We need to every day be saying, here are the 2-3 things we're doing to lower price.
I think the president could release more product from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve.
In a tweet, President Biden touted economic growth, writing, "America has achieved the most robust recovery in modern history." And on the energy front, he just invoked the Defense Production Act to help boost the production of solar panels.
What's the emergency in the solar industry?
Well, this is just a step to get to a place where we do have a clean energy arsenal.
Republicans accuse the White House of ignoring the oil industry here at home.
So for Democrats who have these Green New Deal fantasies, $5 gallon gas is not an accident. It's not an unintended consequence. It's very much the intended consequence.
And Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is testifying on Capitol Hill this morning. She will get an earful after recently acknowledging that her inflation predictions were wrong. In Washington, Doug Lazater, Fox News.
Doug, thank you for that report. We do know President Biden is calling for use of the Defense Production Act to boost the domestic production of solar panels. The Biden administration is claiming that the move will lower energy costs, but critics say it's a gift to Chinese solar manufacturers. Our Fox News White House correspondent Jackie Heinrich has more.
In a new clean energy push, President Biden is pausing tariffs on solar panel imports from 4 Southeast Asian countries after a Commerce Department investigation over whether companies there circumvented tariffs on Chinese-made goods stalled projects in the U.S.
How is this not a gift to Chinese solar manufacturers, who many of whom operate with forced labor and are subsidized by the Chinese Communist Party?
Today's announcement is about one country and one country alone, and it's about the United States.
The White House says the tariff exemptions don't apply to any materials imported from China, but critics are sounding off. A spokesperson for the pro-tariff group Coalition for a Prosperous America tweeted in part, "It's time to call this for what it is, build back Beijing." And First Solar, an American manufacturer of solar panels, said it was deeply disappointed with the announcement and, quote, directly undermines American solar manufacturing by giving unfettered access to China's state-subsidized solar companies for the next 2 years. Today, the White House couldn't say which emergency the president's using to invoke the wartime law.
This is a very important part of the president's agenda in getting to that clean energy. This is a way that we felt that we can act to get moving in that way.
The push for sustainable energy comes as gas prices continue to break records. Today, 25 cents higher than just a week ago, averaging $4.86 for a gallon of regular. According to a new ABC News poll, 8 in 10 voters say inflation is their top concern, and only 28% approve of how the president is handling it. Biden taking fire from both sides of the aisle.
I support everything the president is doing, but I don't think it's enough. My constituents don't think it's enough.
He takes no responsibility for his economic malpractice, because that's what this is. He's missed the diagnosis for over a year.
The White House says President Biden's doing everything he can to bring gas prices down, but he won't be lobbying Saudi Arabia to boost oil production if he meets with the Crown Prince next month. That meeting's under consideration despite the country's record on human rights abuses, a bar that Biden upheld when it comes to a summit he's hosting this week, denying entry to 3 Latin American countries and thereby causing Mexico's president to back out. At the White House, Jackie Heinrich, Fox News.
All right, thank you for that report. And these record-setting prices are also squeezing the trucking industry. The national average for diesel, which fuels most trucks, hit $5.64 this week, which is up 70% from this time last year. And it's creating more challenges for an industry that's already facing driver shortages from the pandemic, and it's leading to more companies to decide whether they can absorb the costs or if they'll have to jack up prices for consumers. Fox News correspondent Kevin Cork has more on why it's causing more drivers to slam the brakes, plus a look at some of the possible economic impacts.
Sticker shock at the pumps continues. It's a lot. But it's not just gasoline gouging wallets. Data collected by the Associated Press finds the cost of diesel is roughly 70% higher than this time last year, with AAA reporting the national average price is now $5.65 per gallon.
If it keeps going the way it's going, I'm going to find myself in an early grave.
Just like with rising gas prices, market research analysts attribute most of the skyrocketing diesel costs to the Russian invasion of Ukraine.
Before the Russian invasion, the oil market was tight. Inventories were low, demand was rising, there's a little spare capacity. And then the Russian invasion has removed some supply from the U.S. and Europe.
But many trucking companies say they just can't keep absorbing the costs.
That will ultimately be reflected in the prices that the consumer pays. And that's part of the increase in the cost of food.
And the situation may only get worse, with many drivers reporting their job wages simply aren't rising at the same rate as diesel prices.
Going from Clackamas, Oregon to Fort Lauderdale, Florida, it was only paying $2,500 to the driver.
Trucks deliver about 70% of all goods transported across the country. Supply chain issues could result if more drivers refuse jobs because of surging diesel prices. Getting tough out there indeed. I'm Kevin Cork, Fox News.
All right, Kevin, thank you for that report. We do want to take you live out to the stock board, Wall Street opening. You can see the New York Stock Exchange down about 226 points, opening just about 13 minutes ago. And we do have an update on billionaire Elon Musk wanting to purchase Twitter. Elon Musk is now threatening to walk away from his $44 billion Twitter deal. He says he'll end the takeover of Twitter if Twitter fails to provide accurate data on the number of fake accounts on the site. He made the threat in a formal letter, which was released yesterday, and it actually caused Twitter's stock to drop. Some experts believe he may be trying to drive down the price so he can buy it for less. But we do have a full conversation on this very same topic from our own LiveNOW's Daytona Everett.
You're watching Live Now from Fox. I'm Daytona Everett. Some big news coming in again with Elon Musk. He's warning he could walk away from his $44 billion takeover deal of Twitter. That's if Twitter doesn't provide data on fake and spam accounts. This is the first time Musk has formally put this warning in writing, as opposed to tweeting, of course. Lawyers for the Tesla and SpaceX CEO made the threat in a letter to Twitter. Twitter had previously downplayed Musk's threats here. So what is the legality of all of this? I want to bring in David DiPietro. David, you've worked on contracts like this in the past. What are your initial thoughts? I mean, what is Musk trying to do with this?
It could be a number of things. I think the most important thing is what did Twitter represent to Musk about the size of their customer base? If their subscribers were much less and that was represented to him, a much higher number, he may have be able to get out of the contract. He may be able to sue for the misrepresentation, or he might be able to bring them back to the table and renegotiate Twitter to be purchased for a lower price because the company actually has less subscribers. So there could be a lot of moving parts here, a lot of negotiations going on back and forth, but this is not uncommon in the purchase of a company. It's really what happens in the due diligence period and whether people can really got the benefit of the bargain they were looking for.
So this is all about these bots, according to Musk, and he's concerned about that before he makes the full commitment into going ahead with this deal for Twitter. In response, the Twitter CEO said that an external review to determine the percentage would be difficult, he said, given the, quote, critical need to use both public and private information. He's talking about this information that they have access to at Twitter that Musk doesn't have access to right now. What is the give and take on this? When does all of that information typically transfer over to the new owner?
Exactly. That's the fight about what we call the due diligence period. Is he wants the finances, he wants the how many employees, what the employees are paid. He's basically trying to figure out the value of the company that he purchased was represented appropriately. And if he finds out it wasn't, again, it forces the deal either to fall apart or be go into litigation or just both parties walk away. So this isn't uncommon. Twitter has the information. Musk wants it. They don't want to turn it over because they want to turn over as least amount of information they can to get the deal closed. And Elon Musk wants to get as much information as he can because once he takes over, he's in the driver's seat. If he finds out these problems after the fact, he's in a much different position. He's in a worse position. Versus not closing on the deal and trying to make sure he's getting the benefit of what he negotiated for.
Well, Musk is saying that he's been asking for this information for a while and still hasn't gotten it. How do you see this all playing out? Do you see him fully pulling out?
That's really what it's in his mind and what's in their mind. I think he's the driver and this is the purchaser. So he's got the equitable title of the company right now. He just needs to close it and have the legal title, so to speak. So it's really up to him on the three things that I mentioned earlier that he could do is either close the deal, litigate on the deal, and sue for the deal, sue based upon the representations, or renegotiate the deal. Well, the renegotiating part will require Twitter to come back and renegotiate, which means everybody's going to take less money. So it's a day by day. We'll see what Musk really, how bad he really wants Twitter, because if he really wants it, he'll close the deal. If he's not sure anymore, he won't close the deal. So it really goes to his intent and what he wants to get done.
So say he does walk away from the deal, does he have any financial obligation to Twitter in this? Because we're talking about a $44 billion deal. Is there money left on the table?
It depends. It depends on what the contract says. I'm sure that this contract was very tightly put together. And another thing could be is even though things are in the contract, if things are represented and they're false, you can sue for events outside of the contract. If I represent something like I have 100 million subscribers and come to find out there's only 80 million, then Musk can go outside the contract and sue for false and fraudulent or negligently misrepresented claims. So it's really, this thing can play out in many different ways. The worst place to go is litigation because nobody wins. Twitter loses, Musk loses. It becomes a fight in the courthouse, and I don't see that really going anywhere positive for anybody. So it really is, if Elon Musk wants this deal to close, he will make sure it closes under the terms he can live with.
Well, taking kind of a bird's eye view look at this agreement between Twitter, between Elon Musk, a lot of it has been playing out in public view on Twitter itself. I'm curious what your views are on that.
I guess it's the SEC version of the Johnny Depp versus Amber Heard. I guess it's a little bit of dramatic news storying that's happening, which is fine because I think this was become such a political, news-oriented event. It's going to be fought out and dragged out into the media. It's very common, I think, and it's just interesting because everybody's got their own perspective on it. What's really going on is really there's probably a handful of people really know what is being negotiated and what's not happening.
Yeah. What do you foresee the timetable of this being with this official letter being written and sent over? Do you think that we could get an indication within the week or the next couple of weeks on whether this deal is a bust?
I think we'll know by June. I don't see a due diligence fight lasting in perpetuity. And I think after 30 days, with the number of lawyers probably working on this case and financial analysts, I think you'll know pretty soon this month what's going to happen.
Yeah, especially with stocks varying, of course, a lot of things depending on this decision, on this procurement from Elon Musk. Any last thoughts on this, David, moving forward?
I know the public finds it very interesting, but for us lawyers, this is somewhat common. You get into big fights over this, fighting over information and what was represented. So to me, it's not a shocking event. I guess it's just because it's played out in the public and everybody thought Elon Musk had a deal. It was done. It was over. But you don't have a deal until you take title, until you take possession. So he's got a contract, but he doesn't have possession, and they're fighting over the terms of that final transaction.
All right. We'll be watching it. David DiPietro, thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, and we of course always appreciate our Live Now's Daytona Everett for that conversation about billionaire Elon Musk, again, threatening to sort of pull out of that massive Twitter deal. But we do want to take you to some other live events that we are following today. A lot of things happening in Washington, D.C., specifically on Capitol Hill. We do know that there will be a Senate hearing today on domestic terrorism. That's coming up in about 9 minutes. We, of course, will bring you live to that as soon as we get that feed. We also have the U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen expected to testify in front of lawmakers today about President Joe Biden's budget as well as inflation. And we also have a gun violence rally happening at the National Mall at this very moment. We do have former Arizona Representative Gabby Giffords. You can see her there in that cream-colored blazer. She'll be speaking at this gun violence event happening at the National Mall in Washington, D.C. Giffords, a Democrat from Arizona, was shot in the head at an event outside of a Tucson grocery store back in 2011. She recovered but is permanently impaired, and since that has happened, she is really devoted. She had stepped down from her role as a representative, but has really since devoted her time to preventing gun violence since she was personally impacted by that. We are expecting House Speaker Nancy Pelosi and other lawmakers to attend as well. Also, another Senate hearing, this one specifically about the ongoing drought in California, that historic drought that millions of Californians are dealing with. And it is something that more and more homeowners are dealing with, especially in drought-parched state. We do want to head to a conversation with our Fox 11 LA team about wildfire mitigation amid this ongoing drought.
Summer approaches, the weather will heat up, and that, of course, comes with an increased risk of wildfire. We know it all too well. A recent study by the First Street Foundation outlined the increasing high risk for millions of homes in America. Look at that map, including right here in Southern California. We know, of course, that wildfire season lasts longer now, and it is more dangerous. What can you, as a homeowner, as a resident, do to help protect yourself? And how can you make your home safer with, by the way, without having to spend a ton of money? Joining us now is wildlife researcher and firefighter Daniel Gorham from the nonprofit Insurance Institute for Business and Home Safety. Daniel, it is always a delight to have you back with us. You help us navigate this so well. First of all, how are you?
I'm doing well. Good to see you, Bill.
Well, I know you're on the road talking about some of this stuff, and so thanks for making time for us. You study wildfire. You really dig down into the research, and in fact, I think we have some video of what essentially is your working laboratory showing various ways that your home can catch fire. You study it very thoroughly and very carefully. What have you learned over the past few years of your research about the dangers that we might not necessarily think about?
You're absolutely right. You know, the research center in Richburg, South Carolina is a great place. We like to call it like the sandbox. You know, I'm a kid in the sandbox getting to kind of to manipulate the physical world to study it. And as you talked about, you know, my primary work focuses on how do homes and buildings ignite. And as these videos are showing, the most common cause, the leading cause for home ignition is not necessarily the big wall of flames, the wildfire, but the small embers that can travel ahead of the fire. And so the embers, and thinking about how embers ignite and how we make homes less susceptible from embers is really important to bending down that risk curve.
As we've done so much wildfire coverage here in the Southland, we've certainly seen evidence of that as the winds pick up and carry those embers far from the initial ignition point. Okay, so you actually have collated a nice group of helpful tips for homeowners. You've got 5 tips for us, and we're going to walk through them one at a time. I think it'll be useful for all of us. Is that you want people to create a home ignition zone. What do you mean by that?
So the home ignition zone is that area around your home. It's the first 5 feet and it includes underneath decks. And why it's so important, and we talk about embers being the leading cause of building ignition, is that's where embers were accumulating. And so where embers accumulate, we don't want to have combustibles that can be ignited by the ember. And those combustibles like vegetation or stuff underneath your deck then cause your home to ignite. So the home ignition zone, the first 5 feet around the perimeter, including underneath the deck, make that so when embers land there, they don't have anything to ignite.
I love these illustrations that you've shown us because sometimes we hear that and we can't see it, and that is a really good visual. And by the way, it changes the look of your home, but it doesn't decrease the curb appeal of it. Okay, so let's talk more about the deck. You talk about the importance of keeping items out from under. That's my favorite hiding place, of putting things that you're trying to store, right? Maybe there's some sports equipment or whatever. You put things under the deck, and you say that's not a good idea.
Yeah, that's not a good idea. And the challenge is, again, talking about embers, you know, you have deck boards or a walking surface, and they might land on top of the deck, but they'll also fall through and land underneath. And a lot of times where you have that vegetation underneath your deck, it becomes kind of dead and dying and really susceptible to ignition. So again, we want to keep that area clear of vegetation. And you're right, it's a convenient storage place, but we want to keep it clear of any combustibles like spare lumber or maybe some kayaks, because if they ignite, that creates that underdeck fire, which we know is so dangerous.
So taking that same kind of logic, if you have fencing around your property, you want to make sure that isn't combustible as well, because otherwise that's just putting you in a ring of fire potentially, right?
A ring of fire, and think of the fence kind of like a wick for the fire to spread. So if your fence ignites some distance away from your home and it's a continuously combustible fence, like say a wood fence, that fire can spread along that combustible fence right up to your home. So we acknowledge and we know people have wood fences out there. At a minimum, you should take the section that attaches to your home. It's oftentimes the gate section, and replace that with something non-combustible, like a metal fence section.
There you go. Because again, if you're trying to keep up the curb appeal, but also you don't want to spend a whole lot of money, because that's a real talk right now with this economy, is that you replace the key section. Okay, the next one is one that we are told about all the time, and it's an expense, we know, but sometimes you might be able to do it or get a partner or a friend to help you do it. Keep those trees trimmed.
Yeah, keep the trees trimmed, keep them trimmed back and away from the home, right? You know, outside of that 5-foot home ignition zone. Think of it kind of like, you know, it goes up into the atmosphere. All the way up. We don't want trees overhanging because that's going to accumulate debris. Work with a neighbor, work with a friend. You should be appropriately trained, and you might need to pull together some resources to get it done across your block. But really maintaining those trees and maintaining the ground where even if you have trees, they might be accumulating pine needles and leaves, because those are small receptive fuels that can ignite easily.
Cleaning that debris, it's not just, you know, to make it look nice. Is it you know, sometimes they they're very dry or they can be oily, and that can be a real concern if fire comes to your area.
Absolutely, yeah. And inside the gutters and inside the crevices and corners, think about anywhere your debris accumulates. That's also where embers are going to accumulate. So we want to keep those two, separate. Keep that clear debris, and so when the embers land there, there's nothing for them to ignite.
Walk the perimeter, right? I guess just put eyes on your property and look at it, kind of be fire savvy and look at it with that sort of that lens, and you might see things a little differently. Okay, you also want to tell people you guys have been working on an app that will help with fire safety. Tell us about it.
Yeah, Wildfire Ready, it's an app you can download from the iOS store or the Android store. And exactly like you said, Michaela, this app is actually going to use augmented reality. So you're going to take some pictures, kind of walk around your home, and then it's going to kind of show you this virtual reality of what your home is, what you should be looking for, looking at the vent sizes, looking at the gutter, looking at the siding. Wildfire Ready, the app, as well as disastersafety.org/wildfire ready, is going to give homeowners and communities the resources and information that they can use to be prepared for wildfire this season.
This is the reality that we live in. Might as well empower yourself, and this is a great way to do it. Daniel, always a delight to see you. Thanks so much for joining us and providing such useful information to us.
Thanks, Michaela. My pleasure.
Take care. And of course, we'll link to all of that on our website, foxla.com/links. So if you didn't get all the information that Daniel and I ran through, we'll make sure you can get it.
All right, and a big thanks to our Fox 11 LA team for that conversation. You're taking a live look at several stories that we are following today. A lot of big events happening in Washington, D.C. You can see that gun violence rally almost underway at the National Mall, where we have former Arizona Representative Gabby Giffords, a victim of gun violence herself, expected to speak in just a little bit. We also have U.S. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen expected to testify on President Joe Biden's budget today, as well as the ongoing inflation crisis that we are dealing with pretty much every day here in the United States, as well as the Senate hearing on domestic terrorism, following that mass shooting in Buffalo, New York. So a lot of top stories we are following. All of these hearings and events are expected to get underway in just a little bit. But in the meantime, we do want to switch to some economy-related news. We want to take you live out to Wall Street right now. The New York Stock Exchange opening about 30 minutes ago. You can see stocks trading down about 198 points at this very moment. And this all comes, of course, as we are dealing with rising gas prices. The national average for a gallon of gas is inching closer to $5. Prices hit another record today with a new national average of $4.92. And for more on gas prices, let's head out live to Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, where we do have Fox Business Network's Jeff Flock live for us there today. Jeff, thank you so much for joining us here on the show. I see you're standing right there at a gas station. 13 states already at or above $5 a gallon. It seems as though the national average is going to hit $5 well before summer even officially starts.
Looks like just a matter of time before we'll get to a $5 national average, Mackenzie. Here in Philadelphia, prices have been over $5 for quite a while already. $5.35, I think, back behind me. If they turn around, they may change it. But yeah, they're headed in that direction. All the experts seem to think that that's where we're headed. And where the top is, the thing is, we don't know. I mean, this is an all-time record. We've never seen, I used to, as the gas prices were running up, I would say, inflation adjusted. If we adjust for inflation, go back to the 70s and the 80s, it was still higher. But now we've even gone beyond those limits. And this is really the highest gas prices we've ever paid in this country.
Yeah, and Jeff, I wanted to ask, how is the rise in gas prices impacting the rest of the economy? Obviously, we're dealing with inflation. That doesn't seem to be going away anytime soon, but are people postponing travel or maybe spending less? Are businesses seeing fewer customers now that we're paying pretty much $5 a gallon?
Well, obviously, there's no one solid picture of that, but people say they are going to travel less, canceling some trips, making trips maybe shorter. But the reality is the demand in gasoline continues to rise. Air travel demand continues to rise. This is the summer travel season. We're coming out of a pandemic. A lot of people put off travel for the last couple of years, and they really want to get out and do it now that they're able to without a mask on and all the other concerns there. So at this point, it really has not impacted the economy other than to drive up inflation. You know, as gas prices rise, people need to spend more on gas. The fact is they do have jobs now. We have very low unemployment, so people still have jobs and have the ability. You know, the real crunch comes in terms of the economy when people don't have jobs, because then they have no options. They can't choose to maybe drive a little less or spend more here and spend less there if you don't have any income. People have income right now, so they're able to pay for the things that they want to do. Question is, how much longer can that go if these gasoline and energy prices continue to rise?
Jeff, that was actually my next question. You know, it's getting pretty unbearable for even people who have smaller cars. So yeah, really unbearable for most Americans. How high do you think that we will see gas prices go, and how long could this go on for?
Well, I didn't think they'd go this high, to be very honest with you. But, you know, we've got a bit of a perfect storm here. In addition to, you know, coming out of the pandemic where a lot of gas and oil exploration went away, and so we don't have as much supply in. You've got OPEC that's not meeting its quotas. You have the situation in Russia where we are boycotting Russian oil. So, you know, you've got all these factors here, plus an inflationary economy coming out of a pandemic. You know, things were depressed for so long, you had pent-up demand, so there was going to be issues there. Government spending. The government pumped a lot of money into the economy, so it's just, you know, one thing after another here, and so I don't know where the top is. I have no idea. I do know that in Europe right now, they're paying closer to $8 a gallon for gasoline. We pay right now on the average of $5, so they've always had a premium over there. You know, we've obviously had better exploration here in the U.S. and been able to manage our own energy needs better. Some people think we could do even better than that now, but I don't know where the top is, and I don't know that anybody with a crystal ball can see a top either.
And Jeff, let's talk about diesel prices, because obviously along with regular gas, diesel prices are soaring as well. Many truck companies say that they can't keep absorbing these costs, and that is likely and pretty much ultimately going to be reflected in the prices that we, the consumers, pay, and that is part of the increase in the cost of food and goods. So do you think that we'll see, you know, those food prices, the shipping costs, will we see that immediately, or do you think there will be some sort of lag time with that?
Yeah, there's always a little bit of lag time. There's always less lag time on the way up than there is on the way down. Obviously, when diesel and fuel prices go down, it sometimes takes a while to reach everyone because they're trying to make up for what they lost on the way up. We're at $5.68, the average gallon of diesel in the U.S. right now. That's, you know, 70 cents or more than the gallon of regular gasoline. And as you point out, it does impact everything. Most of the goods that we have, most of the food that we eat comes to us by truck one way or another. And they've got a two-edged sword right now in that they're fighting both high gasoline prices as well as issues with employment and getting enough truckers on the road. We already had a trucker shortage, and with issues in supply chain right now, some of those supply chain issues have to do with the ability, it's not just stuff coming from Asia or overseas somewhere to U.S. ports, it's also here in the U.S. getting enough trucking to get things where they need to go, and not only the cost of the diesel, but the cost of employment, and then just the overall inflationary nature of the economy drives the price for everything up. As I said, only positive right now is we've got jobs, we've got money, we can have some flexibility in terms of what we buy, but it certainly has an impact.
All right, Fox Business Network's Jeff Flock live for us in Philadelphia talking rising gas prices. Jeff, I'm sure we'll be touching base with you throughout the week, so thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox.
You're welcome, Mackenzie. Good to see you.
Likewise, you as well. All right, everybody, we do want to take you out to several live events that we are following today here on Live Now from Fox. The first one, a gun violence rally happening at the National Mall. We also have a lot of hearings happening on Capitol Hill. Treasury Secretary Janet Yellen is going to be testifying on inflation today, and also President Joe Biden's budget, and the Senate Judiciary hearing on domestic terrorism that is currently underway. So we do want to take you live out to this. Again, this hearing comes after the mass shooting in Buffalo, New York that killed 10 Black Americans in a racist act of violence. We do have members of the Buffalo community on Capitol Hill expected to testify at this hearing. So let's go ahead and listen in on Live Now from Fox.
A loved one to unspeakable acts of hate. With that, I turn to the ranking member, Grassley, Senator Grassley, for his opening statement.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is our third hearing in this Congress on this threat of domestic terrorism. March of last year, Director Wray of the FBI testified before us that the threat of domestic terrorism is really growing. 6 months later, he testified to another committee that the FBI had 2,700 active domestic terrorism investigations compared to the usual 1,000. Some of those 600 cases involved the Capitol riot on January the 6th. Another is a tragic event that the chairman just referred to, the terrible attack by young white racists, killing 10 in Buffalo. One of those killed in that domestic act of terrorism was Ruth Whitfield. Her son, Garnell, is with us here today. Nearly 600 events were anti-police riots that erupted in dozens of cities in 2020. FBI Executive Assistant Director Jill Sandburn testified before us in January that 800 domestic terrorism investigations were opened as a result of the 2020 riots. That was 5 months ago. Each time we speak with the FBI, the number has usually risen by a few hundred. However, due to the lack of federal jurisdiction, this is only a small fraction of the 14,000 that were arrested just in the first few weeks. Tens of thousands appear to have participated in mass violence. I was truly surprised by this sheer number of Americans that have been willing to engage in violence in support of anti-police rhetoric. 2,000 police officers were injured, 25 people were killed, and there was $2 billion in property damage with arson as the preferred tactic. For anyone who thinks violence from political left ended in 2020, it didn't. In May of 2022, report by the Center of Strategic and International Studies found that 40% of all domestic terrorist attacks in 2021 were from the left. By anyone who thinks that the violence from the far left didn't begin in 2020, it didn't. In 2016, 2 black racists killed 8 police officers in Dallas and Baton Rouge in 11 days. According to a May 2021 report from the FBI, black racially motivated violent extremism was the deadliest ideology in 2017. Even though many in the press only focus on far-right attacks, the most deadly ideology often changes year to year. So, in 2018 and 2019, that was white, racially motivated, and violent extremism. But in 2020, anti-government extremism was the most lethal ideology. One constant of domestic terrorism is that the threat is always shifting, and violence comes from all sides of the political spectrum. An Asian man drove a car into a peaceful protest in favor of fair treatment of African Americans. The Waukesha parade murderer and the New York subway shooter had delivered long racist tirades against white Americans before their crimes. I've said it before, and so say it again. We all have to condemn all political violence. We have the time and the resources to combat violence committed under the banner of every deadly ideology. We do not have to choose. We must combat all. At the same time, we have to protect speech. A fanatical Bernard Sanders supporter tried to murder Republicans in a congressional baseball game in 2017. I guess that was in a practice session of that, getting ready for that game. Agreeing with Bernie Sanders politically is protected by the First Amendment. Trying to kill others in support of that belief is not. I don't think any Republicans tried to argue that being a Bernie Sanders supporter made a person a domestic terrorist just because one person who agreed with him was. We have to avoid feckless name-calling because we disagree over major issues. It is unfair, for example, to equate Republican concerns over illegal immigration with racist extremism. And of course, that's profoundly sad. If we're going to come together to solve the problems of domestic terrorism, we have to do so with an eye to solving the problems that truly exist. Reorganizing offices in the Department of Justice that have asked not to be reorganized doesn't do that. Foisting reporting and focusing requirements on them that are intended to push them to combat one deadly ideology more than the others won't help anyone. We have to listen to what is truly needed. Those operating in the terrorism space have asked for a slew of authorities to help them combat international terrorism. I introduced an amendment to the NDAA last year to give them these authorities. It didn't pass at that time. I hope it will this year when I again offer it. Finally, we have to come together to protect our law enforcement officers. The CSIS report that I mentioned already found that law enforcement officers have increasingly become targets of domestic terrorists from all sides of the political spectrum. The report states that government, military, and especially law enforcement.
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are listening in to the Senate Judiciary Committee hearing on domestic terrorism. We do have lawmakers speaking right now. A lot of things happening on Capitol Hill today, a lot of different Senate hearings, but we also have a gun violence memorial currently underway on the National Mall. We also have former Arizona Representative Gabby Giffords, again, a former Arizona lawmaker who is actually a victim of gun violence herself. So again, we do want to switch gears, sticking to the same very same topic about gun violence. But again, this is the gun violence memorial happening on the National Mall. We have several lawmakers and again, former Arizona Representative Gabby Giffords speaking on her own personal story with gun violence. Let's listen in.
Gave them heart and hope, and they have been champions. The Sandy Hook survivors and families have been champions of gun violence prevention. And I want to pay tribute today to all of the survivors who continue to come forward, continue to relive their stories of horror and heartbreak. And Gabby Giffords gives them, all of them, the role model and the mentor and the example of personal courage, grace under pressure that inspires us all. So if you take nothing else away from today, it is her message: fight, fight, fight. Never, ever give up. And we know, and I'll be very blunt, we know that the gun lobby is still out there. They are continuing to intimidate and threaten our colleagues. Republicans have yet to stand up to them. We still have an uphill battle, but we are determined to seize this moment and save lives, because we have a responsibility to the American people and to our own conscience. And you have created the movement. Giffords, all of these organizations have changed the political face of America in these 10 years. I've seen it happen. We were crying in the wilderness 10 years ago. You have changed the political dynamic and landscape, and Gabby Giffords has been our leader. And now we need to fulfill the promise of this moment. Not with window dressing or face saving, not with checking the box, but with real and meaningful action. And if we can do it on red flag laws and improving the background check system, and yes, mental health, school security, why not raise the age that's required to purchase guns? Seems to make such simple sense. All of these measures are common sense, sensible measures. And I've been privileged to partner with many of the House colleagues who are here today, Debbie Wasserman Schultz on background checks for ammunition, Adam Schiff for repeal of PLCA, the sweetheart deal that gives gun manufacturers absolute immunity. We need to continue to be angry and unsatisfied, because if we reach a compromise, and I'm very clear-eyed about the uphill battle and the work still to be done, but if we manage to reach an agreement, we will still have work to do. We will still have a lot of work to do on these common sense measures, and we will continue to be in this fight. So I want to thank you for being here today, but more important, for your continuing struggle. And it will be a struggle, and especially to those survivors who are here, because it is painful, it is grief-stricken, but it matters. Thank you so much.
Thank you. This time I would like to call up Senator Klobuchar.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for doing your job as usual. This week, as you show the Senate what you can do when you got a majority and you can pass things. And she has just been unbelievable standing with her members. I want to thank Gabby, because whenever I get down about this fight, whenever I see those little girls' pictures with their communion dresses from Uvalde, when I see the little green tennis shoes that girl wore every single day, when I see the sports uniforms of the little boys, I think about Gabby, because Gabby never gave up. When she faced an unimaginable tragedy, she just kept going and ended up back in the House floor leading this effort. So these flowers out there, to me, every one of them is someone that someone loved. But in the end, those flowers are the grace of Gabby Gifford that we cannot forget. So we have 20-some empty beds in Texas, 10 empty chairs at the dinner tables in Buffalo, including a guy that went to the grocery store just to buy his son a birthday cake and never came home. That's what this is about. So when the speaker talks about mustering the courage our colleagues must muster, I just don't think it should be that hard. Time and time again, we've seen this happen, and we know what the solutions are because we've seen them work in certain states, and we've certainly seen them work in other countries. So how can anyone go home and explain why an 18-year-old can't get a drink, but he can go and order an AR-15 off of the internet after he gets...
All right, everybody, we are listening in to Senator Amy Klobuchar speaking at this gun violence memorial. We are expected to hear from former Arizona Representative Gabby Giffords herself, who is a victim of gun violence, injured at a mass shooting in 2011 while she was outside of a Tucson, Arizona grocery store. So we are going to dip out of this and take you to another important story that we are following today on Capitol Hill, where we do have the Senate Judiciary Committee currently discussing domestic terrorism. And this all comes, of course, following the mass shooting in Buffalo, New York, where 10 Black Americans were shot and killed inside of a grocery store. So let's go ahead and listen in live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
Our lives are forever changed, forever damaged by an act of profound hate and evil. And nothing will ever take away the hurt, the pain, or the hole in our hearts. For her to be murdered, taken away from us by someone so full of hate, is impossible to understand and even harder to live with. But we're more than hurt. We're angry. We're mad as hell because this should have never happened. We're good citizens, good people. We believe in God. We trust in God. But this wasn't an act of God. This was an act of a person, and he did not act alone. He was radicalized by white supremacists. His anger and hatred were metastasized like a cancer by people with big microphones in high places screaming that Black people were going to take away their jobs and opportunities. Every enforcement agency charged with protecting the homeland has conducted risk and threat analysis and determined that white supremacy is the #1 threat to the homeland. And yet, nothing has been done to mitigate it or eradicate it. We're people of decency. We're taught to love even our enemies. But our enemies don't love us. So what are we supposed to do with all our anger and all of our pain? Do you expect us to continue to just forgive and forget over and over again? And what are you doing? You're elected to protect us, to protect our way of life. I ask every one of you to imagine the faces of your mothers as you look at mine, and ask yourself, is there nothing that we can do? Is there nothing that you personally are willing to do to stop the cancer of white supremacy and the domestic terrorism it inspires? Because if there is nothing, then, respectfully, senators, you should yield your positions of authority and influence to others that are willing to lead on this issue. The urgency of the moment demands no less. My mother's life mattered. My mother's life mattered. And your actions here today will tell us how much it matters to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whitfield. Professor Turley.
Thank you, Chairman Durbin, Ranking Member Grassley, members of the Committee on the Judiciary. It's an honor to appear before you today to discuss the threat of domestic terrorism, a subject that should unite all Americans. You will find no disagreement among the witnesses on that worthy end. And while the means may be subject to qualifications, we share a common purpose in combating domestic terrorism. The powerful voice of Mr. Whitfield just now just reminds us of how urgent this task is. I offer my testimony in that spirit to try to identify areas of one of the pieces of legislation that I believe should be addressed to deal with some constitutional concerns. Extremist and violent speech is obviously not an abstraction for the people who work in this building. House members were shot in 2017. Members of both houses had to be rescued in 2020 due to a disgraceful attack on the Capitol. We all have ample reason to oppose these violent elements on both the left and the right. However, the Constitution does impose some limits on the range of action for Congress. I've tried to address those, ranging from the First Amendment to the separation of powers. I specifically address the Domestic Terrorism Prevention Act. I note in the testimony that aspects of the Act, in my view, are clearly constitutional. Those include things like the reporting and assessment and training components. The one area that I flag is the prioritization of particular terrorism cases. That raises a novel question. It actually falls into a gray area of separation of powers, so admittedly this can have people of good faith on either side. But for Congress to try to prioritize certain terrorism cases, I think would run afoul of the doctrine of separation of powers. And it's because the law uses a mandatory language in terms of dedicating resources within the executive branch for those ends. There's obviously a powerful interest in Congress in this area. I'm a Madisonian scholar, so I tend to favor legislative authority. I still do in this area. But there's also admittedly countervailing legislative encroachment issues that can occur under the separation of powers. Because of the executive branch's authority under the Take Care Clause and the inherent Article 2 powers, I think that those issues would loom large if that legislation was enacted the way it's currently written. I also spent a considerable amount of time in my testimony on free speech. That's where I do a lot of my writing. I've been described as a free speech purist or absolutist. There was a time when that was actually a compliment. I admit to it. I have a very broad view of free speech. As I talk about in my testimony, we have a checkered history of free speech impairments and criminalization. It occurs at times when we are angry, when we're afraid, when we're under attack. Our history is replete with it. It began with John Adams, who not only tried to criminalize opposing views, but tried to execute those who held them. It went through the Civil War, it went through Woodrow Wilson and the Palmer raids, the enactment of the Espionage Act. In each of those periods, not one branch, but all three branches failed the Constitution. All three branches allowed attacks to occur on free speech. It obviously continued with the Red Scare. It continues today as people call for forms of censorship, blacklisting, and criminalization of speech. I believe that this expansion of terrorist investigations raise legitimate questions that we have to deal with, not to intrude upon those areas. And that is a position that I've held for many years. As many of the members of this committee know, I've opposed broader interpretations of terrorism for 30 years. I've been one of the most vocal critics of Antifa, one of the most violent anti-free speech movements in our history. But I was one of the first to object to characterizing Antifa as a terrorist group for the same reason. We have to be very careful, not because we have different ends or different interests, but in a Madisonian system, it's often as important how you do something as what you do. Fortunately, even though we live in dangerous times, we have a Constitution designed for bad times, not good times. Indeed, the Constitution was written in the worst of times. It's a covenant, not with our government, but with each other. But it is a system that we can't assume is indestructible. It requires people of good faith like yourself to temper what are honest motives to try to combat extremism and protect those things that also define us. I thank you again for the honor of appearing before you, and I look forward to any questions that you may have.
Thank you, Professor Turley. Professor Pape. Thank you for having me. Mr. Whitfield is right. Violent populism is rising in America. Events like the Buffalo shooting that target minority populations and January 6th that threaten our democracy are not simply a continuation of long-standing trends, but reflect the consequences of extremist ideas moving from the fringe to the mainstream. If I could please have the next slide. I'm going to wait one moment to see if we can have the slides. There we go. If I could have the previous slide to that. Thank you. A key extremist idea is the Great Replacement. At bottom, the fear that minorities will have more rights than whites. As these extremist ideas become mainstream, domestic terrorism is evolving in more dangerous ways. On January 6, 2021, we witnessed, to quote Senator Mitch McConnell, a violent insurrection for the purpose of trying to prevent the peaceful transfer of power after a legitimately certified election. The key characteristic of the over 800 individuals charged in connection with the attack on the Capitol is that they are middle-class whites residing in counties with the most loss of white population share, exactly who would most likely fear the Great Replacement as described by prominent political and media leaders. On May 14th, just 3 weeks ago, a mass shooting occurred in Buffalo, New York, where the shooter, a self-described populist, methodically selected his target in order to kill large numbers of a minority group related to his fear of the Great Replacement. These violent ideas are widespread in the U.S. population, and we need to prepare for potential political violence in the future. Let's look at the facts. Next slide, please. The January 6 demographics are striking. Over half of those charged with committing crimes on January 6 were either business owners and CEOs or from white-collar occupations. The last time America saw middle-class whites involved in collective political violence was the expansion of the second KKK in the 1920s. Next slide. Nearly 90% charged were not members of militia and extremist groups like the Oath Keepers or the Proud Boys. Next slide. Their political geography is also striking. Over half of those charged with committing crimes on January 6 came from counties that Biden won, including large, urban, Democratic strongholds like Dallas, Houston, New York City, Chicago, San Francisco, and Los Angeles. Next slide, please. The crucial feature of the counties with insurrectionists is the loss of non-Hispanic white population. The more the county lost white population and became diverse, the much higher rate of having an insurrectionist. Why? Increasingly, some politicians and media figures tell whites they are deliberately being replaced by minorities and destined to become second-class citizens. White decline in one's community can reinforce and seemingly confirm these political and media narratives and have impact beyond electoral politics. Next slide. The Buffalo shooter is a prime example. The shooter's manifesto clearly describes his motive as targeting a minority population to prevent what he perceives as, quote, the complete racial and cultural replacement of white Americans. Next slide. Importantly, the shooter lived in Broome County, New York, which had one of the largest declines in non-Hispanic white population share since 2010, nearly 8%. This underscores that white population decline near their home can influence individuals with violent populist sentiments. To understand the risks going forward, we conducted a nationally representative survey with the respected polling firm NORC at the University of Chicago, fielded in April, just weeks ago. Next slide. We asked respondents whether they agree that Joe Biden stole the 2020 election and is an illegitimate president, and whether they agree that the use of force to restore Donald Trump to the presidency is justified. As you can see, tens of millions of Americans agree with these radical sentiments. Next slide. Most disturbing, we found that 7% of American adults, which equates to 18 million people, agree both that Joe Biden is illegitimate and that the use of force is justified to restore Trump to the presidency. This is important. A key indicator of long-term political violence in a country is the pool of the population that sees political violence as justified, and so this figure is extremely concerning. Next slide. The two main beliefs driving the 18 million are, number one, the Great Replacement, 75% agree with that, and second, the QAnon cult idea. Next slide. We did look at economic and other factors, but the Great Replacement and QAnon conspiracies are the far more powerful drivers. Last slide, please. We need to go beyond prosecution after the fact to prevention. Our country needs annual public reports by law enforcement assessing incidents in which people from across the political spectrum, from neo-Nazis to Antifa, turn to violence so that we can better understand the extent and source of the greatest threats. Our country needs a national conversation based on the facts about the consequences of violent ideas moving into the mainstream. Ultimately, the solutions to violent populism are the pillars that have always guided our great American democracy: dialogue and listening to each other. I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Professor Pate. Mr. Herdman?
Thank you, Chairman Durbin, and thank you, Ranking Member Grassley, for the invitation to speak before the committee on the vital issue of domestic terrorism. I've spent nearly 20 years of my professional career, mostly as a federal prosecutor, but also in the military, in the field of counterterrorism. While I bring to bear just one perspective on the work before the committee, I believe that my experience as a federal prosecutor in the Northern District of Ohio is of particular relevance on this subject. The Northern District of Ohio comprises the 40 northernmost counties of the state, and it's a true cross-section of modern America. I had the honor of serving this district as a Justice Department official, first as an Assistant United States Attorney from 2006 to 2013, and then as United States Attorney from 2017 to 2021. The title of this hearing, I believe, is fitting. In my career, I have seen the nature of the terrorist threat metastasize. And by that, I mean that the threat has both spread in that incidents are occurring at seemingly greater frequency, and changed in that the nature of that threat includes different actors offering new challenges to law enforcement. The tools brought to bear against terrorism, particularly domestic terrorism, have had to adapt as well. To help illustrate the changing nature of the terrorism threat, I would point to a few cases from my district on which I either worked directly as a prosecutor or supervised as U.S. Attorney. My early work as a federal prosecutor in the office's National Security Unit was primarily devoted to investigating and prosecuting cases involving international terrorism. But by 2010 in Ohio, we had started to observe an uptick in violent extremism with no connection to international terrorism. One example, in 2012, a group of 5 Cleveland area men who were self-proclaimed anarchists considered a variety of violent attacks, including the G8 summit in Chicago and the Republican National Convention in Tampa. Ultimately, they attempted to detonate an explosive device at the bottom of a support column beneath the Route 82 bridge in Brecksville, Ohio, a bridge that spans a deep crossing in the Cuyahoga Valley National Park, and their intent was to bring down the entire bridge. In 2013, I was part of the trial team that prosecuted Joshua Stafford, who was the only conspirator from that group who went to trial. In addressing my tenure as U.S. Attorney and the varied threat picture that we faced, I would like to start by addressing the danger posed by white supremacists, either in an organized or individual capacity. That threat is profound and it is pervasive. In 2019, a white supremacist named James Reardon was arrested by federal authorities for filming himself with a Nazi-era firearm, and over audio of multiple gunshots and screaming people in the background, threatening a mass shooting at the Jewish Community Center of Youngstown, Ohio. And this is a fitting place to pause, as the Jewish community is one with which I worked very closely as U.S. Attorney. White supremacists pose a serious and ongoing threat to our Jewish friends and neighbors, but they are by no means the only such threat. A case at our office prosecuted in late 2018 demonstrates the complex and serious threat picture faced by America's Jewish communities. Damon Joseph was a resident of Toledo, Ohio. He was a recent convert to Islam and a self-avowed adherent to violent jihad. Having been inspired by online videos and materials produced by ISIS, Joseph became increasingly radicalized in the fall of 2018. After the attack on the Tree of Life Synagogue in Pittsburgh, Joseph conducted surveillance of 2 Toledo area synagogues and scripted a 9-point plan for inflicting mass casualties at those locations. He was arrested on December 10, 2018, and ultimately pleaded guilty to both federal terrorism and federal hate crimes charges, which, as far as I am aware, was the first time a prosecution for both of these offenses had been pursued. I raise the Joseph case because I think it amply illustrates the grave threat posed to the United States and law enforcement by a host of violent actors. The threat picture that emerged while I was U.S. Attorney was incredibly complicated. While white supremacy and violent jihad offers adherents a somewhat cohesive set of warped principles that ultimately forms an ideology, I saw several cases that defied easy categorization because of blended, evolving, or simply non-existent ideologies. For example, Elizabeth Lacron and Vincent Armstrong were a Toledo area couple who harbored a deep fascination with the Columbine shootings. During the course of the FBI investigation, the couple visited Columbine High School, and over time, this sick obsession with that event moved into active planning for a mass casualty attack at a specific Toledo bar. Elizabeth Lacron separately attempted to acquire an explosive device for use against a gas pipeline. They were arrested in December 2018, and Lacron was ultimately convicted of attempting to provide material support to terrorism in violation of 18 U.S.C. 2339A. Two more cases, Christian Ferguson and Alan Kenna were both arrested in 2020 in separate cases. Ferguson was plotting to lie in wait for a law enforcement officer and planned to capture or kill them when they responded to a false 911 call. And Kenna had well-developed plans to attack an Ohio high school with explosives and firearms. I focused on these cases, but there are many more from my tenure as U.S. Attorney that kept me up at night as a federal prosecutor and continue to do so today, even though I'm no longer a Justice Department official. Once again, I appreciate this opportunity to address the committee, and I look forward to answering any questions you might have.
Thanks, Mr. Herdman. Mr. German.
Chair Durbin, Ranking Member Grassley, and members of the committee, thank you for inviting me to testify about white supremacist violence in the wake of the latest mass casualty attack. I'd like to express the Brennan Center's sympathies for the family members of those killed in Buffalo and all communities targeted by white supremacist violence. I've been working on this problem since 1992, when the FBI assigned me to infiltrate neo-Nazi skinhead cells trafficking in illegal weapons and committing acts of violence. While recent attacks have raised public awareness of white supremacist and far-right militant violence, it isn't new. It's been an enduring threat in the United States since its founding. Yet the law enforcement response remains deficient, despite deadly results. The FBI does not even collect incident data regarding violence committed by domestic violence extremist groups. Professor Pape discussed the Great Replacement theory, which also isn't new. I agree it's too easy to blame social media for spreading racist conspiracy theories, as they are and always have been part of our political discourse, part of our mainstream political discourse. But policing that discourse should not be a law enforcement matter. The vast majority of people who traffic in racist, hateful theories don't present a threat of violence. Law enforcement should instead focus narrowly on those that do, investigate their crimes thoroughly, and target their instrumentalities. It seems intuitive that effective social media monitoring might provide clues that could help law enforcement prevent that attack. After all, the white supremacist attackers in Buffalo, Pittsburgh, and El Paso all gained access to materials online and expressed their hateful and violent intentions on social media. If somebody had reported this activity to law enforcement, it is presumed the police could act to prevent an attack. But threatening rhetoric is commonplace, and not just on social media. In the Buffalo case, threats the shooter allegedly made in school were reported to law enforcement, resulting in a psychological evaluation, but no follow-up. Perhaps that's because broad-scale social media monitoring and see something, say something programs raise so many false alarms that it drowns out threats, overwhelms law enforcement, and dulls their response. Law enforcement's tendency to downplay the threat of white supremacist violence may have also played a role. Unfortunately, while counterterrorism experts acknowledge that white supremacists and far-right militants are the most persistent and lethal threats in the FBI's domestic terrorism program, law enforcement has a history of prioritizing lesser threats, particularly protest movements led by people of color, civil rights activists, peace activists, and environmentalists. Failing to produce domestic terrorism incident data leaves the Justice Department and the FBI free to set priorities based on their own institutional biases. If law enforcement is to be effective in addressing white supremacist violence, it is essential to better understand how the violent element within the white supremacist movement operates. Congress has done its part to provide the FBI with all the authority it needs. 51 federal crimes of terrorism, 5 federal hate crime statutes, organized crime, and conspiracy statutes. The problem is that the Justice Department and the FBI choose not to prioritize white supremacist violence, and they obscure the data that's necessary to drive reform. If a white supremacist murders somebody, the FBI could consider the crime an act of domestic terrorism, a hate crime, or simply a violent crime. If the FBI categorized it as domestic terrorism, the investigation would be well-resourced and robustly investigated. but it often puts white supremacist violence into lower prioritized programs such as civil rights and violent crimes, where by Justice Department policy, most incidents are deferred to state and local police for investigation. When Senator Durbin introduced the Domestic Terrorism Prevention Act in 2017, seeking specific data about white supremacist and far-right militant violence and the FBI's use of its domestic terrorism resources, the FBI instead shuffled its domestic terrorism categories to obscure this data. The Justice Department likewise hides its data about domestic terrorism prosecutions, removing docket numbers from prosecutive data it provides to Congress when it claims domestic terrorism successes. The Brennan Center sued to get these docket numbers, but the Justice Department refused to provide them all, claiming that not all prosecutions that it claims as domestic terrorism statistics are domestic terrorists. The true nature and the scope of white supremacist threat must be understood in order to establish effective reforms. Congress needs better data about this violence and more transparency about how the Justice Department and the FBI use their domestic terrorism resources. I look forward to your questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Thanks to all the witnesses. I'm going to start with the 5-minute round. Professor Pape, great replacement theory is nothing new. Some form of it has been around forever. In the United States, we've seen evidence of it with the activities of the Ku Klux Klan during Reconstruction and even into the 20th century. I grew up in East St. Louis, Illinois, in the early 1900s with the Great Migration. There was a visceral reaction against African Americans that led to a race riot in that city, as well as my current hometown of Springfield, Illinois, and that led to the creation of the NAACP. So we've seen this many times over. The only question that comes to my mind is, this a different time? Do you find in your research that the social media approach to information in America is exacerbating this situation? Can we add to that the automatic weapons that are now giving to these madmen who are inspired by this racism the means to kill so many innocent people as they did in Buffalo? Is that the difference?
So there's two big differences, sir. First, we have volatile capabilities, those are the weapons you're talking about, now combined with volatile ideas and beliefs in the mainstream. It's not one or the other. You've got the combination of these two, which is why we're seeing many more of these events in the United States than we are, say, in Britain. And this is a very important combination that's a deadly cocktail that promises more violence going forward. The second big change is that we are now seeing those who advocate the Great Replacement receive political benefits and financial benefits. So if we look at politicians in America in the mainstream are either directly or indirectly stressing the Great Replacement and becoming more popular. Donald Trump, the former President of the United States, is more powerful today as a result of January 6th than he would have been without January 6th. That is a very, very worrisome trend, sir. Media figures, you just showed a number of them, they are more popular today as a result of the Great Replacement. So what we are seeing is we are seeing incentives for more politicians, more media figures to follow in those paths. These are the two big changes today and why we have to be so concerned about the 2022 and especially 2024 election seasons.
Mr. Chairman, let me ask you, we really have a challenge to respect the Constitution and our Bill of Rights and freedom of speech, and yet we see the reality reported to us by law enforcement here in Washington and across the nation that many of these statements are pushing people into extreme behavior, violent behavior. There's no easy way to define
evidentiary studies. My own experience working undercover, there were people who were ardent neo-Nazis, had memorized parts of Hitler's speeches, were very influenced by the ideology, and others who just liked to make bombs. And this was a group that appreciated their bomb-making skills. So understanding how the violent element operates and how it networks is much more important than understanding the ideology, because there are lots of people who adopt this ideology who are actually against violence. I had people who were ardent Nazis find out who I was hanging out with in the movement and put their arm around me and say, son, you're hanging out with the wrong people. Come work with us. We'll print up a newsletter that we can put out every week. We'll put a suit on you and run you for the school board. We can do things that don't involve violence, because that will get you killed or put in prison, and that won't help the movement. So it's very critically important for law enforcement to understand these differences and understand how the violent element works. And my concern is this radicalization theory pushes law enforcement to want to grab more information from social media or other public forms of communication, rather than focusing on the far, in which millions of people share these bad ideas, instead of focusing on the relatively smaller number of violent acts and understanding how they network. You know, one of the things that the brilliant case agent who worked my first case with me was able to do in Los Angeles was map all the violent criminal acts that were occurring by white supremacists and show how there was some connection between lots of them, and that's what justified the investigation to start doing that investigation. But today, because the FBI puts these in different categories and more often than not defers to state and local investigators who may or may not prosecute those crimes, they don't have knowledge of how the criminal element works. And unfortunately, they don't seem to want it. There have been plenty of opportunities for them to actually collect this data about the violent crimes to understand it better, but they choose not to, and I think that's part of the problem.
It's a point that you made earlier, and one that I'll close with here, and that is the reason for the Domestic Terrorism Act that I introduced was the decision of the Trump administration to no longer have a category of white supremacist crime reported to us. They merged it into a violent crime general category, so that there would be no distinction. I believe more information is better, particularly when it doesn't expand the authority of the government or give it any new tools, but really reports on the reality of what's happening across America. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Grassley.
Yes, Mr. Herdman, besides the bridge case,
If you are just joining us here on Live Now from Fox, we are listening in to the U.S. Senate Judiciary Committee hearing happening on Capitol Hill, specifically about domestic terrorism. This comes after a series of mass shootings here in the United States. Specifically, this was called after the mass shooting in Buffalo, New York, where a gunman entered a grocery store and targeted and killed 10 Black Americans in a racist act of violence. We did hear from several professors, members of the FBI, and also several other experts on domestic terrorism. And we did hear from the son of one of the Buffalo shooting victims. We did hear from him at the beginning of this hearing, Garnell Whitfield Jr., the son of Ruth Whitfield, who was the oldest victim in the Buffalo shooting. In his emotional speech, he looked at Congress, he looked at lawmakers and asked, "What are you doing?" saying that you are elected to protect us and protect our way of life. He asked every lawmaker there to imagine the face of their mothers as they look at his and ask, is there nothing you can do to stop the cancer of white supremacy and domestic terrorism? Whitfield Jr. went on to say that if there is nothing, you should yield your positions of authority to others who are willing to do something about domestic terrorism. So some powerful words of one of the family members of one of the many Buffalo shooting victims. Again, 10 people shot and killed inside of that grocery store. It is 10:57 here on the East Coast. Again, you're listening in to the Senate Judiciary Committee hearing on domestic terrorism. Let's go ahead and listen in.
Have to be postured to be able to respond. And also, I would add, Senator, you have to be flexible in the way that you intake complaints. It's very important for federal law enforcement to be responsive to complaints from the public and to ensure that they are able to prioritize and respond to complaints that are brought to their attention.
Professor Turley, is it constitutional and prudential to direct executive branch offices to investigate in combating violence committed pursuant to some extremist ideology more than others?
I think that it is at best problematic. I actually think it does run afoul of separation of powers. I admit that this is that sort of gray area. Separation of powers is not hermetically sealed. There are overlaps between the executive and legislative. But I think this would not fare well in terms of trying to force a priority between individual cases. The Supreme Court has said over and over again, in the cases that I cite, in cases like Quinn, that even though this body itself has investigatory powers, it cannot intrude upon the choice of targets, development of cases, priorities given to particular areas by the executive branch. That's pretty consistent coming out of the Supreme Court and lower court cases. So that's the one flag that I threw on the act, and that I think that the Congress needs to really seriously consider that. As someone who represented one of the houses of Congress, the other house, in litigation, you know, one of the keys is that you don't want to go into litigation unless you have a fairly good idea of how you're going to come out, because you don't want to create precedent against your own institution. I would not view this as a very good course for this body, because I think that courts would look with disfavor on an effort to force the executive branch to prioritize particular types of cases within the category of terrorism.
Mr. Herdman, is it helpful to design
within the category of terrorism.
Mr. Herdman, is it helpful to design executive branch offices around national security threats that exist today, or is it changing so rapidly that there's a benefit to flexibility?
I would always err in favor of flexibility, Senator. There are, in a moment's notice, the entire threat picture faced by federal law enforcement in the United States could change. It could change as a result of an international incident. It could change as a result of some domestic political event. And I think, you know, federal law enforcement has to be able to respond in a way that addresses the threat as it exists today, as opposed to what it was yesterday or what it was in preceding years. We just have to have that kind of flexibility from federal law enforcement.
Mr. Herdman, in your testimony, you noted many instances in which civilian communities, such as local Jewish community in Cleveland, were targets of attack. You formed strong partnerships to help you disrupt those threats. We're seeing that police are now increasingly becoming targeted for extremist violence. I've introduced a bill to gather more information on attacks on police. What else can we do to combat the rising tide of extremism, violence directed against the police?
Yeah, this is a real area of concern. Again, this is one of those things that does not depend on ideology. If somebody is willing to engage in a violent attack, they've almost always contemplated some sort of engagement with law enforcement. And that leads to, unfortunately, proactive planning by perpetrators when they are actually seeking out to kill, capture, kidnap law enforcement. So I would certainly be supportive of any federal effort to look into the incidents of terrorism directed at law enforcement. And I also certainly would be supportive of any federal measure that would seek to criminalize attacks that are made with the intent of killing law enforcement because of their status.
Thank you, Senator Grassley. Senator Leahy.
Thank you, Chair Durbin. I appreciate you holding this hearing because I find it difficult to comprehend we're still in this position. We're having the same conversation we've had for years now about domestic terrorism, the racist ideologies motivating violence that are spreading across this country with little or no check against it. Each day and each week seems to bring new tragic incidents. Increasing number committed by individuals who hold white supremacist ideologies. You know, no one should be afraid of being murdered because they went to their grocery store or went to their place of worship or when they go to work, even here in the United States Capitol. And yet that's the reality facing millions of Americans every day. The heinous mass shooting in Buffalo last month is a painful reminder that domestic terrorism, motivated by white supremacists, is still very present and is spreading in the United States. That's not hyperbole, that's a fact. Look to the FBI. They report the number of hate crimes in 2020 was the highest recorded in 2 decades. Nearly half of the domestic terrorism investigations that year involved racially motivated violent extremists. 87% of the subjects of those investigations were white supremacists. And now we have another unspeakable tragedy. 10 individuals killed in Buffalo while shopping at their local grocery store, something we all do and which should be the safest place. But they died at the hands of an individual who'd been motivated by a racist conspiracy theory. There's going to be accountability for these crimes. But we also have to act against the root causes of this growing hate. And, as the opening of the chair stated, we need not look further than certain political leaders and media pundits who fan the flames of these ideologies. And in doing that, they give them the sheen of legitimacy. We certainly cannot stand by as they're given mainstream validation. We can be heartbroken, but we must be resolute because lives depend on our ability to extinguish the flames of hatred and violence permeating our country. We say we'll pray for the victims. In my state, we pray that the Congress and all of us will come together and pass real laws that will protect us. We have to stand up to misinformation. We have to act together. This should be above politics. And Mr. Whitfield, I was so moved listening to your testimony and what you said about your mother, Ruth Whitfield. My heart goes out to you and everybody who lost people at the Tops Friendly Markets grocery store. I think of your parents, married 68 years. Yes. I think of that as I'll celebrate this summer my 60th anniversary. You said your mother was the heart and rock of your family. I know what that means. What would you like us to know about your mother, Ruth, and how your family's been impacted by that loss?
Thank you, Senator. I'd like you to know that my mother's life mattered. I'd like you to know that there's nothing that we can do to bring her back. I'd like you to know that she didn't deserve to be murdered. I'd like you to know that she was, while she was yet alive, equally frustrated with the banter and the discussions that have gone on for years about white supremacy and inequities within our society. And while she was alive, she spoke vigorously against it. In her death, we're here to carry her legacy forward. And to do what she's no longer able to do. We're here to ask the people here to do their jobs, to live up to the oaths that they took, to serve and protect the people of this country. That's what we're here for. We're not here to ask for favors. We're not here to debate this. This has been going on. You know, this didn't start with my mother's passing. This has been going on my whole life. I was born black, and I was treated differently from the day I was born in this country. And it's time we stood up and recognized that. It's not okay. And we can't keep ignoring it. Thank you, sir.
I thank you, and I pray that we will do the right thing for all Americans. So in my family, for my black grandchildren and my white grandchildren, I pray we do. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Leahy. Senator Lee?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Professor Turley, I'd like to start with you, if that's okay. You recently wrote about the cases of two attorneys, Collinford Mattis and Aruj Rahman. Each of these two defendants was facing domestic terrorism charges based on allegations that they had thrown a Molotov cocktail into a police vehicle during the Antifa riots during the summer of 2020. Despite pleading guilty last year to one count of possessing and making an explosive device, which, as I understood it, should have carried with it a 10-year minimum sentence, the Biden administration, if I understand it correctly, has just agreed to a new plea agreement that will result in just a few years of prison time. Professor Turley, are violent attacks on police officers with explosive devices under this circumstance, are they domestic terrorism events, or are they domestic terror threats?
Well, they certainly can be under the definition that you have at 18 U.S.C. 2331. It can fit into that. You know, there are arguments to be made why they decided to downgrade that case from terrorism, and the plea that you referred to didn't receive a huge amount of condemnation because it was still, as you noted, a plea to an offense that was a 10-year offense. It's to keep in mind, one of these individuals was trying to hand out Molotov cocktails for other people to throw them, and the other one, when she was arrested, said that it was unapologetic and said that they only understand violence when we speak through violence. So these were quite strong cases. They were captured on videotape. So it was surprising when the Department of Justice came in and said, we're going to let you withdraw the earlier plea and then plea down. And as a criminal defense attorney, I thought it was really quite astonishing. I've done national security litigation. I haven't seen anything quite like that double step down with to remove the earlier plea. So I think it was very controversial. And I'm saying that, I want to emphasize that I think people of good faith can say that the original designation of the case is terrorism. I can see arguments that this should not fall within that definition. People of good faith could disagree on that. It was the step down from the original plea that was so astonishing for some of us.
Okay. One of the things that I worry about with all of this is that anytime there is an act of domestic terrorism, it should be prosecuted. Domestic terrorism is bad, regardless of what ideology happens to flow from it. And one of the concerns that I've heard expressed about the Domestic Terrorism Prevention Act, concerns that have been attributed to Department of Justice career attorneys in reviewing the legislation, is they worry that this could artificially constrain the department's resources, directing them toward one particular ideology over another. With domestic terrorism, as in so many other areas of criminal law, there is a high likelihood that what's big one year might change the next year. What's happening a lot in one season of one year might change in the next season of that same year. So my concern would be if we start adopting legislation that directs our activities, devotes more resources to one particular ideology over another, that might leave prosecutors flat-footed when the circumstances change, and that could create other problems. Now, Mr. Herdman, what would be the practical result, in your view, of various executive office reorganizations that would be required within the Department of Justice under the Domestic Terrorism Prevention Act?
Well, I think, one concern that I would have is from the perspective of, say, a rabbi in suburban Cleveland, whether the threat to my synagogue is from a white supremacist or it's from a violent jihadist or it's from some other group, that doesn't matter to me as much as the fact that there is a threat that's existent, and federal law enforcement has to be able to respond to the threat to that particular target. So I would worry a little bit about escalating or elevating a particular threat profile because you may unintentionally lose sight of other threats. I think it's better to have a flexible federal law enforcement response, Senator.
And while I've got you on this point, I wanted to ask you about something. That in the aftermath of the extensive violence that occurred in the summer of 2020, particularly in Portland, Oregon, federal prosecutors brought actions. They brought federal charges against 97 defendants. Now, there were other defendants who were charged in connection with those riots, many of them in state court. These 97 were just the federal charges brought in that district. 58 of those 97 have now been dismissed. Now, I know you're a former U.S. attorney. When I was a federal prosecutor, it would have been unusual to dismiss such a large percentage of any category of indictments that had previously been issued. But if 58 of those 97 have now been dismissed, it has me scratching my head. You have any idea why these cases against those particular violent extremists were dismissed in such high numbers?
I really don't know enough about those cases, Senator, to be able to reflect on it. The only thing I would say is, what our guideposts were when we were federal prosecutors was, do the facts fit a violation of a federal statute? And if they do, you pursue prosecution. And I don't know if that's what happened in the case of those dismissals or not. I just don't know enough about it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Lee. Senator Whitehouse.
Thank you, Chairman, and welcome to the witnesses, particularly Mr. Whitfield. At 86, your mom deserved a hell of a lot better. I want to welcome Mike German in particular back to the committee, because when he got off his undercover work with the FBI, he came to Rhode Island when I was U.S. Attorney and was one of the agents in our FBI field office, and I've had the chance to see the quality of his work firsthand, so it's great to have him here. Couple of questions. Let me start with Dr. Pape. Does history show incidences when violence against a population was preceded by propaganda against that population?
Yes, sir. Northern Ireland is probably our key case we should focus on. In Northern Ireland, there was community support for violence among Catholics in the late 1960s, immediately preceding the rise of the IRA.
So let me jump in and ask if the lesson of history here is also that sometimes the propaganda against that population is deliberate.
Yes, sir. The key part of the deliberate that matters, and this is also critical in the Great Replacement, is the intentionality that's attributed to the actor being evil, malicious. So what you saw on the video that Senator Durbin showed wasn't just simply claims of demographic change. The core part, the anger that creates the violence, is the malicious intent ascribed to those political actors.
And Mr. German, are there indications that propagation of Great Replacement theory is deliberate?
Certainly. And I think it's important to make a distinction between people on the internet saying things that are troubling, people without any position of authority, and authority figures saying those same things. Because when an authority figure says that, somebody who has actual power, it presents a different opportunity to somebody who chooses to be violent, that they're no longer criminal, they are part of a government faction that is encouraging them to commit this violence. So the calculus they have to make is much easier to make, which is why I think that they could amass such a large amount of people that they could actually overwhelm the Capitol Police and assault our democracy. So I think those having authority figures repeat these racist conspiracy theories is what's different now than from when I was working these cases.
So let's go back to before authority figures start repeating these theories, and let's go back to their propagation. I believe Dr. Pape suggested that their history shows that before you get to violence against a population, very often there's a deliberate campaign of propaganda targeting that same population with the purpose often of fomenting that violence. You've said that there are indications that propagation of great replacement theory is deliberate, if there are indications that great replacement propaganda is deliberate, are there indications not just of what authority figures might be spouting it, but about who is creating it and pushing it out into the internet and into society?
Again, the great replacement theory isn't something new, right? The European colonization of the quote-unquote New World was a white supremacist program. The white supremacy was part of our founding and part of our history. So these ideas have always been there. I mean, one of the things
but it seems that they have a lot more currency right now, and it looks like there's been a lot of talk about how much this is spread on Fox News, for instance. Do you think that Fox News is creating this as original content within Fox News? Or do you think there are entities or an enterprise of some kind that is creating the content to be fed to Fox News? Dr. Pape.
So once we have these ideas in the mainstream, sir, the mechanism of their propagation is not a little secret cell somewhere or, let's say, Russian bots. It's the incentive structure of the system. What we are seeing is we're seeing that figures who tout the Great Replacement are being rewarded by becoming more popular after their shows touting the Great Replacement than before. What we're seeing are politicians becoming more popular, receiving more votes by touting these ideas than before. What we're specifically Donald Trump, our former president, highly unlikely to have the political power he has today were it not for January 6th and the ideas underneath that. So what we're seeing, sir, is once these ideas move into the mainstream, the mechanism is no longer a secret cell organization that's we just got to go root it out. It's unfortunately the incentive structure, and that's why we need a big conversation in the country about this, because otherwise that incentive structure is just going to drive us to more violence.
Well, with my time expired, let me follow up with questions for the record. Thank you, Chairman.
Thanks, Senator Whitehouse. Senator Blackburn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Whitfield, we all express our condolences to you and your family.
Watching live now from Fox, everyone, as we're taking this live here, this Senate hearing, and one of the witnesses for this hearing is the son of a Buffalo shooting victim. His mom died, and he is bravely talking about his mom and the death there in gun violence. And we'll continue to listen here on the other side of the break for some of you here on Live Now from Fox.
Structure of the agencies involved in this, and your work and experience as a U.S. attorney, your experience leading that group in the advisory committee. Talk to me a little bit when you look at reorganizing the changes that are mandated, how that affects the resources and then the structure at the agency and out in the field. Just very quickly, kind of wrap that up.
Well, any reorganization or restructuring is necessarily going to drive substance and what the ultimate outcomes are going to be. So if there are changes that are mandated by FBI headquarters, for example, that trickle down to the individual field offices, where there is a prioritization of one type of crime or one type of motivation over another, you would expect to see, as you would in any large organization, the individual members of that organization.
Okay, so let's go back to that as far as that trickle down goes. And from the comments of Professor Turley and also from you, in looking at this legislation, it appears that it would narrow the focus instead of expand the focus, looking at domestic terrorism. And I think that we want to make certain that all forms of domestic terrorism, that there are eyes on all of those threats. And someone had mentioned earlier the need for flexibility in the agency. So pick up from there.
Yes, Senator, that was me, I think, actually, who talked about flexibility. And again, I would just point to what we should expect from federal law enforcement is an analysis of facts. And I would, again, emphasize this point. I don't think ideology is as important when you're focusing on facts. You want to see what the conduct of the individual is, how imminent the potential harm is, what they're planning to do, and most importantly, what they're planning to attack so that you can help defend and protect it. And that is devoid of any sort of analysis of the ideology, because you have to focus on what the person is capable of. As I pointed to in my written testimony, plenty of cases where people had no discernible ideology, but they put our friends and neighbors in Northern Ohio at risk, and we had to respond to that.
Okay. Professor Turley, I want to come to you. You talked a little bit earlier about free speech and political free speech, and I know you have always been an advocate for protected political speech. So I'd like for you to talk a little bit more about how law enforcement can differentiate between political free speech and extremist threats as they track and investigate and monitor terrorism.
Thank you, Senator. I think that the key distinction here was drawn by Mr. German, but also Mr. Herdman, that it's not ideology, but actions. It's what people are doing that the FBI has to discern. We have a really wicked brew of hate in this country. The only common denominator are people who are consumed by hate. And the FBI has to go and try to isolate what are the threats that are greatest against the country. And the concern from the free speech community, and I'm not alone in that, the ACLU has also raised questions about this prioritization, but also the expansion, more of the expansion, I should say, for the ACLU of domestic terrorism investigations. The concern is if you tie a particular ideology as a criteria or element for an expansion of domestic terrorism. Section 2331 is fairly general. When you read it as a civil libertarian, sort of alarms go off because you're like, wow, you could put a lot of stuff covered by this provision. But for that, one can understand that you have to write more generally. But it also means that the application of that language is really important. So if you combine a focus on an ideology, it really raises concerns among the civil liberties community. Because keep in mind, the Palmer raids, some of our worst periods of time, had that trigger. You know, that we were arresting communists, anarchists, socialists, because their views were viewed as inimical or dangerous to the country.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Hirono.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thank all of our witnesses, and Mr. Whitfield, our deepest condolences to you on the loss of your mother, who sounded like an incredible person. We've been talking a lot about the ideology that drives the kinds of mass shootings in our country. But in listening to some of the responses to questions, I think that a large factor and a large part of the kind of mass shootings that occur in our country has to do a lot with, regardless of ideology, with the easy access to guns that we have in our country. I'd like to ask each of you, do you agree that the easy access to guns is a significant driver of and a factor in mass shootings in our country? We'll start with you, Mr. Whitfield, and go right down the line.
Thank you, Senator. Yes, absolutely. Gun access is certainly a driver of this violence. It's certainly a large part of the problem. But I would say that it comes under the banner of white supremacy. It's just one of those things that are contributing to it. And there's a lot of other things, that would come under that banner.
We can even set aside the ideology, although I agree with you that the rise of white supremacy in our country is a huge part of it. Mr. Turley.
Thank you, Senator. There's no question. I mean, we have a country awash with guns. We have hundreds of millions of weapons in the country. The task that I'm working with a lot of members with right now in terms of finding a way to do that constitutionally, there are limits, and we're waiting for a major decision from the Supreme Court that may give us some insight into what the range of movement can be under the Second Amendment.
Well, we know that the Supreme Court has acknowledged that there are certain limits that we can place on Second Amendment rights. Professor Pape, do you agree that our easy accessibility to guns?
Without a doubt. Since 2015, we have 5 mass shootings around the world related to the Great Replacement, killing many people. 4 are in the United States. That is almost surely due to the easy access of weapons that can kill 10 and more in a very rapid period of time compared to the rest of the world.
Mr. Herdman?
Senator, every case that I described for the committee involved at least the contemplation of acquiring firearms or the actual attempted or acquisition of firearms. So they do, like they do with any other type of violent crime on the federal level, when we're dealing with federal firearm statutes or federal terrorism offenses, we're almost always looking at a gun at the center of that violation.
So you'd agree that easy access to guns in our country is a problem?
I'm not, the characterization of easy access is one that
It's relative, but it's pretty easy in our country compared to a lot of other countries.
I only pause because there is one case that I'm thinking of where the individual did not purchase a firearm because they had a prior felony conviction. It was one of the cases I discussed here today.
Mr. German?
Yes, I believe the easy access to firearms is a contributor to mass shootings, and I would point you to writing my colleagues, the president of the Brennan Center, Michael Waldman, and Brennan Center Fellow Eric Rubin have produced on this issue.
So based on the relative unanimity of acknowledging that easy access to guns in our country really contributes to these kinds of horrific shootings that we should do something about to provide limiting who can get guns and limiting access to guns. Professor Pape, you mentioned that
we've been listening to this hearing on the Senate side there on domestic terrorism. You're watching Live Now from Fox, everybody. When we come back, we'll take you out live to the National Mall there in D.C. as a gun violence rally continues there. We'll listen on the other side of the break right here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. Taking out to the National Mall, you see Senator Chuck Schumer there at a Courage to Act rally there as they continue to ask for ending gun violence there. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
Years, decades on gun violence. I'm the author of the Brady Law. There are tens of thousands of people living today. They don't know who they are because that law was passed. I put the assault weapons bill through the floor of the House as well. This was in 1994, and it's amazing how little progress we have made since then. The power of the NRA is just unbelievable. But guess what? We have the people behind us. We have right behind us. We have the momentum behind us as well, and we will prevail. My father passed away in November. He's still here. And here's what he taught me. He taught me two things: help people who need help. But the second thing he taught me is, if you're doing the right thing and you persist, God will make sure you succeed. Yes. We are doing the right thing. Are we going to persist? Yes. And are we going to win? Yes. We will. We will. The pictures, this is such a powerful sight. And I'm sure it's been said before, but when you think of the families, the friends, the communities that are grieving because each of these flowers is planted, because a life has been taken away from us unnecessarily, and you see the increase in gun violence in the orange flowers behind us, you know that this is an issue where we can't just say the status quo is okay. I was in Buffalo right after the shooting. I met a 3-year-old little boy, a beautiful little boy. His father had said, I'm going over to the top supermarket to buy you a birthday cake. His father never came back because he was black and at a supermarket. That was it. That was the reason he was shot. That little boy, that whole family, all of their friends will live with that the rest of their lives, as will the whole community of East Buffalo. And then in Uvalde, to see the pictures. I was not there, but you see a little boy with a trophy, 10-year-old, a 9-year-old with a sweatshirt proudly talking about what she believed in. And every one of us who has had kids has experienced those moments when our kids come home with those trophies or wear those t-shirts, and these kids are just gone. It's just, it defies words. It defies words. So I can't get out of my mind these people who have been lost, but there are so many others who were lost who all of these flowers represent, who we're not even knowing and seeing, but they and their families live with it every day. On Mother's Day, I met with 50 women, all dressed in white, all of whom had lost children to gun violence. And they were trying to reclaim their place in society. It was a powerful and an amazing experience, and all they said to me is, get something done. Get something done. This year already, as the orange flowers symbolize, we have had 250 mass shootings. We've only had 150 some odd days this year. That means more than one mass shooting each day. We hear of some of them, we don't hear of most of them. But the people who are victims, and the families of victims, and the friends of victims have all heard about them and will hear about them the rest of their lives. So I want to thank my colleagues. I want to thank Senator Murphy, who has been such an outstanding leader on this, Senator Blumenthal, who is working so hard on red flags, Senator Klobuchar, who has been one of our mainstays on this issue, and all of our House members who are here as well. As Majority Leader, I made clear that the Senate will vote on gun safety legislation in the near future. Senate Democrats, led by the groups, including this group, your message to us is get something done. Get something done. We know we won't get all of it done at once, but get something done. And Senator Murphy has asked me to give him a little time. He's working very closely with some of the senators here and others, and we are giving him some time. And we know in the proposal that they have, because so many of our colleagues on the other side of the aisle are unwilling to go forward, will not have everything we want. But that will only be the beginning. We know that the push for gun safety will continue, for universal background checks, for a ban on assault weapons, and tough red flag laws and so many other things will continue even after these rounds of discussions have terminated. But we're going to get something passed through this chamber as long as it will make a tangible difference in gun violence. Who do we owe it to? We owe it to America's parents. We owe it to America's kids. We owe it to every person now who is worried as they see somebody, as they walk down the street or walk at a train station or an airport or take their kids to school, that they won't be next. All of America is thinking of that now, because these rounds of gun violence have been so frequent and so deadly. We're under no illusion that what we want to do remains a tall order. We know that so many on the other side of the aisle have their heads in the sand and are unwilling to do what 90% of America wants them to do. But we are going to persist. And we are going to persist until we succeed, until we don't see any more pictures of 10-year-olds with trophies. We don't hear any more stories of 3-year-olds whose father was shot down in a store because he was black. We don't hear stories from all of our communities that people are still afraid because gun violence is so rampant. We will fight until that is over, O-V-E-R. Not half over, not three-quarters over, but over. So let me thank once again, the Giffords organization and Gabby for her tremendous strength and courage. Let me thank all of you who are fighting so hard to make sure we get something done here. And let me thank the American people who are calling minute by minute their senators, their congressmen, their representatives, and say, just get something done. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Senator. I love that. We are going to persist. All right. Hope everyone's doing okay. At this time, I'd like to call up Representative Wasserman Schultz.
Thank you very much. It is seared into my memory the day that I got the call that one of my dearest friends, Gabby Giffords, had been shot. And there were hours that we actually thought she had not made it. The panic that gripped my heart, the grief, and then the relief that she was alive, and then the aftermath of the months and months that I watched her fight and kick and scratch and use that classic Gabby Giffords resolve to make sure that she could not only survive but thrive once again and live to lead the way on combating gun violence. Now, what kind of a friend would I be if I didn't let you all know that tomorrow is Gabby's birthday? So let's make sure that this week we give her one of the best birthday gifts that I know that she could receive, and that is pass meaningful gun violence legislation so that we can make sure it's signed into law and that we can save more lives. And as someone who has been a safety advocate, the cornerstone of my own legislative career for my whole legislative career has been keeping children safe. I know that you'll never know how many lives you save by the legislation that you pass, the laws that put obstacles in the path of someone who would cause harm, either through intentional or accidental harm. But we know that lives are saved. I want to share with you what I went through yesterday. Yesterday, I stood with high school kids from my children's high school alma mater in my hometown to acknowledge those students' accomplishment of raising money to fund Stop the Bleed kits to be put in every classroom in our high school. Parkland, Marjorie Stoneman Douglas High School being right up the road from our community. And the wrapping my mind around the fact that our kids in high schools are having to form clubs to make sure that their schools are safe, led by a parent, Lori Alhadeff, who lost her daughter, Alyssa, in the Marjorie Stoneman Douglas shooting. But the fact that kids are having to form clubs to raise money to keep themselves safe and to stop them from bleeding out. If, God forbid, a mass shooting occurs in their high school, instead of selling cupcakes and standing on the street corner to lure neighbors into car washes so that they can make sure they can pay for a fun prom. That is what it has come to in 2022. It's come to standing in front of a lawn full of thousands of white and orange roses that represent dead children and dead human beings. It doesn't have to be this way. And I'll tell you, it is possible for us to pass gun violence reform. If there's any state in America, Florida would be the one that would be the biggest challenge. But after Parkland, our Republican majority legislature, pushed by families from Parkland and from communities across our state, made sure that we raised the age from 18 to 21 that you could purchase a gun, made sure that you had at least a 3-day waiting period before you could purchase a gun, passed those extreme risk protection orders, otherwise known as red flag laws. Laws, not incentives, but laws, to make sure that we could remove guns from people who would do others or themselves harm. If you could pass that in the state of Florida, you can pass it anywhere. And we have to make sure that we give you the resolve, give the parents in the communities across this country the resolve to continue to push us. That's why legislation that we are going to have in our package this week is going to continue to put pressure on the United States Senate to at least do something. We're legislators. As legislators, we delight in incremental change. We have to, or we would all crack up. But I'm here to tell you, and I'll close with this, and Senator Blumenthal is still here, and I want to thank him for being the Senate lead, as I am on the House side, to pass Jamie's Law. Because one of those common sense things we can do, raise your hand if you already knew that ammunition is illegal to purchase if you are already a prohibited purchaser, a convicted felon, a domestic violence abuser, or adjudicated mentally ill. Did you know? Raise your hand if you knew that it's illegal to purchase ammunition. If you were in one of those categories, there are very few hands raised. You know what? It's illegal, and we don't check. There's no background check if you're to catch whether you're a prohibited purchaser. So we need to pass Jamie's Law to just add a simple background check to make sure that someone who shouldn't have a gun and maybe can't get it because they're a convicted felon or in one of those categories also can't purchase thousands of rounds of ammunition with no questions asked. That's unacceptable, and we have to stop that. And I'm just thankful that my friend Gabby Giffords had the courage that she always had before her own tragedy, and that we are led by her every single day. And she helps give us the resolve to keep going. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Representative. I'd love to call up Representative Cicilline.
Good morning. I am really delighted to be here. First, to see and be with Gabby Giffords again, who I had the privilege of serving with, and to thank her and Giffords for being such extraordinary leaders in this movement, and to thank in particular my colleague Lucy McBath, who every single day in the Judiciary Committee reminds us of why this fight is so critical, and surrounded by so many other colleagues. And I thank our Senate leaders who are here. And I want to just make a couple of points. One is, you know the numbers. We have a gun violence epidemic in America. Guns are now the leading cause of death for American kids. Let that sink in. The leading cause of death. More than 200 mass shootings this year alone, 27 school shootings this year alone, 45,000 families whose lives have been destroyed because of gun violence being symbolized by these flowers here today. And sometimes we lose sight because these numbers are so enormous. We should recognize that those who have survived gun violence or lost a loved one to gun violence, like Lucy or like Gabby or like so many who are here today, every time we have one of these gatherings to advocate for this, those families relive their experiences of getting that phone call, of identifying the body of a child, and all of the horrors that come from this gun violence. And so I think it is hardest to explain to anyone. I'm on the Foreign Affairs Committee and the Judicial Committee. When I travel, inevitably, in every meeting with foreign leaders, they say, what is going on in America with guns? Why can't you fix this? Because great democracies can solve big problems. And to the young people who are part of this movement, I want to apologize to you. You should not have to be here. You should not have to be at a rally. You should not be demanding that you be able to go to school and be safe. That's on the adults. That's our responsibility, and we have failed you. But we have moved 2 really good bills to the Senate. We're going to move more this week, and it's on our Senate colleagues, particularly our Senate Republicans, who are blocking even universal criminal background checks, supported by 95% of the American people. Something is wrong. And by the way, it's not just the power of the gun lobby. It's the weakness of our elected officials who are willing to do the right thing to protect the lives of the constituents they serve. It's on the Republicans who are blocking this in the Senate. So I want to say thank you for being here. Thank you for what you are doing. We need to change the paradigm in America. So no longer can elected officials say, oh, you know, I'm worried. Politically, this might hurt me. It has to be the reverse. It has to be politically, you will not survive if you don't stand up and advance gun safety legislation in this country. That's the political risk, and you're helping change that. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative. At this time, Representative Escobar.
Buenos dias, everyone. Thank you so much for being here. I want to give a special shout out to the physicians, the moms, the kids, the gun owners, the Giffords participants. Thank you all for being here to put pressure on all of us. And I'm going to give a few words in Spanish for our Spanish language media. Les quiero dar las gracias a todos que están luchando con nosotros para evitar la tragedia que hemos visto en El Paso, en Uvalde, en otras comunidades. No tenemos que vivir y morir así.
Watching live now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate you joining us here. As always, we are going to take a quick 2-minute break here for some of you. Stay right here with us as the National Mall DC rally continues in just a bit.
Llorar por nuestros niños, por nuestros maestros, por nuestros papás. Ya es hora de cambiar las cosas. Y especialmente en el Senado. Tenemos colegas que no quieren cambiar las cosas y por eso estamos aquí, para ponerle presión a cada persona que no quiere participar en ser parte de la solución. You know, 23 vases here on this mall are here for El Paso, Texas. In August of 2019, August 3rd of 2019, a white supremacist, a domestic terrorist, drove over 10 hours to my community to slaughter people at a Walmart who are Mexican or who he believed are immigrants, in a racially motivated killing, not unlike what happened in Buffalo. And there weren't just 23 people who were slaughtered. There have been dozens of people who were injured who still today have to go through physical therapy, have to have surgeries, have medical bills as a result of that. And the entire community was devastated. And so this week, the House of Representatives is going to take action. And we will be taking action on a number of bills. 4 of those bills would have addressed the last 4 mass shootings in Texas, in Midland, in Santa Fe, in El Paso, in Uvalde, raising the age from 18 to 21, ensuring safe storage to avoid children getting into guns, background checks, and red flag laws. We know what it takes to change things. We know it. Those 23 people in El Paso didn't have to die. And let me tell you, my friends, it is no longer a question of if this kind of carnage will come to your community. It's a matter of when it will come to your community unless we act. So we will take action in the House. And Senator, thank you for being here. Thank you for your leadership. And it was great to see the Senate Majority Leader and Senators Klobuchar and Murphy here. But I do want to say, please don't give us a fig leaf. Please don't give us a fig leaf. Because let me tell you, it wasn't, in El Paso, it wasn't the mental health, it was the hate. And in El Paso, it wasn't the school, it was the grocery store. In other communities, it's the hospitals, it's the outdoor concert venues, you name it. Every person in this country is vulnerable. And no, it's not the doors, it's the guns. It's the guns. So the answers are clear. It is on us. This week, the House will act, and we need to keep the pressure on the Senate. And let me tell you, I know we're not supposed to be political, but you need to hold us accountable. And whoever doesn't vote for safety in America around guns, November is coming. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, thank you. Definitely stay hydrated. I see some folks passing out water. It's hot out here. We want to make sure everyone's okay. And thank you for your patience. Would love to call up Representative Garamendi.
Thank you. When actually occurred in my Senate district in California in 1989 at the Cleveland Elementary School. An assault weapon, 5 dead, more than 30 injured. AK-47. At the hospital the next day, a grieving family hoping that their child would survive. A refugee from Laos, and they asked, how could this happen in America? We came here to be safe. So in answer to Ms. Escobar's question, when has been with us a long time. Gabby Gifford, wisdom, tenacity, courage, determination, all of those and more. 435 of us have been elected by Americans to solve a critical national problem. Wisdom, determination, courage, we need that now. We just need the very same courage of those children and that teacher in Uvalde as they fought for their lives. And the courage today. Do we have it? It's blowing in the wind, my friends. It's blowing in the wind. We'll see. Thank you.
All right, thank you, everyone. All right.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate you joining us here, as always, listening to that rally on the National Mall there in D.C. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we're going to take you out to Chicago land area.
You never said anything.
We are getting a news conference from a family that says their 12-year-old girl was attacked by school administrators. We'll have the very latest coming up here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox, setting up for a new hour here, getting close to 12 o'clock out on the East Coast, 9 o'clock on the West Coast. Hi, everyone. Mike Pace here. Thanks so much for joining us here today, bringing you top stories, headlines from all over the country. Next story, we are going out to Chicago Heights, Illinois, where a family is demanding answers from a school district after they say school administrators attacked their 12-year-old daughter. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
So, that means you're in a good mood. God bless. That's a good thing. There's nothing wrong with that.
Absolutely. It's CARLETTA.
Correct.
Good energy. Okay, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No problem. So, listen, thank you all very much for being here. We hate that you're here under the circumstances that we find ourselves in right now. But unfortunately, on the 23rd of May, 2022, a young woman who is in 7th grade at the Chicago Heights Middle School, while waving goodbye to friends on a bus, got attacked suddenly by both her principal and assistant principal. The principal's name is William Seidelman, and the assistant principal's name, Nick Novak. The circumstances that surround this incident are as follows. Near the end of the school year, about 2 weeks ago, our student was on a bus that was supposed to leave the school and go and drop students off. Well, there were two students on the bus, not our student, that were involved in some fun and overzealous behavior, apparently. And the bus driver decided to go back to the school. When the bus got back to the school, because the students were on the bus, and because the principal and the assistant principal didn't have all of the information, they asked our student to get off the bus. She was initially asked by the vice principal, Mr. Novak, whether she wanted to stay on the bus or not. She decided that she wanted to stay on the bus. But then the principal, Mr. Seidelman, came and ordered her off of the bus. She got off of the bus as instructed. When she got off the bus, she went to wave, as you'll see in the video that we'll provide to you. She went to wave to her friends who were on the bus and was immediately attacked by two grown men, thrown to the ground, and we find ourselves here now. And in particular, I think it's important that you understand why that we're here. We're not just here because this attack took place, but we're here because in spite of this family being told that they were going to be provided information about how this incident occurred, in spite of this family being told that they were going to be provided video of the incident that took place that comes from the school, they then subsequently have been denied access to that very critical information. And so they find themselves now in a position where they have to seek assistance from my office. The bottom line is, for our purposes, is that number one, there's a major concern in this situation because there is nothing that our student did to provocate her being attacked by two grown people. Nothing. Number two, there really should be some sort of culture of cooperation between families and administration at schools. And absent that sort of culture of cooperation, we're going to see an escalation of problems. And number three, we need to understand what protocols are going to be put in place by this institution going forward to make sure that these types of things don't happen anymore, because clearly there's not one in place right now. This family is now put in a position where they have to concern themselves about what they're going to do with their daughter, who now has anxiety to the point where she's now having to seek counseling, and ultimately did not, for the last 2 weeks, has not been going to school voluntarily because of the fact that she was afraid to go to school. She was attending school by way of Zoom because of her fears of going back to that school. A 7th grade kid afraid to go to school because she's afraid her teachers, her principals, are going to attack her again. That's why these folks are here. And so, against that backdrop, we have a series of questions. One, we want to know, is this school going to stand up and suggest that these individuals be prosecuted? It's not enough that they've been suspended. It is not enough that they've been suspended. If you're going to stand with the family, if you're going to say to yourself that you don't want a culture where teachers attack students, then stand up and suggest that these two individuals be prosecuted, because they should be. This was a battery, an unwanted touching. And then on top of that, do what you said you were going to do. Provide this family the access to the video that we know that they have, but that they've decided that they're not going to give them access to.
Absolutely.
I'm sure there will be a question about whether or not they're going to have to file suit. This family doesn't want to have to take that route. But if the school puts them in a position where they have no ability to access the information that's out there to let them know what happened to their loved one and what they might do in the future to address and assist her, what choice do they have? What choice do they have? It's amazing to me how often this situation, these types of situations, they spin out of control because there's a circling of the wagons. There doesn't have to be a circling of the wagons. These folks just want to know what happened. They want to know why it happened. They want to make sure that it doesn't happen anymore. And they want to make sure that their little girl can go to school.
Absolutely. Yes.
So it probably is a good idea if you all have questions for Mr. and Mrs. Dawson that you pose them to them directly.
Did you want us to, do we need to do the video, guys, or are we okay with the video? Do we need to see it?
Yeah.
Played?
I've seen, I think most of us.
I've
Have you seen it,
seen-
Evan?
So is this the video that you're referring to getting from the school?
This
or
is-
the
she-
school surveillance video? That
No, no, we don't have the school surveillance video.
That's what you want.
This is a school, that's what we were looking for. This is video that was taken from the bus of the student as she's waving goodbye and then taken to the ground.
So this is from another student?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, all right, so you're looking for school surveillance video?
Correct. Are you interested in seeing it, or you already seen
No,
it?
I think we're okay. Yeah, we're okay.
Yeah.
Sir, I'm
Can we move the mic? Yeah, can we move?
Channel 7, and I talk to me about, it's okay, it's all right, it's all right, you know. You need them closer?
Yeah.
I'll be the wrangler if I have to be. I see your emotion, obviously, the tears. Talk about why you are crying.
I feel that the trust was breached between the people who we hold in position and power over our children, and the authoritative figures. They blatantly lied and said my daughter got off the bus and attacked them, and I was on the verge of actually getting my child evaluated, listening to them tell me how she just went crazy, and I almost didn't believe my baby, because I want to believe in the staff and the people that we hold over our children, you know what I'm saying, and I want to trust what they say, but to lie and try to demonize my child and make it seem like she just flipped out and just started attacking them, to not deal or have accountability for their own actions, it's really taking a toll on me, if I could be honest with you, and also just looking at the video and seeing how how it's affecting my daughter, it will bother any parent, anybody who, is concerned, so that's what this is about. They had no accountability. It was like he just really didn't care, you know what I'm saying, about the situation. It was like, yeah, I did what I did, and okay, that's that. But we just want accountability. You know what I'm saying? We want answers. We want to see the video. Don't just tell me that it's one thing and we can't see the footage. You know what I'm saying? So I just want to get to the bottom of it. I don't want to blame anybody for anything. I want to get to the bottom of it. I want to get all the answers, all of the video footage, so we can actually see in entirety what's going on. And until we get that, this is all I have, and this is painful as a father to watch kids talking about some teachers are choking my baby. Forgive me.
No, you don't need to ask for forgiveness. You're speaking from your heart. Mrs. Dawson, what did you want to add to that? What did you want to
I'm sorry. This is very devastating for me to even keep watching. I just, it's sad to see that teachers go to this extent for physical force. I mean, 2 grown men attacking my baby. So it's just, to see that, it just devastated. And it's somebody has to be accountable. Like, these are the people who we have and, you know, teaching our kids, you know. You want us to have our kids respect these teachers, but if they not giving them respect, what do you want us to do? Like, what am I supposed to do with my baby now? She's supposed to go to school in fear, you know, of her life, you know, and, you know, these people don't, what are we supposed to do, you know? It's sad, and my baby really could have been hurt, you know, and I wasn't there to protect her. That was the biggest thing. Absolutely. And it just hurts every time I see it. I can't even really see the video over and over because, you know, I gotta keep living this, you know. I just want somebody to be held accountable for this because this is very devastating for her. And I would never want this to happen to anybody else's kid. So that's my biggest thing.
And accountability, let's be very, very clear. Accountability is not just temporarily suspending these folks.
Absolutely.
Accountability is stepping up and suggesting that these two people be prosecuted. They have video that they told the family that they were going to get access to initially, but now changed their minds. And that video, as we understand it, based on what we've been told, clearly illustrates that our student did nothing to provoke this attack. So if we know that she didn't do anything to provoke the attack, and we know that she was attacked in the way that she was, as seen on video, then stand up and do the right thing and support these two people being prosecuted.
Absolutely.
Now, her sister on the bus, who was causing the ruckus? I'm just trying to make sure I have everything straight.
Sure. There's one student, not our student, and another student, our student's sister. But our student was not involved in any way with what they refer to as unruly behavior. Okay? So if she's not at all involved in any unruly behavior, and she follows directions by getting off the bus, even though she didn't do anything wrong, when she's waving goodbye, I'm unclear as to how that justifies her being attacked by two grown people.
Yes, absolutely.
Now, now, just so I'm clear, so is the sister older or younger?
Older.
Older, okay. How old is she? Her
The
older
sister?
How old is she? I'm sorry?
She's 14.
14, okay. So so the sister got off the bus as well, or yes?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Both.
Go ahead, I'm sorry, go ahead. No, go ahead.
No, I just want to clarify, that's what I need.
Okay, so the sister, did the other student who supposedly was causing this disturbance get off the bus as well?
Yes.
Okay. Were they physically,
There was no physical altercation that took place on the bus. The two students that were quote-unquote unruly were having fun amongst the two of them. The bus driver felt like they were either too loud or didn't like what they were doing on the bus, and so went back to the school.
I understood. So what I'm asking, I guess, let me ask the right question. Did the assistant principal and the vice principal, or assistant principal and the principal, did they have any physical contact with either the student's older sister or this other student?
No.
Okay.
They picked the wrong student who was waving goodbye, and they attacked her. She didn't do anything to warrant that attack. She's never been disciplined for this incident, never been suspended, expelled, given detention. She's never been charged with anything. She didn't do anything wrong, but she's the one that bore the brunt of this attack.
If I may, and I don't mean in any way to diminish this, and it's hard to see on that video. It looks like she's being dragged rather than, say, punched, or I can't really tell. It looks like she's being dragged.
She's initially dragged, and then she's forced to the ground.
Manhandled. Okay.
Absolutely manhandled.
Yes.
And what was the you guys said that you met with the principal, and at some point they said she was, quote, acting crazy. What specific? Oh, sorry. What specifically did the principal and so tell us about what that meeting?
Initially, I was initially my wife called me and told me that the principal told her to come to the school because they were about to take my 12-year-old daughter to jail or take her to the mental place to be evaluated. I don't know what the name of it or whatever. So she immediately calls me. I go right up to the school, but I rolled past my 8th grade daughter, and she told me that they were playing on the bus. She got off the bus. She don't know what happened with my 8th grader because she was off the bus, you know. So
when I got there, I walked right to the principal. My wife went to go console my daughter, and I went to talk to the principal, and he immediately says, I'm like, what happened? What's going on? Why is my daughter in the ambulance? You know, he says, I asked her to get off the bus one time, and she just blacked out and immediately started swinging and punching and attacking the staff. I'm like, what? You know, they're like, yeah, she didn't remember her name. She didn't remember her birthday. We had to ask her if she ate somebody else's food, trying to insinuate like she may have been doped up or drugged or something like that, you know, and like she started bamming her head on the concrete, and I'm just like, in awe, like, what? Because I know my child, this is not my child's behavior. I have not had any behavioral issues with her at any of our previous schools at all. And not to say that, you know, anything couldn't happen, but I know my child's behavior. This is not her behavior. We checked the head, no bumps, no nothing. What are you fabricating this story for? You know what I'm saying? I'm like, if my daughter, you asked her to get off the bus one time and she got off, that means she's in compliance. You know what I'm saying? Why are you restraining my child? So this is what I was trying to get to the bottom of, and, you know, I just haven't gotten to the bottom of it. You know, I don't appreciate you telling me that my daughter got right off. You lied to me, sir, because you said absolutely nothing about you grabbing my child, you know, and her resisting, or, you know what I'm saying, feeling attacked. That's not the same as her going crazy and blacking out and start attacking her. That's a totally different thing. You know what I'm saying? You left that part out, you know, and you never said anything. You denied it the whole way, even in me talking to you, telling you, sir, I have another video. Not y'all video. I have another video that the children sent me. You know what I'm saying? And he denied it even that. I guess because he hadn't seen it, he didn't believe me. But I'm like, I have another video, sir, of you grabbing my child. I didn't touch your kid. And he just kept saying the same thing, and even walked to the door like, yeah, whatever, and opened the door for me to leave. I am very upset about that. You know what I'm saying?
And you get there and there's your child's in the ambulance.
In the ambulance.
What was their rationale for that? Because she blacked out?
They say she blacked out, and maybe because she had to be restrained, she has exerted so much energy and was just tired. I don't really know. She had a couple of bruises or whatever, and she said her side was hurting, you know. So the next day, my wife and I took her to urgent care to make sure that nothing was broken, or, you know, no real damages had occurred, you know, the more serious damages had occurred physically, you know. Mentally is another thing.
But she didn't go in that ambulance that time?
No, because it was they made it look to us as if she's going to go to the ambulance or whatever and like get checked out for mental health issues. We didn't want no parts of that. We figured we'll take her to ourselves to be checked out, you know, because we were unsure of, you know, where they were trying to go with this. You understand what I'm saying? So we took her to get checked out ourselves. But he lied. Yeah. And they lied with him. No one said, take your hand off this baby girl. If y'all all skilled in this type of training, nobody said, why are you manhandling this baby? You know, you know what I'm saying? Nobody came and said to de-escalate the situation, even those that are trained to restrain. Nobody said, wait, stop, this is not how we deal with our babies. Take your hand off her. Nobody said that. So this is why I feel like everyone should be held accountable, because nobody stepped up. You know, you have females on staff, on duty to deal with young females, I would assume. I'm not sure of the protocol or whatever. But I definitely know that two grown men, this man is 6'5", and you get help. The assistant principal comes over to assist you and doesn't say, wait, Mr. Seidel, stop. You know, I don't know if you have the training or not, but this is not how we deal with our children, you know, and y'all continually wrestled with her to the ground.
What I do know, too, is that you'll listen to the video and you... If you listen to what's on the video, you hear students on the bus that are saying they don't have to grab her like that.
That's right.
So if little kids can identify that to be inappropriate, you have to assume that trained professionals can do the same.
In addition to that,
one more. Okay, Pat.
in addition to that, you can also audibly hear on that video a female adult who is a staffer at that school saying that if, as the other students said, why are they treating her like that? They shouldn't be touching her like that. This female adult you can hear in the background saying, well, if she walked like a normal child, then they wouldn't have to handle her like that. And then she goes on to say, they're keeping her safe. As you can see, 2 adult men on top of a 12-year-old girl, you can hear her say that they are keeping her safe. There's nothing about 2 grown men on top of a child safe. And so that is something that also has to be addressed, because there is an adult teacher that was present, aware, who had the ability to intervene in this situation that didn't. And so there are questions that we have as to why she handled the situation the way that she did. And is this the culture, not only of the school, but of the school district? And part of the reason, or the reason that I'm here, is because the traumatic impact upon this child and this family as a result of adults who have been entrusted to care for, protect our children. They failed this child, they failed this family, and they failed our community. And as a result, we now have to pick up the pieces and help this child, this family now, deal with the trauma that they have experienced. And there is no quick fix. In our community, we're already dealing with coming, or even still in the midst of, a pandemic. Skyrocketing gas prices, crime and violence. We're seeing on the news our babies being murdered in their classroom, our family members being gunned down in the grocery store. And now we're seeing our children being wrestled and slammed to the ground by adults without any provocation. Not only should these individuals be held accountable, I am in agreement with Attorney Lambert that these individuals should be prosecuted. We expect the school district to handle this the proper way. We will make sure that our eyes are on this, that we are asking the questions that need to be asked, and we will not let this rest until justice is served. Absolutely. If this were another student, they would have handled this differently, and in many cases, charges would have been brought, some type of disciplinary action, and there should be no difference when it comes to the adults.
Absolutely. You know, the so Pastor makes an exceptional point. There was a student advisor on the bus who identified that they were, quote, helping to keep our students safe. The lunacy of that position suggests that that advisor, that student teacher, that teacher doesn't have an appreciation for what is appropriate response when someone's waving goodbye. She thinks that it's okay, as someone's waving goodbye, that 2 adult people attack a 7th grade student. There's a problem with the way people are being trained. There's a perception problem with the way that teachers at this institution seem to be looking at the people they're teaching, if that is really the attitude that's being shared. There's no way that that teacher on the bus should have been able to say to herself that they're doing what's necessary, because if she walked like a normal child, she wouldn't be being thrown to the ground the way she was.
What do you think the video will show? That she gets off the bus, that she's told to, and then waves, and then instantly, what's your suspicion of what it shows?
So we very much anticipate, predicated on what has been shared with already, that she got off of the back of the bus as ordered, went around to the side of the bus to wave goodbye, and you can see in the video that we have that instantaneous with her waving goodbye, she's attacked by on both sides. She doesn't make any efforts to do anything to anybody. She's not a threat to anybody else. She's not a threat to herself. She's saying goodbye.
Yes, absolutely. Yes. Cannon, a couple questions for you, and then Mom and Dad, I have a couple for you.
Okay.
Have you filed any motion yet for preservation of evidence of the video from the school?
So the family just came to us and asked what we can do. We haven't filed suit yet. The goal is to try and not have to go that route. But ultimately, in terms of preservation of the video, we know that they know that we're seeking it because it's been asked for. We've written letters to them letting them know that we're expecting it to be preserved. And what's more, if we have no choice but to file suit in order to get this family in a position where they can see what happened to them so that they can go and interface with the school board and talk about the protocols that are in place or not in place, we'll do that.
So a lawsuit just to get the video?
If ultimately they make us do that, we'll do what we have to do. It seems to me that there should be a culture of cooperation between families and institutions like schools.
So we know the principal, vice principal are suspended pending an investigation by the school district. You're talking about criminal charges being filed, so are you calling on the Chicago Heights Police Department to go to the state's attorneys with evidence?
My office has been in contact with the Chicago Police Department, Chicago Heights Police Department, seeking an information on whether or not they are going to recommend charges. We believe charges should be recommended, and that's what we're looking to see happen.
Is there an open investigation, do you know?
As we understand it, the investigation is still pending. I'm not sure what the investigation includes, but I assume that they will be looking to try and talk to students. They've not reached out to speak to our student. But ultimately, we know that the video is out there, and we understand that the police has the video. And we were told that we could get the family was told they could get the video, and there's roughly 9 different views of video, but they've not yet been provided that information.
Cornelius, did you want to answer? I just don't know which mics you go.
Okay, all right.
All right. So your older daughter and this other student were the ones, whatever.
Yes, sir.
And then your 12-year-old was also escorted off the bus. Was there a reason why? Do you know?
I don't.
Because that was her younger sister, and like they travel in twos.
I'm not sure if they got the kids mixed up. I'm not sure the story that they received or what. It's very unclear because, like I say, Mr. Seidelman said that when the bus came back, he asked her to get right off the bus. Now, what happened in between that, I'm not sure of. I don't know. But I do know that my 8th grade daughter said that she definitely was clowning on the bus and was asked to get off the bus. And the bus ended up returning. I'm not sure of everything, really nothing else outside of the little video footage that I received from the student. So I'm just not sure.
Did you believe the school story up until you saw the video? And
Yes.
what went through your mind when you saw it?
I cried. I didn't believe them. You know what I'm saying? These are grown adults here. You know what I'm saying? And I respect them for their position, and I trust them with my children. You know, so collectively, if you get together and you agree with him and what he's saying, and nobody says, Mr. Seidelman, that's not what happened. You grabbed this girl and this, you know what I'm saying? Nobody said that. Everybody else was in agreement with him. So that really, really bothered me. I was really enraged. I'm not gonna lie to you.
It's gotta, you gotta feel some amount of
Yeah,
because you like trusted the school.
Oh man, there's nothing.
And then you saw the video.
There's nothing like my baby, you know, feeling like I didn't trust her. That's the biggest thing to me. You know what I'm saying? It's my 7th grade daughter. She trying to tell me, Daddy, he asked me to get off the bus, and I got right off the bus, and then that happened. You know what I'm saying? And I'm just like, no, that can't be what happened. You know what I'm saying? And she like, Daddy, that's what happened. She said, Asayana was clowning and acting up on the bus. I didn't have nothing to do with that. I didn't want to get off the bus because I wanted to get off at my stop. I wanted to go to Johnson and do whatever else, you know. But she said, I didn't do nothing that warranted me to get off the bus. I wanted to get off at my stop. So I believed them. Even when they said I'm checking my baby's head, they said she was bamming her head on the concrete and, all of this other stuff. I'm like, wow, well, as a concerned parent, if my child is really doing this, then I need to get her whatever help I need. So I'm put in a messed up position here. 'Cause I know my baby. I know she ain't crazy or nothing. She ain't never lashed out and started attacking nobody or nothing like that, so you can't convince me, even though it was y'all adults here, they put me in a hard position, a tough spot to be in, trusting y'all and wanting the credibility is shot now. What can I believe? Or you know what I'm saying? Y'all, you can't just come and tell me anything now. You know what I'm saying? And I just trust you because that has been tainted now, and
how's the relationship with your daughter? Because I'm hearing what you're saying. You're talking a lot about being in a tough spot, but you're also talking about kind of being duped into, from your perspective, being duped into believing them over her.
Absolutely.
Now you gotta look her in the eye.
Absolutely.
Talk about how she's doing and how that relationship is, because that's damage.
As a parent, you want your kids' trust, and you want you want them to believe that you have their back, no matter what is going on, like, even through the wrong or whatever, you know what I'm saying? You want them to believe that no matter what, I'm here through the right or the wrong, I got your back. But that to transpire, it kind of felt like I just failed my baby. You know what I'm saying? Like, she could have been dead out there on the ground, and listen to this, and I didn't even see the video, and listen to this man tell me my baby just went crazy or whatever, you know what I'm saying? And something seriously had to happen, all type of thoughts run through my mind. I'm sorry, y'all.
She's never had any disciplinary issues, right?
No.
Okay.
How would you characterize, is she a good student? Like, I'm just trying to wrap my head around a 12-year-old girl waving after getting off a bus and then being all the way. It just doesn't, in my brain,
I could not, and there was no justification listening to them tell me what happened. I didn't understand it either. It's like a blur. Listen to you tell me that, and then my daughter saying that what she said. It's like a total conflict of who do I believe here? I want to believe my baby. I don't want her to just think I'm not gonna listen to you, baby. But I also know you're a child. You know what I'm saying? Kids lie. You make mistakes and this and that. But when I saw that video, I'm like, this coincides exactly the way you said it, baby. I'm sorry. I apologize.
I'm slightly confused. I thought I think it's the timeline. I thought that when you said you got there and you spoke to the teachers and they told you that you confronted them saying, but I've already seen the video. Was this did you
No. The next day, I didn't get the video that the kids seen me till after I had the meeting with him. I got the video that night after that incident. I got the video later on that night.
Spoke to the principal again.
The next day,
I see.
I went to speak with him.
Got it.
And then can you talk a little bit about, I don't know, you or your wife want to talk about just how she's doing right now, and maybe what the plan is for next year? I mean, because
this is what we're discussing. We don't know. We don't know.
Okay, we're getting the mics over there. And this is, I'm sorry, we should have like a little tray. You just slide back and forth.
That's okay.
So how is she doing? I know you said she was going to the school.
Yeah, she's doing like via Zoom.
When school?
Well, school has already ended, but she was doing for the 2 weeks via Zoom. She's like, very scared. She has a lot of anxiety because of this, because she don't know how they're going to act, or if she'll be treated differently or any of that. So it's kind of hard to say where she's gonna go. Her friends, all of that. We don't know, what, but the biggest thing is how she feels. So that's the biggest thing. We don't know if these teachers are gonna be there, or what. We don't know anything.
And your eighth grader obviously has graduated.
Yes.
And so she will go on to obviously high school.
Yes.
She's clear of it. How is she doing?
She's doing okay. She's trying to process everything just like her sister. So it's a day by day thing for us all.
They have younger children.
No, we have younger children that saw the video as well, and they don't know, they scared too. They don't know how the teachers will act towards them or anything. They still have to go through this as well too. So it's.
So you said younger. How many younger, and what are their ages?
The younger one's younger than my daughter, is 7, 11, 2. So, you know, those are the ones that's younger than her.
Carlotta, y'all were outside the school last week trying
Yes.
to get attention for this, right?
Yes, we were
How does it
protesting.
feel that you're sitting here now in a downtown lawyer's law firm with TV cameras in front of you, still demanding this? When you were trying to settle this, you didn't want to be here.
Absolutely. We did not want to get to this point at all. We didn't want media. We didn't want to do any of that. We just wanted this resolved. No one has, you know, really got to us about anything. We were supposed to see the video. 2 days after that, they told us we would see the video. We haven't seen anything. We haven't heard anything. We don't know anything. So we're just in the dark, and this happened to our daughter, you know. So somebody needs to tell us something. Somebody needs to be held accountable for what they did.
Absolutely. And for every day, and what is continuing to happen right now is for every day, every hour, and every moment that this family does not have.
That was the attorney and family there of that Chicago Heights student there, where they say that the school administrators attacked the student there, and there was some video footage. We're hoping to get that maybe a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. But you see it in your second screen there. We're going to take you live right now to the Senate, where it just wrapped up. We are going to be listening to not only senators, but family of a victim of the Buffalo shooting massacre, going to be speaking just fresh off a Senate hearing on really violence and U.S. domestic terrorism. So let's listen right here. We got Senator Dick Durbin out of the state of Illinois speaking first.
It's still fresh in our minds, despite the fact there have been more mass shootings since. But the situation in Buffalo was a clear example of a deranged individual who was inspired by some white supremacist theory to attack innocent people at the Tops grocery store. And as a consequence, when it was all over, there were great human tragedies. We invited the families of many of those victims to come forward today to tell their story as we consider what we can do, what we must do in the United States Senate and in the Congress to make a safer nation and to make it clear that those who perished in Buffalo did not die in vain. We had with us Mr. Garnell Whitfield, whose mother was killed, sadly, at the Tops grocery store. And there are others who were in the audience who will have a chance to say a few words this morning. But I want to turn it over now to our majority leader, the Democratic leader in the United States Senate from the state of New York, Senator Schumer, who knows the families and knows the circumstances better than most. He has given his word that we are going to respond, and we're working on it now. I know over the break we've been working on it for quite a few days. It's a massive political challenge, but we must meet it. That is our responsibility to make America safer. Senator Schumer.
Thank you, Senator Durbin, and let me thank you as chair of the Judiciary Committee, Senator Blumenthal, and all the other members of the Judiciary Committee who were here. But most particularly, I want to thank the families. Can you imagine how hard it is being here, having lost a loved one, having lost a whole community, having been on a peaceful morning, everything looked fine, and then you hear what happened. And these folks will live with this the rest of their lives. Not just today, not just next week, not just next year. The whole community on the east side of Buffalo will live with this for the rest of the community's existence. But I want to thank them. I want to thank Mr. Whitfield, who made such great testimony. I want to thank Ms. Salter, Ms. Pritchett, and Ms. Spite, who you'll hear from in a little bit, and everyone else who has joined. I want to thank my good friend Ben Crump. We've worked on many crusades together. We've won every one of them. We're going to win this one, too.
Amen.
We're going to win this one, too. I just want to salute the families who are here. What the scriptures tell us is the natural thing when some horrible evil, unmistakable, violence falls upon you or a loved one and you lose them, the human instinct is to what the Bible calls curse the darkness. You turn inward on yourself, you become angry, and you give up. What the Bible also says, what the scriptures say, is when you try to prevent it from happening to others, you're lighting a candle. It's saint-like. And you folks are saint-like. It is not easy to do this, to relive what happens, although you relive it all the time. So we have some really saint-like folks with us here to try and make sure this doesn't happen again. We all know that racism is the deep, dark poison of America. And unfortunately, it exhibits itself in too many ways. But what we saw on the east side of Buffalo, that a bigoted, despicable animal came to shoot people because they were black on a peaceful morning at a supermarket, is just, it shakes you to your inner bones. And we have to deal with this in America. We cannot push it under the rug. We cannot ignore it. We cannot go just walk away from it. We have to keep pushing and pushing and pushing. And so when Senator Durbin passed the legislation, the Domestic Terrorism Prevention Act, I said, we're going to get this to the floor of the Senate. And it still befuddles me how so many people could vote against it. How so many people could vote against it. It's just confounding, disturbing that we did not get a single Republican, and all we asked them to do is vote to allow us to debate the issue. Because we all know that when racism is left to fester, it grows. Plain and simple. And we don't really want thoughts and prayers. We need votes. We need action. Amen. We need action to stop this despicable bigotry. We are going to vote on gun legislation in the future, and we are going to bring this act up again and again and again in every way we can to make sure that America knows that there are enough people who want to see righteousness done. So I would just say we have a moral obligation to do what we're doing here and to continue what we're going to do. And I pledge to the people here, the good people of Buffalo, the people of the East Side, the city of good neighbors, that those deaths, as horrible as they were, as searing as they are in our hearts, you are making sure they will not have died in vain, and we will join you in that effort until we succeed. Thank you, and God bless you. I have to go to the floor. I apologize to my colleague, Senator Blumenthal. We're voting on legislation that I have to be there for.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you, Senator Schumer. I'd like to ask Ms. Salter to please come up and say a few words.
Good morning, good afternoon. I am here today on behalf of my family, the Salter family. I am here on behalf of my husband, Aaron Salter, who died in the line of duty. My husband cared for the people at TOPS. He cared for everybody. And he showed that in giving his life for everybody. I am asking the Senate for their support, not only for me and my family, but for all the families who are affected by mass shooters. Amen. I stand here today to give honor to God for enabling me to be able to be here to talk about it. I honor my husband for not only the sacrifice that he gave, but for the love he also gave his family on a day-by-day basis. He made the ultimate sacrifice for everybody and for me, and I'm making the sacrifice for him. And I'm asking for legislation regarding the guns. I'm asking for legislation to empower our police officers to have armor, bulletproof vests, and all the tactical gear they need to protect my family, your kids, your mothers, your grandmothers, your next door neighbors, everybody, and even us. When we go out to the store, when we go out to church, when we go out to water our lawns, anytime, we need that same safety. We need that same security. And I am asking, pleading, that the Senate do all that they can, that Congress do all that they can. It's not about Republicans, it's not about Democrats. It's about people, it's about human life, it's about our existence, it's about our democracy. Amen. And for that, I give of myself on behalf of everybody else. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Salter. Michelle Spite. Michelle.
Good afternoon, and to all of the constituents. I represent a sad but unique reality that I lost 2 family members in that shooting. So my Aunt Pearl Young was one on my mother's maternal side, and my cousin Margus Morrison was on my mother's paternal side. This is riveting, to say the least. It is something that I would not want my worst enemy to experience. It has fueled my life in a way that I never thought would be. I am pleading, again, echoing the sentiments of Ms. Salters, I am pleading with the constituency of Senate, with the constituency of Congress, to look beyond racial divides, to look beyond political divides, and to see the reality that there is a human need, and that need is one in what should be our democracy, and that is equal and fair rights for everyone. It is no longer acceptable for certain classes and certain factions in our society to be protected while others go unprotected. Just as there is an anti-hate Asian bill, just as there's other anti-hate bills for the LGBTQ community, we are demanding and expecting that an anti-Black hate bill be passed. Not later, but now. I am asking and pleading, senators, that you all go beyond, as she said, whether you're a Democrat or a Republican. I need you to know that we are all human beings. And if I cut you, you're going to bleed the same red blood. If you cry, you're going to cry those same clear tears. So moving beyond all of our complexities of our beliefs, whatever they might be, we need to make sure that our democracy is protected, and we need to make sure that this never happens, not in the United States, not in the world. Thank you.
Pamela Pritchard.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, senators. I'm going to say this. Every tear I cry is going to be a fuel for action. Yes. Every tear I cry is a fuel for action. And I say that, and I want to say to the senators, I want them to imagine getting a phone call that from the funeral director that you need to bring a hat to the funeral home because of the damage that was done by this man with the gun that he used. I want you to imagine going to see your mother or your father or your child, and when you go in and you touch their hair, it's not soft like it used to be. I know how my mom's hair used to be because I used to braid it for her, but the blood that seeped out brittled my mother's hair, and I touched hair that wasn't the same anymore. I hope that the senators will have the compassion, maybe will even close their eyes to imagine it for themselves. And I don't want them to imagine it for a loved one, because that's too much for anybody to handle. But I want them to imagine it, because I came here to tell my mom's story. My mom did not deserve the death that she had, but greater than that, I promise you that every tear I cry will be a fuel for action.
Dominic Douglas.
You did. Thank you. Marcus Morrison was my cousin as well. Michelle is my family as well. I moved to Orlando to go to law school, and I celebrated my daughter's 9th birthday on May 13th. On May 14th, I told her that her family was gunned down, and I don't think you guys understand how hard it is to teach a 9-year-old little black girl why people are getting killed for their skin color. It is very hard to teach my little 9-year-old girl that there's hate in some people, but not everyone. That most people are good. But there are bad people, and I don't know why we're arguing about it. I don't know why we're arguing about ways to stop those bad people. We are not here attacking anyone. There is no hate in our hearts. We never walked into a grocery store hating anyone and bringing an AR-15 to kill them because we just couldn't stand the sight of them. That's not us. And yet I'm asking you guys, who I know it's not you either, the people that are elected and the ones who are electing them, it's not in us. And I refuse to believe everyone's narrative that this is some battle between blacks and whites or between anyone. Because it's not. We're not fighting. We're not fighting anyone. We are asking for help. We are asking for support. This is not just a black thing. Our nation is so mixed up and so diverse. I promise you, if you're just as dark as a brown paper bag, he would have still shot you, regardless if you were black or not. That is how ignorant that person, that thug is. We are asking for support. That's it. Say, yes, this was wrong, and go and tell your legislators and the people you voted for, you know what? This is wrong. And what is a simple bill that we can pass to say the hate crime against blacks is the same hate against everyone else? It's the hate against Jews. It's the hate against the Taiwanese church that was attacked in California. It's the hate against LGBTQ+. It is hate. And unfortunately, some humans have hate in them, but it's not all of us. So the ones who don't, can you just support us? Can you just give us your love, because we're really in need of it?
Anita Eberhardt.
I'm Zanetta Everhart. I am the mother of Zaire Goodman. He was an employee of the top shooting. So Zaire was injured in the shooting. He was doing his job that day. He was helping, I believe, Miss Whitfield with a cart in front of the store when he was shot by the shooter. Zaire was shot through the right side of his neck, and the bullet came out of the back. But the bullet didn't actually come out. It shattered inside of him. So Zaire is left with shrapnel inside of him, probably for the rest of his life. His wounds are healing, but the shrapnel is starting to protrude into his back, and I can feel it when I clean it. And so, yes, we are pleading with Senate, with our elected leaders. We are pleading with you to raise the age on buying guns. We are pleading with you to fix the education system in this country, because if we're not teaching true African American history in this country, we are doing a disservice to everybody. I just want people to know that the east side of Buffalo is my home. It is where I was born, where I was raised, where I still live, and where I do the majority of my professional work at. It is love there, yes, it is. No matter what people say. Yes. And that is Zaire's neighborhood, and that's Zaire's community. He walks to the tops on Jefferson. We live blocks from the tops on Jefferson. He rides his bike to the tops on Jefferson. That is our neighborhood. That is our community. Yes, we are Black. We're not going anywhere. We're gonna stay Black. Right? Amen. Like, that's just what it is. Racism has always been a part of this country, but we're not going anywhere. So we're gonna have to figure out how to live together.
Before we have our last speaker, Garnell Whitfield, his brother Raymond is here, and he was in the audience today. I want to give him an opportunity to say a word. Raymond.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Raymond Whitfield. I'm the younger brother of Garnell and the youngest son of Ruth E. Whitfield. You've heard much about my mother, very eloquently stated by my brother, so I won't go into much about that, except to say, as much as my heart breaks for my mother, my confidant, my everything, I want to say that after joining these families, my heart breaks for them just as much as it does for my mother, because we looked at each other and we said, you know what, after we told our stories about our mothers and our husbands and sons, our families, we just said, you know, these people were the salt of the earth. Yes. They were easy, soft targets. Many of them couldn't even run if they tried. He walked into that grocery store and he shot them down like animals. And I just think it's a poor strategy if you're trying to eliminate us as Black people in America, to pick the most caring, loving, and forgiving of us and shoot them down on a grocery store floor. That's all I want to say. I'll turn it over to the rest of you guys.
Garnell Whitfield was our witness here at the hearing and did a remarkable job bringing to our minds the image of his mother and what she meant to him. Garnell?
Thank you. Thank you. Just want to say it's truly a blessing to be here with the other families. We've gone through the last few weeks in our own silos in some cases, and have not spent a lot of time together. But it's been a blessing to be here with them to share our stories, our grief, and our support for one another. We're very thankful for that opportunity. Very thankful for the opportunity to be here today. I mean, you've heard the stories about my mom. You've heard all of us talking about our loved ones, and we thank the Senate for allowing us to be here. We sincerely do. But we're not naive enough to think that they can do this alone. This is a clarion call for all of us as human beings, as Americans, to stand up and speak truth to power. To put our own comfortability at risk for something greater, to risk, you know, our security for each other. That's what we're supposed to do, and that's what we're asking America to do. You guys behind the cameras, you guys have a lot of power. You guys have a lot of influence. You know, you're here covering us, but there's a lot of other people who don't support what we're trying to do here. We need to hold them accountable. Amen. You can help us with that. We expect that you would do that as good Americans. So we're not here asking for handouts. We're not here asking for favors. We're just asking to level the playing field. Treat us like human beings. That's all. We don't need handouts. You know, you hear a lot of banter about different things. It was hard to sit through some of this hearing. I mean, it was hard to sit silently, and you see none of them here today. None of them here. I mean, they said what they said and they ran out. But go chase them. Go find them. You know, make them answer some tough questions. I mean, you guys are asking us about what you think our solutions, you know, how to fix this thing. That's their job. If they're not going to do their job, then they shouldn't have the job. So we're just asking for your support, for your prayers, and, you know, we're going to stay strong. Amen. We're going to stay strong. Thank you.
We'll take a question or two if there are any.
Senator, obviously the bill that you put forward failed, but you see the families here behind you, you hear their passionate pleas for help. Where do you go from here, and what's next? How do you go back to the drawing board?
Well, let me tell you, there are two things. First, Senator Schumer made it clear we are not giving up on this domestic terrorism reporting. The reason why this bill was introduced was the decision by President Donald Trump to eliminate the category of white supremacy in domestic terrorism crimes to be reported by the FBI to the Congress. It is a major challenge in America. We see today with these survivors and loving members of the family, the price that's being paid by African-American families across the United States. And that is an intolerable situation. We're going to return for this. It has been noted accurately that Senator Blumenthal and I and others consistently vote for legislation that ends hate against so many different groups. Well, we know what the hate was in the heart of that man who walked into that grocery store. It was racial hate. And we want to have that reported, just as we would ask that all other crimes be reported in detail so we can understand the threat to America and put an end to it.
That's very important.
This bill is ready to go again. There's no reason to put in another bill.
Buffalo 10.
Absolutely. Any other questions? If not,
Senator Blumenthal, I was wondering how discussions were ongoing for new gun laws. And Senator Schumer seemed optimistic, more optimistic this week coming back than we said before. So do you share that optimism? You all are getting closer?
You know, I think that these families and survivors have really provided some powerful impetus. I think this testimony brings it home. There's nothing more graphic than the faces and voices, as we've seen from the time of Sandy Hook. I'm more hopeful than ever. We've never had 5 Republicans sit down seriously on gun violence prevention, and they are here because of the courage and strength of these families and others who have stepped forward to be the face and voice of advocacy. You know, that shooter in Buffalo chose the aisle of that supermarket not because he wanted to buy bread or milk, but because of the numbers of people he could shoot more quickly with an assault weapon. Firearms are inextricably linked to domestic terrorism and violent extremism, including white supremacy. Firearms make white supremacy deadly. They make hate lethal. And that's why this kind of eloquence and power, I think, will help galvanize and crystallize our continuing efforts and working dusk to dawn particularly on a red flag law that would separate people like the Buffalo shooter from a firearm when he is giving signs he's going to kill people, whether it's because of white supremacy or derangement or some other reason. But there'll be other elements that we're hoping to land, and I just cannot thank enough Mr. Whitfield and all of the folks who are here today.
Senator, obviously the red flag laws in New York, though, there are red flag laws in New York already, and the red flag laws didn't necessarily work in this case. So how do you close these loopholes?
Red flag laws need to be enforced. The evidence in New York suggests that investment of more resources and more effective implementation would have made a big difference. And that's why in the red flag law that Senator Graham and I have been advocating for some years, we provide resources so that the states will make them effective. The best law in the world without effective enforcement is dead letter. And when you compare Florida with 9,000 uses of the red flag law to New York with hundreds, there's a difference there in implementation that is a challenge to us to provide resources and also avoid any loopholes.
We're going to stop. No, we're going to stop the questioning now, but if you want to speak to us individually, you're welcome to. Thanks, everybody, for being here. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, sir.
It was Democratic senators and families of Buffalo shooting victims speaking just after a Senate hearing on domestic terrorism. And it was a very, as you can imagine, emotional hearing. And we'll continue to play out highlights from it throughout the day for you right here on Live Now from Fox. We took a considerable amount of it live when it was happening. And of course, that's what we do right here on Live Now from Fox. Provides you top stories, live feeds, breaking news when it happens, all in real time, and really showing it to you from beginning all the way until the end. Everyone, Mike Page here. Thanks so much for joining us here today. Here's what we have coming up here this hour. We are expecting some more senators to continue to speak on gun violence in America, changing gun laws as Democrats continue to make that push. Coming up in about 45 minutes. We are expecting a White House briefing, and today it will feature the actor Matthew McConaughey. He is a Uvalde, Texas native. He is a gun owner himself. He will be speaking at this White House briefing, and we'll be bringing that to you live when it happens right here on Live Now from Fox. Let's show you how the markets are doing today. You can see up 60 points there in the green, a little up and down action, very similar to what we saw yesterday. So we'll continue to take a look at that. You're taking a live look right now at the growing memorial in Uvalde as well as funerals continue for those 19 children and 2 adults. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More Live Now from Fox coming up in just moments.
That one thing you did last week, though, really showed the talent, though. Because you had to,
We're back here on Live Now from Fox. We always appreciate you joining us here, giving you these top stories and headlines from all over. I'm your host, Mike Pace. Thanks so much again for joining us here today. We're going to go back out to the National Mall here. We want to show you just some more people and advocates to change the gun laws in America, speaking out there from earlier today. This first person up at the podium speaking on behalf of the teachers union, and this one gets really, really fired up. So take a listen at this one.
So everyone has spoken so eloquently and from the heart about what we need and what we want and what we demand and what we cry for and what we press for. There's anger, there's sadness, there's sorrow. There's a sense of resilience and persistence. And these activists behind me, they're never going to stop. Thank God. And in their name, we remember those who died, including teachers, kids. 3 of my members died in Buffalo, murdered in Buffalo. The doctors in Tulsa, the kids and teachers in Uvalde, the grocery store goers in Buffalo, and then countless others whose names we don't know right now, but their families do. Guns and hate create violence. In lots of other places in the world, there's hate. But because of the laws that have been passed, there's not the mass shootings that we have here. No one is talking about the Second Amendment. No one is calling for us doing any violence to the Second Amendment. What we are calling for is gun safety. When we called for airline safety, everyone came on board. When we called for motor vehicle safety, people came on board. When we called for tobacco safety and alcohol safety, why can't we have safety when it comes to guns? Why can't people's lives be more important? There are things we can do. There are things we can do. We're all doing our jobs. Becky's members, my members. Every activist is doing his, her, or their jobs. I'll end with this. I was in Buffalo last week and at the Topps Memorial before we were about to do a community rally, and a young woman with her daughter with chalk in hand just wrote, "Do something." Yes, of course we will hold people accountable if they don't. But it would be much better for our democracy in the names of those who have perished through murder through guns if we, as America, did something now.
Thank you, Randy. Fired up. I'm excited. At this time, I would love to call up Tia Bell, the CEO of the Trigger Project.
Good morning, everyone. Happy Gun Violence Awareness Month, not because of the joy that is absent when we lose as survivors, but because we have an opportunity as survivors to bring together and become true fellowship and display power and loss in a way that brings us essence and grace and tragedy that we don't get to do a lot. So I just start today, as a survivor, as a founder of a nonprofit organization aiming to prevent gun violence, with gratitude for everyone, with the courage you used today to show up. I want to acknowledge that because we're pushing policy, we're pushing laws, we're standing here together, but it is very hard to wake up and get up and do what we do, being if you're on one side of the camera or the other. So I just want to start with gratitude for Giffords and for the fellowship of all of us survivors. Please give yourselves a hug for me. I've used a lot of my 2 minutes just to explain that and bring that, but I want to share that as the founder, I'm 6'4", so I want you guys to hear me, but I'm the founder of the Trigger Project. It's the true reasons I grabbed the gun, evolved from risk project. It started in 2019. I was a survivor like Gregory. My mom got shot in her left leg when I was just 10 years old. And between almost losing my mother at 10 and then losing my uncle at 17, I lost more friends than I can count. So I stand here today, of course, in again, fellowship with Push for gun safety and gun sense, but I ask and beg of you that you think about the many people that are just 2 miles down the road that are suffering from the spread of gun violence. Here at the Trigger Project, we look at gun violence as a disease. The CDC studies gun violence as a disease because it spreads through modeled behavior. So there are true reasons I grabbed a gun that evolved from risk like high emotional distress, despair, lack of opportunity, support, and services. So we need the resources, we need the funding, because we're going to keep doing the work, but we need to last. So that hopefully in 20 years when my newborn son is finishing college or finishing whatever endeavor he wants to pursue at that young age, he can be in a safe world. I thank you. I ask that you guys push to invest in prevention. We have the many gun policy laws for safety, the many gun policy laws, and that, again, for intervention. But prevention is the absence of disease. I ask that you guys invest. I thank you again for your time, your courage as survivors, and my condolences. Bless you.
Thank you, Tia. Would love to call up Chris Brown, the president of Brady.
Morning, everyone. My name is Chris Brown. I'm the president of Brady. And I just want to say thank you to Giffords for hosting this event, for giving us a platform, all of us in the gun violence prevention movement, all of the survivors that I see, and all of you, thank you for joining us today, because we're on the right side of history. I hope all of America is paying attention, because we collectively, all of us, have had enough. We, as parents, as children, as mothers, daughters, nephews, nieces, look every day and wonder, are we safe? Can we walk down the street? Can we go to the movies? Can we go to school? Can we shop at our grocery store and be safe and not be targeted by a combination of hate and complete ease in accessing guns in this country? It's hard for me to reflect on how many horrific things all of us have been witnessing over the last couple of weeks, in particular on the news, about the impact of gun violence. For many of you here today, you know that well, deeply, and personally. One that sticks with me the most as a mother of an 18 and 20-year-old is a conversation that a mother in Uvalde had with her daughter, terrified after being in the school, obviously grateful to have survived. She asked her mother, "Mommy, what picture will you show of me when I'm shot at school?" Just let that sit for a minute and understand that the trauma we are inflicting on our children is horrific. And the thing, as the president of Brady, that upsets me the most is that it is absolutely preventable, because laws work. Laws actually work. And I don't have to say that in a hypothetical way. I know it, because Jim and Sarah Brady passed the Brady background check system. And it's been in effect for more than a quarter century. And guess how many gun purchases have been stopped by that law? Over 4 million and counting. More than 600 every single day are stopped. And you know what is the most upsetting part of this? That still 1 in 5 guns is sold today with no background check at all. And the answer is very simple. It's sitting in the Senate. And it has been for over a year. It's called H.R. 8. And it stands for a very simple proposition that I think is very important for every single American, you all know, but every person listening to understand. When the Brady Law was enacted in 1993, it was before something called the internet was invented. It's before gun shows were big business, and today they are. As a result, private sellers, not technically subject to the Brady Law, because they weren't around in big number at the time, can sell guns with no background check at all. And people are dying every day because of this. That's what's at stake. And let me just say something, I think, about the Second Amendment here. What we're talking about with the Brady Law and all of these bills that the House is marking up is our public safety. It is about whether we live or die. It's about our right, constitutional rights, enshrined by John Locke and Forward, to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. No American wants a version of the Second Amendment that is an insurrectionist version that swallows every other basic right, including the most fundamental right to live. So I ask members of the United States Senate, because the House has done their job. We have a few members in the United States Senate that belong to one party that say things after Uvalde like, oh, it's about the doors. And they somehow are using talking points from the National Rifle Association that haven't been updated since the last slaughter at schools. But I think Americans are fed up, don't you? I think Americans want change, and I stand with all of these amazing organizations, with all of you activists. We are strong, we are mighty, we are standing for justice, we are standing for saving lives. We want the Senate to act. Yes, please confirm Steve Dettelbach to be the head of ATF. Put a law enforcement agent at the top of that agency, and the Biden administration needs to continue to do all it is doing already to fill any gaps in the law. Let's make that happen. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. Joanna and Ikea Hardy from Guns Down Friday.
How y'all doing today? Look, let's take a moment. That big bang, gun violence really traumatizes us, because that bang just sent us all, woo. So how y'all doing again? I'm a little nervous. I'm in the streets a lot. I don't really do stuff like this. So yes. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Miss Hardy, and I am the founder of Guns Down Friday. I want to first give honor and show love to every family under the sound of my voice that has lost a loved one to gun violence. Due to gun violence, we have lost little babies, children, students, mothers and fathers, sisters and brothers, friends and neighbors. I would also like to show love and honor to our community activists, law enforcement, and active elected officials that are creating change in our community and world. Today, we are here because America wants change. While mass shootings capture most media attention, 100 people are killed by guns in America every day in preventable gun suicide, domestic violence, and community violence. Today, we are here not asking for change, but demanding. In my community, we are discriminated on even after death. In the eyes of the law, Black lives are devalued even after death. 2 years ago, Councilmember Trayon White introduced a bill aimed changing the way the legal system values wrongful death lawsuits linked to Black victims, called the Stormaya Bill. A bill that says all lives are equal, even after death, no matter the race or gender. This bill has yet to be passed, alongside with so many other bills, programs, fundings, sitting idle because Congress choose to do nothing. Congress, the time is now. Can y'all say it with me? The time is now. I can't hear y'all. The time is now.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate you joining us here as we are about 15 minutes away from the White House briefing that will feature movie star Matthew McConaughey. He will be speaking at the briefing, talking about gun violence in America. We will bring it to you as soon as it happens right here on Live Now from Fox. In the meantime, let's take that 2-minute break that we have here. And yes, we do. Here we go. Let's take that 2-minute break right now here on Live Now from Fox.
Provide them resources so that they are less likely to be involved in any gun violence activity. As the frontline staff, this job is not easy. It's very hard on our mental, and a lot goes into this that we don't get to talk about often because of the work that we do and the what goes into it. So I just wanted to take this time to say that we need more resources and more aid, more funding in our fight to reduce gun violence right here in our own city. And so that's all I have. Thank you for this opportunity and this platform, and I look forward to continue to do the work. Thank you.
Thank you both. Thank you both. Dr. Joseph Sakrin from This Is Our Lane.
Well, good morning. It's great to be here, and I want to thank Giffords for putting together this event. Look, I come to this conversation both as a survivor of gun violence and someone who's a trauma surgeon in Baltimore. And every day we face the horrific reality of gun violence in America. You know, I'm grateful to be surrounded by so many friends and activists and survivors, but the fact that we're here means that we are here at the cost of people's lives. And I'll tell you what, as we stand on the heels of Uvalde, where children were massacred at school, and Buffalo, where you had a person that massacred a Black community. As you've heard earlier, these mass shootings that get the attention of the media and the public are less than 2% of the public health problem we face. And in fact, in cities like Baltimore, where I work, every day, like last night when I was on call, we have young Black men, we have pregnant moms, we have high school students that are being slaughtered on our streets. And we have the responsibility to tell those stories. You know, when you think about what's happening in America, we continue to wake up day after day with these senseless tragedies. And of course, these flowers that represent those that have died are so significant. We always talk about the death, but don't forget that for every one of these deaths, there are about 2 to 3 non-fatal injuries. And it's not just the physical trauma. It's also the mental and the emotional trauma. I mean, imagine this. A child in America took blood off of a dead classmate and rubbed it on herself in hopes that if the gunman came back, he would think she was dead. That's happening in America now. We should be ashamed. This is unacceptable. I love my job. I love what I do. But the best medical treatment is prevention. And I can't tell you the worst part of my job is having to go out and to talk to these moms and dads and explain to them that their child that left that morning is never coming home again. There's no more birthdays or graduations. They're just left with simply the picture of their child on that wall. We can't accept that. We must not accept that. And you want to know what? When you look at Americans, Americans are not divided. The majority of Americans want common sense legislation. We must demand that our Senate act, not one more moment. This is not a Democratic problem. It's not a Republican problem. It's a uniquely American problem. And I implore the Senate to act this week and not waste another moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Doctor. Would love to call up Becky Pringle, the president of the National Education Association.
I wish I could shut up, but I can't, and I won't. Those words by Bishop Desmond Tutu capture the level of resolve and determination we must have in this moment. I am Becky Pringle, president of the National Education Association. I stand before you with the power and might of the 3 million members of the NEA, saying they will not shut up, they will not stop, they will not give in until Congress and the Senate do their jobs. We were joined today by those members of Congress and the Senate who have already done what they know is right for our students. But we have others who don't seem to care about these flowers behind us or the real lives that they represent. 23 years ago, in April of 1999, I was teaching middle school in Harrisburg, Pennsylvania. I had no experience or training to answer the questions of my middle-level learners when they asked me, are we safe in our schools? It's 23 years later, and here we are. The question that we must ask, is this who America is? Is it? Until we pass comprehensive, common sense gun laws, which the majority of Americans support, it is who we are. But we are here to say no more. This is not the America we are going to be anymore. We have activists standing behind us who are saying enough, enough. We have people all over this country rising up and saying no more. We have our students. Our students are babies who are begging us to do what's right. We will rally, and we will organize, and we will vote, because our students, our babies, are depending on us. to be worthy of them. I know we can do this. Can we do this? Can we do this? I know we can, and we will. Thank you so very much.
Thank you so much, Becky. Would love to call up Wisdom Cole, the director of the NAACP's Youth and College Division.
Good morning. My name is Wisdom Cole, and I serve as the National Director for the NAACP Youth and College Division. I also come to you today as a former teacher and a survivor of a school shooting. Gun violence must end today because it impacts real lives. And one thing that I've learned over my 10 years of organizing and activism is that sometimes you don't have to be the voice for the voiceless. You just have to pass the mic. So I'd like y'all to welcome Mr. Derek Lewis from Texas.
Good morning. I greet you with a smile, but my heart is definitely broken. My name is Derek Lewis. I serve as the National Field Organizer for the Youth and College Division. I'm also from Lamarck, Texas, a small town in Texas right along the Gulf Coast. But within that small town that I call home, I always represent Lamarck, Texas, 409, Texas, Westside, Texas, G County, Texas, is that town and that community is filled and plagued with gun violence. I'm not here because I want to be here, but I'm here because I'm here on behalf of those lives that were taken away, of those who I know too well. Lil Pratt, Mike Parker, Rodney Stahl, Carlton Smith, Perry Preston, Jordan Boxley, Tavon Hubbard, Bria Lockett, and M. Deasy. Those lives who were taken too early, some weren't able to see 28, most of them weren't able to see 21. This is a result from easy access to guns and a lack of investment into youth, the community, or as I like to call it, we need the resources. We live in a society where the access is easier to get a gun than it is to cast your vote on a ballot box. Mass shooting after mass shooting, our society is not in the greatest health condition. Thoughts and prayers can only go so far. Doing the same thing and expecting a different result is insanity. We've been praying the same prayer since the 1990s. When are we going to move and understand that faith without work is dead, and we need action? The solution is policy. It's radical love to create a healthy society that is proactively protecting black people. Radical love that invests in youth in the future to ensure that they can be the future community leaders and the leaders of tomorrow and or today. Radical love that will put people over profit. So my ask is very simple. Is that we have real leaders who understand faith without works is dead, that no thoughts and prayers but policy, banning AR-15s, universal background checks, establishing domestic terrorists, yes, I said establishing a domestic terror list, and enforcing red flag laws. This has been enough bloodshed to act, and clearly to any elected official, and for those who have voting power, if they don't act, vote them out.
Thank you, Wisdom. Thank you, Derek. Would love to call up Angela Farrell-Zabala, the Senior Vice President for Movement Building at Everytown.
Thank you, Sheila. Thank you so much. Good morning, everybody. It may be afternoon. Good afternoon if it is. As you've all heard today, this is our moment. Senators are negotiating gun safety legislation right now, and this is our best chance in a decade to get Congress to act and pass these laws that will save lives. We're here to talk about what's at stake. We're here to lift up the stories of survivors, and we're here for each other. Because showing up for each other is how we've made it this far as a gun violence prevention movement, and it's how we'll keep going, even when it's tough, and it's how we're gonna make the future of our country safer. My name is Angela Farrell-Zabala, and I'm the Senior Vice President of Movement Building at Everytown for Gun Safety and Moms Demand Action. But above all, I'm a mother of 4. I'm a person of faith. I'm a resident of the District of Columbia, and I live in Ward 7, southeast of the city. Our organization, all together, have been working in partnership with Giffords and so many others that you've heard from today to do one simple thing: stop this gun violence epidemic. I want to extend my personal gratitude to survivors here today for sharing their stories, and for all those who have spoken today, and all those for showing up, and everyone across the country who's turning in on live stream. As I said, our moment is right now. Every day in this country, more than 110 people are killed with guns, and hundreds more are wounded. It simply doesn't have to be this way. We don't have to accept this as normal. The Senate needs to hear from us. That means wearing out our dial pads, recruiting our family and friends to do the same, and making sure that there isn't 1 second that our target senators' offices or that their phones aren't ringing off the hooks with one of us on the other end of the line. Already hundreds and thousands have sent messages and made calls to contact our senators within the last 2 weeks to tell them, do your jobs, take action, end this epidemic. When senators used to pick up their phones in their offices, it was the NRA calling. And now we're the ones calling, and we're demanding action, and we're demanding that they don't look away. That's how this movement is greater than the sum of its parts, because we show up and we represent the overwhelming majority of people in this country in saying enough is enough. Again, thank you to all for being with us today and for everything you've done to make this moment possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Angela. We have a few more speakers, so I really just want to commend those of you that are still here. We really appreciate your attention to this very, very serious issue. I would love to call up now survivor and activist Charles King with Helping Others with Life.
Excuse me. Good morning. It's still morning. I'll start off by saying thank you to everyone who came out to support me and to support everyone with this event, especially the people from Building Blocks. I really appreciate y'all being here and being patient with the process. This is an organization here in D.C. that was founded by the Executive Office of the Mayor that has a very large impact in the violence reduction here in Washington, D.C. My name is Charles King. I'm the founder of Helping Others with Life, which is a nonprofit organization here in Washington. And I am a violence intervention specialist with the Office of Neighborhood Safety and Engagement under the Executive Office of the Mayor here in D.C. I'm a gunshot survivor. I'll start by saying the word proactive. I say proactive because it's important in today's climate with gun violence. I support universal background checks. The President pledged to provide funding to help reduce violence in areas of violence intervention funding and several other ways that I support.
And thank you again to everyone who's watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. This rally on gun legislation taking place just a little bit earlier here today, but you can see in our double box in that right-hand side, we are waiting for the White House press briefing. We do have Matthew McConaughey, who's going to be speaking. He is from Uvalde. He's been visiting the town, showing support to that community after that mass killing at an elementary school. He'll be speaking out as well as getting our daily briefing on a number of topics happening across our country. We will be taking that in full as soon as that happens. Going to send some of you off into a 2-minute break as we continue to wait for the briefing. Until then, going to be listening in here on this rally on Capitol Hill from just earlier today.
I stand before everyone here with everyone here to collectively help hopefully save some lives. I stand here hoping that our voices are heard so we don't have to experience another Buffalo or Texas incident. Before I end, I want to say together we stand, divided we fall, and thank you to the office of Ms. Giffords for the opportunity to be heard on this issue, and thank you to my son for being here with me today as I lend my voice on an issue that has affected us, impacted our lives both. Before I close, I just want to say thank you to everyone that does the work, the violence intervention work, because this is real work. We don't have the resources of the police department. Only thing we have is our word and our reputation and our credibility. And sometimes we can wind up being victims going into situations where there's a whole slew of violence going on. I live here in the Washington, D.C. area, and as you know, across the United States, the murder rate is rising drastically. The thing that I can say is I'm going to keep doing the work, and I know that those that's here that I see and that I acknowledge, I know that they're going to keep doing the work too. This isn't work to us. There's no amount of money that can compensate us for what we do on a daily basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Charles, and thank you for your patience. Would love to call up John Gold with Gun Owners for Safety.
Slaughter is too easy in this country, and it needs to stop. I've already been introduced, so I'm going to move forward. I was told today to make this personal, and I'll get there. But as a firearms instructor of over 2 decades, I know that my Second Amendment rights and supporting practical gun safety measures are not mutually exclusive. They are necessary, they are prudent, and they are urgent. I'm not your usual gun safety advocate, but I should be. I've taught marksmanship and pistol craft for over 2 decades. I've been the victim of gun violence, and I've lost 4 people close to me to firearm suicides in the last 6 years. I have scars to remind me, but gun violence leaves more than just scarred tissue. It leaves you with more than physical damage. It leaves you with holes in your heart that tear at your soul. There's usually a point in a lot of these speeches where we ask for a moment of silence to honor the victims. I was going to do that, but I'm not going to today. I'm going to ask you for something else. I'm going to ask you to never, ever be silent again. Tragedy is never positive, but if you have any questions about the need for our voices and why they need to be heard, you need to know that they've been answered not just since Columbine, not just by Sandy Hook, not just by Pulse, but by the deaths that have permeated and terrorized our American way of life since the 1970s, when semi-automatic weapons came home from Vietnam, since gang violence permeated city streets and rural hills, and since open carry made it okay to intimidate and promote fear in America's everywhere. Silence is what got us to a threat level where Buffalo shoppers are hunted in their grocery stores and Uvalde children are slaughtered in their schools. When I'm having problems, I use a line with my friends, I'm okay, but I'm not all right. Well, I'm not okay and I'm not all right. I'm a gun owner, I'm a firearms instructor, and I'm angry. I'm angry that our government once again offers prayers with mass slaughter in our streets, our stores, and our schools. I'm angry that the leading cause of death for children aged 0 to 19 is gunfire. I'm angry that irresponsible gun owners let 4 children die in 5 weeks in the state of Michigan because of unattended firearms. I'm angry that last year, while I was on vacation visiting my best friend in Indianapolis, I was on the phone with Giffords dealing with a mass shooting on the ground yet again. And that was back when I could probably remember the names of all of those shootings and read them back to you. And now we need a goddamn database. I want you to think about that. I want you to think about the fact that we can't recite the names of those shootings in order anymore because it's just too much for the human mind to handle. My anger has been a steady rise to a vicious boil. And I was going to say it's days like these that it boils over, but the truth is that it's boiling over all the time now. It's boiling over every day, every hour, every minute, and every second. I seem to always be angry now. I told you I lost 4 people in 6 years to firearm suicide. I wish they hadn't had access to the most efficient killing machine available. I wish we'd had a way to remove those guns without committing a crime. I wish we'd had red flag laws. I wish that we lived in a society that valued caring over Darwinism and hope over fear. I'm done wishing. I'm standing up for change, and I want you to stand with me.
All right, guys, did want to just remind all of our viewers we have a live look here inside of the White House press briefing room as soon as we do see our press secretary as well as movie star Matthew McConaughey stepping out. This is what we're going to be taking you into in full. Want to also give our viewers, though, a quick look at some other movement we have happening here on Capitol Hill. We do also have a podium set up. This usually is to catch our senators from both sides of the aisle, a group of Democrats and a group of Republicans or vice versa. They always speak on the latest topics happening from the work they're doing on Capitol Hill to issues we are having here across the United States. So these are going to be some items that are going to be coming up here in just a little bit on Live Now from Fox. Since the White House press briefing has not started yet, it was supposed to start just a few minutes ago. I'm going to sneak in our last 2-minute break of this hour. That way we don't have to interrupt it as soon as that does happen. So we'll see you right back here on Live Now from Fox in just a few moments. Back out live here to the White House as we are waiting for the press briefing. Not only are we going to hear about a number of topics, of course, we've still had some new record highs for gas prices, inflation still high as well, but we also have been dealing with gun violence across America, especially in the wake of some recent mass shootings. We just had some in Philadelphia. We had the Buffalo supermarket shooting as well as the one in Uvalde, Texas. Matthew McConaughey, movie star who you may have seen in a number of big screen movies. He is from Uvalde. He's even been to Texas visiting Uvalde community members in the wake of this tragedy. After 19 students and 2 teachers' lives were taken at the hands of a gunman who went inside of that school building. So he is going to be alongside our press secretary as they have this briefing underway. It is expected at any moment. So what we're going to do is continue to, of course, give you more press conferences that have been happening. We're going to finish out the one on gun violence. They held a rally at the memorial this morning on Washington, D.C. We were listening into it in our double box just moments ago. Going to keep that in our double box, but as soon as we do see that door open there and we see everyone walking into the briefing room to begin this press conference, that's exactly what we'll be headed into here for you on Live Now from Fox.
I'm going to turn that anger into action. I'm going to make partners, but I'm going to break down doors. As an advocate, I'm going to make them so tired of seeing me, they'll see me in their sleep. I'm not going to live in fear anymore. I'm going to stand in front. And my message to the members of Congress who can't seem to find a way to value human life over power, so should you. Thank you.
Thank you, John Gold with Giffords Gun Owners for Safety. Would love to call up now Mariana Mesa, a Courage Fellow with Giffords. Mariana? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mariana Mesa, and I am grateful for the opportunity to speak with you today as a Giffords Courage Fellow, traveling in from my hometown of El Paso, Texas. A city you perhaps recognize from a now fleeting story in the slew of your daily news. El Paso, a sprawling hearth of Latina culture and communal love as vibrant and unrelenting as the vivid sunsets and mountainous horizon that cradle it. Yet, the racially motivated massacre on August 3rd, 2019, rendered the beauty of my border community and its passionate individuals the subject of your yearly condolences masked behind the phrase, El Paso Strong. Similar to numerous every schools, every homes, every towns like my own. Oxford Strong, Uvalde Strong, sister cities in their transient notoriety left to find strength in devastation as our leaders shield themselves behind their sympathetic proclamations and vacant calls for action, each identical to the last. Leaders like Governor Greg Abbott are responsible for a heart-wrenching reality in which the names and the families behind these memorials become martyrs for the burgeoning pockets of politicians. Even just a few years of organizing in my community's name, including as a Courage Fellow, acquainted me with the fact that an extensive portion of those who carry the burden of martyrdom under gun violence are young people, with firearms constituting the leading cause of death amongst children. While this indicates the urgency of youth voices in the conversation surrounding gun violence prevention, it further attests to the downfalls of the media, often highlighting white, middle-class faces and failing to encompass the racial and economic identities of the victims of everyday gun violence. For the sake of Latina communities like mine and like Uvalde, do not forget about us again. Amplify the voices of the victims, community violence intervention, and mutual aid organizations over large nonprofits and politicians who exploit the grief of mass shootings. Additionally, recognize that gun violence transcends these incidents deemed newsworthy. Those closest to us, those most vulnerable can be affected, and thus necessitate an intersectional and comprehensive approach to community violence. We must deconstruct the culture of gun violence in America beyond regulating firearms, palatable rhetoric, and performative action. Do not grow complacent. Do not turn your back on us, for gun violence pierces through every lingering second of your inaction. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mariana. Last but certainly not least, Mariah Cooley, a board member at March for Our Lives.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mariah Cooley, and I'm a student at Howard University, a board member for March for Our Lives, and I'm fed up watching people die across this country from preventable gun violence. Kids are being shot and killed, and our elected leaders are failing us. From Washington, D.C., through every state capital, where our leaders are choosing the gun lobby over saving our lives. No one is safe. The gun violence epidemic reaches every community, and especially Black and brown communities, every single day. From Columbine to Parkland to Buffalo to Uvalde, we are the gun violence generation, and we shouldn't have to be. I'm 20 years old and I'm still fighting here today, and I've been fighting in this movement since I've been 17, and nothing has changed. And that's why so many of us are marching in DC this Saturday. That's why over 450 communities across the country are marching in their hometowns, because we are tired of these speeches. We are tired of the debate. I want to live. Kids are dying and people are doing nothing. The time for action is today. It was yesterday, really. It was 20 years ago, for being honest, and nothing has changed. After young people marched for our lives in 2018 following the tragedy of Parkland, over 150 life-saving laws were passed in states across the country. In red states like Florida, we were able to raise the minimum age for firearms, and Virginia now requires universal background checks, and now Colorado prohibits firearms at election polling sites. But most importantly, my generation showed up and our elected officials still failed. We had hundreds of thousands of voters in the midterm 2018 election, and we are still here today and they're doing nothing. But we still have hope. We've always had